All right, y'all. What's up, y'all? I am here. What's up, y'all? We back live. Make sure that you like, share, subscribe. Tell your friends. We back in. Grab your treats. Let's do it again. Hey, yeah. So I was late. I had to eat some. It's grits and eggs. It would have been better if it said steak. Maybe I should have had a little steak on the side of my grits and eggs. But I'm a real Southern girl, so I'm about to eat these grits and eggs and enjoy them. Father God, I thank you for this day. Thank you for letting us be here. Thank you for protecting over us. Thank you for watching over us. Thank you for covering us with the blood of the Lamb. Thank you for a cloak of protection. Thank you for being all that you are, have been, and will be. Thank you for blessing the hands that prepared this meal. Thank you for letting it be a nourishment to my body. Thank you for letting it be a good consumption of nourishment to my body, Father God. Thank you for letting each and every one of us be here. Thank you for this day. We love you. We thank you. We praise you. Amen. Telling y'all, grab y'all treats, grab y'all trees, grab y'all snacks, whatever the case may be. Let's get in here. Let's dance. Let's dance. Let's dance. Let's dance. I did post some videos of some BAGS, Be a Good Steward Bible study parables on my YouTube channel, so you can check them out. We are going to get into the Bible verse of the day because it's the last day of Virgo season, y'all. Shout out to all the Virgos, y'all. We made it through another Virgo season. We made it through another year of life. Shout out to us. It has been trying, it has been daunting, it has been tasking the cross to bear being a Virgo. But who's going to do it better than us, baby? Nobody. That's why God made us the boss of the zodiac, okay? Aries, y'all are the leaders, yes. But the Virgos are the boss, okay? Y'all, yeah, you may have come first, but we are still top of this, hanging on. So yeah, shout out to us, shout out to everybody that's born today. Happy birthday to everybody that's born today. I hope you have an amazing day. I really do, because literally you get to wrap up Virgo season. I kick it off and y'all get to wrap it up, so shout out to you. Our Bible verse of the day is coming from Matthew 9:22, because it is 9:22. Again, happy birthday to everybody that's born today. If nobody told you, I'm here to tell you that God loves you, Jesus loves you, and I love you if you love them. In turn, you will start to love yourself if you start to love them. So I would advise you just to tune in and tap in and all that stuff. But Matthew 9:22, reading from the New Living Translation for wherever you may be in your walk of life with Christ. It says, Jesus turned around, and when he saw her, he said, "Daughter, be encouraged. Your faith has made you well." And the woman was healed at that moment. Y'all know we did the parable, well, not, okay, yes, because y'all should be a BAGS, good steward of the Bible. Yes, we talked about the parable of Jesus healing the blind man, and then this is Jesus healing the paralyzed man. Matthew, I'm like, this must be, the woman heals the blind. Yeah, that's why I'm like, the need for workers. Yeah, we were in 9:22. So that would have come from the parable of Jesus heals in response to faith. The daughter has died, bring them back again. We need to have a BAGS Bible study, be a good steward. But outside of Bible study, you can tune into Matthew 9 by yourself and kind of tune in and tap in and see what's going on. But y'all know at the very least, I can do a good little Bible study on it, because I've got to be a good steward of God's will and word. So if y'all hear me in the back with my snack-a-dack-dacks, you know what time it is, okay? Because we are here for today's lives. Like we said, money, power, and legal troubles, okay? That's what this man is going through. That's just what it is. This is a man that's going through money, power, and legal troubles. What's also funny is, y'all know I like to do our watch later list, my public watch later list, so we can kind of react to whatever I may put on this playlist. But I'm not certain if y'all have heard about this Jacksonville TikTok passing. Y'all, if y'all have been keeping up, I haven't been keeping up online, but offline I have been keeping up. And y'all, they done found Jamaican, so I might have to tune in with y'all, and we might have to react to this live, because there's literally a live premiere going on, and they done found Jamaican. So if you know, that's something like you can watch the watch later list on my playlist to go ahead and watch this. Or the channel is called Crime Circus. Yes, a couple people tuned in. Shout out to everybody that's tuned in to the live right now. this live. Make sure that you like, share, subscribe. Tell your mamas, your daddies, your aunties, your uncles, your cousins, your brothers, everybody that you know, everybody that you see. Come hang out with God and KD on live daily, okay? God's gonna show up for us, so I do my best to show up for myself, be a good steward, show up for others, and some days, you know, where I need a little pickup, y'all are there. Amen, for the vibe and the tribe. So going through our list, because we definitely talked about Mr. More Money, More Problems. I do have a poll in the chat, so y'all definitely can tap into the poll if you are able to see it. They're talking about this book that came out, and hold on, y'all, because I'm back here eating my food and I'm outside, because y'all know I gotta do everything, okay? So I had to pray over this, because amen. But yeah, we talked yesterday about Mr. More Money, More Problems, and just picking up where we left off at, because I saw where it was Freddie P. Look, came back, same channel, Art of Dialogue, with some more, talking about, you know, Mr. More Money, More Problems. I'm sure y'all see what it says. Groomed his son and the Bieber is terrified of that man. I could make sense. And that's why Freddie P was talking about he was mad, because like he said, he was mad at Diddy for a long time because of the money. And now that we can see it was millions, oh baby, it wasn't even a couple hundred thousands. Ooh. I guess it's a show. Outside of the music, that show made money. Cause I'm just like, wow. I can't even believe that yeah, this man is really having to go through it. And it's millions of dollars. That just really caught me by surprise. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into this video from Freddie P first, because that's kind of picking up where we left off yesterday, because now they done updated us so we can update. And then I also want to get into, and it's also from the Art of Dialogue. The Art of Dialogue is really coming through with the good stuff right now, because we also have a 1999, you know, I don't like calling them victims. God, I hate calling them that V word. We'll just say witness, living witness, that dilutes what they are, and I hate that, but I really hate calling them victims. But yeah, it's just talking about how she got shot in the face by this man. And I was like, wait a minute, hold on. Girl. I know they were talking about that little shootout at the club, and I don't even like to call it a little shootout, because this woman is still affected by it, as I would be too. I never want to go to the club again, traumatized. And he need to pay her. Girl, that's why you got to get on here baby, you got to say this traumatized you for the rest of your life. Amen, girl, get on her. Girl, I don't care, he need to pay you. But we're going to get into her next, because we're going to pick up where we left off with what Mr. Freddie P says, because he is someone that is close to Diddy, and he's worked with Diddy. He's had to be around him. So this is what we got into yesterday. Again, y'all can check out the Art of Dialogue. Y'all can check out the Watch Later public list on my YouTube channel. But like I said, we will be picking up where we left off at, where it's just talking about this whole grooming of sorts, JB being nervous. Let me make sure my volume is up. Okay, so hold on, because I'm like, yeah, because we got a little ad. So we're going to let this ad play, because we are about to watch this video. Again, shout out to the Art of Dialogue for giving us his good information. But it says, yeah, Freddie P reacts to 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant being found, you know, at Mr. More Money, More Problems home. I'm going to let this next little ad play, just because I wanted to see what some of the comments says. That Dave Chappelle, oh yeah, okay, the skit. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and actually get into it. But let's change the playback speed so we don't have to be here all day long, because yesterday we were here for 6 hours talking about Mr. More Money, More Problems. Who knows how long we'll be here today. That's why I said grab your trees, grab your trees, grab your snacks, and let's do this.
You heard about how the feds, they found over 1,000 bottles of lubricant and baby oil at Diddy houses?
What are you doing with it?
He talking about, what are you doing with it? No, for real. That is a good question, because that's what I said. I don't understand why it's just so many bottles of baby, like why so many? I don't get, like, and then he said it's a community of people that do something with it, but again, I don't understand what they're doing, because what's going on and why? But for real,
I think that's weird, bro. Let me be honest, we all can sit back and have allegations or suspect a certain thing of us about a person,
because y'all have been suspecting that he did it, right? Because some of y'all have not. Some of y'all when we start politicking and even they get into stuff like this, some of y'all, that's all I can say.
Until them feds show pictures, or until somebody come and actually show proof, we can't believe it.
What you mean? Because yesterday he was singing a completely different tune. See, this is what I'm saying. That's why also he was giving me a little conflicting information yesterday. But it seems like the more that we delved into it, he was explaining it to the point where we could understand why he was having cognitive dissonance, especially as I'm someone that suffers from cognitive dissonance. So we're going to let him finish and see.
But when you got 1,000 bottles to add with all the stories.
Okay, so see, that's why I'm like, okay. Because see, that's why I'm like, hold on now. But see, I got too much commentary. Let's hear what he got to say. I just feeling some type of way. I'm going to let him finish his thought. I'm such a black woman. Let him finish his thought.
1,000 bottles. My brother, you didn't even give enough to get rid of them.
He said get rid of them. Were they not full? Because why would I get rid of full? But I guess he's going to spend... I mean, he should. A good lie oil would. Like I said, I done gave y'all the play of what to say. If they don't say it, that's on them. But I'm just saying. I done gave him a play on what to say. Because that's what a lie oil is supposed to do. Spend everything. Which is not good. That's why I didn't want to be one.
That's where his cockiness stood in at. See, when you're P. Diddy at 50, you never picture jail. Ever.
He don't, especially with all the money that he has. And the way the earth is stupid. No, I'm not going to say it like that because maybe it's just America. But the way, like he said, even Freddie P said it. If the FBI don't do nothing about it, it's going to be like, do y'all even do y'all job? Do y'all even come to work? Are the lights on? You know, that's exactly what it would give. But, he's gotten away with it for so long. He's just kind of like, you know, who gonna stop me, boo? I hate to say it like that, but that's just how people get. Even if it's just somebody that is somebody like him, because he is a murderer. So yeah, and I'm like, those are the people that I was thinking about. People like him, exactly, because it ain't me. And hopefully not y'all, because y'all need to be good, be great, and not doing demonic things. And being a good steward of God's word. Tune into my Bible study on the playlist if you need a little assistance. I'm serious.
I've gotten away with it for 30 years. I got this. I know how to slide them in and slide them out.
Right. That's what he's been doing. So, him thinking, you know, oh, somebody gonna come stop me now. Especially because he was never gonna say anything. Because like I said, I feel like he's the bait that the feds are using because they're trying to catch the big fish. He never thought that he was gonna get caught up, you know, as the middleman. Because it's just like, I'm the middleman. But, look at you in the middle. And they ready for you to roll up on every single person that had anything to do with everything that has to do with all of this.
I know how to move drugs. They don't check on P. Diddy. Yeah.
And that's true, too, because when they be taking them private planes and stuff, I don't think they be checking their bags. Like, I'm not even talking about checking them into the airport. I'm talking about literally going through their bags, searching them like they do us, making sure we ain't transporting nothing, bringing nothing, doing nothing. I don't think they doing that. Because at the rate of which these rappers are getting private planes and stuff like that, that's also what's kind of making me feel like, I mean, I do know that that's expensive, but the way that the rate at which these rappers are getting money, they got to be doing it in the booty. You're right, they got to be some dookie booty boys. I don't care what they saying. I don't care what, because now that I'm thinking about it, so I feel like my gator be going off with all of them, because there's just no reason why a man want to hang around a man all day like that. Just like the cat. Because I'm just like, I'm just thinking like, even like Moneybag Yo. I'm just thinking like, even like maybe Gotti. I could see him being a dookie booty boy. It's like they overcompensate their masculinity instead of just being normal. Because I'm trying to think of somebody that's super masculine, but like, I'm like, I'll even say, because I was just watching Deja Vu, so I'll say Denzel. Somebody who is hyper masculine, like, if he's a dookie booty boy, I would be surprised. Because I'm like, I'm just trying to think of somebody else. I don't know, because I'm like, the rate at which men do weird things, I don't put anything past any one of them. So that's why at this point, I'm like, I don't know.
Check, man. That's all it was. He got too comfortable. It's only one king. It's a king of all kings. I don't care if you're the king of your house. There's only one king. King of all kings.
Amen.
Every time.
Amen.
Like, Puff, bro, your ass. Wow.
Amen. King of kings and lords of lords, and that's just what it is, okay? So, again, money, power, and now legal troubles, okay? And that's why it's money, power, respect. Wasn't he even the one that made that song, Money, Power, Respect is the key to life? You'll see tonight. Be the, like, simple as that.
Nick, like, freaky. Y'all freaky men. How they say in Chicago, freaky man? Freaky man. That nickname, freaky man. I look at his kids and everything. It's more deeper questions that I be wanting to know. Like, why were you so infatuated with a child that wasn't yours? Were you grooming that little boy?
Okay, so this is the question. Because I'm like, the title is, yeah, groomed and stuff. Like, but no, that is a really good question because because again, it's not like Quincy does not have a daddy. That he had like his daddy, not Albie Shore. That's the biggest thing. Hi, Sherwin. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the live. I hope you are doing great. I am doing well. I'm in good spirits. I hope you are as well. Good to have you here today. Yes, it seems like my good guy Sherwin is in the chat today. We love when Sherwin leaves some love in the chat. It's good to hear from Sherwin. But yeah, because I would hope that he didn't even have the ability to groom Quincy because, again, I'll be sure is, a father in his child's life. It was just the fact that he was with his mom. And I think at the time, Diddy also didn't have kids. But I'm also thinking, as someone that did not have kids, he does kind of, like, it was definitely just a say that this is my son, even though it's freaking Al B. Shore's son. You act like this is just some random you act like this is Lori Harvey daddy. What's the mama name? Marjorie Harvey baby daddies or something like that. She got a baby with a prominent figure. Well, she got a freaking baby with a legend. Okay? In his own right and merit. So, why would you... Again, I'm just thinking from somebody that does not have a child. I wouldn't try to act like I'm that child's mother. I would love to be, bonus mom on the side type thing. Not even like if I had to, because I don't want to be with nobody that even have kids. But I'm saying if I was to be in that position, because that's just the way that, the cards were dealt, and that's just what God wanted for me. That's just what he wants. Then so be it. But that man got everything and some kids, I guess I have to take it. That's all I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying. But yeah, I definitely be shipping them off to their mama every chance I get. I hate to say it like that, but I'm just saying. You'll never have to worry about me trying to hog your baby or nothing like that from you. Now, if it's mine, that's one thing. But what's yours is yours. So I kind of get what he's saying. It does get kind of strange.
I don't even want to start those conversations because that's not your child. You know what I'm saying? And for you to keep him that close, it's like you kept him that close because he might got your secrets because he's not your child. So if he's not your child and you're that type of person with that type of character, you don't mind actually doing it to him when he finally reaches a certain age.
That's scary. Because I would really hope Kim did not have her child. Not even her child, but her children. Because the sad part about it is she's no longer here. So she left her children with a manster. Because YouTube don't like when I use the monster word. But, yeah. The father is still a predator at the end of the day. So there's that. Like you say, Diddy's only, doing what's been done to him. Like I said, I feel like his child, Clive David, Andre Harrell, a list of people. I told you, I feel like they lined them, they stood in the line, like urinal, line of urinals, whipped their junk out, and told him, get on it. Mouth, butt, whatever the case may be. Maybe both. I don't know. I wasn't there. And I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm just saying I could see it happening at the rate of which disgust that I've seen. Y'all know I'm a Virgo. My stomach be turning, baby. Yesterday, my stomach was turning. That's what I'm trying to make sure I got a little snack of that. Well, this is brunch or breakfast, whatever. Putting something on my stomach. Because, baby, when I didn't have nothing on my stomach yesterday, I was queasy. listening to the stuff that this man has done. And this is in the lawsuit allegations. Okay? This is from people that have actually been around him.
Because he's not yours. And you know in your mind he's not yours. And now you keep him real close to you. You make sure he don't go to his daddy. Why? You make sure he's separated with him, and you provide him with everything he wants. Why? You got one of them little Michael Jackson secrets?
My mom was just talking about that. Because I don't want to believe that Michael did anything to them kids. Because he's a Virgo man. But at the same time, the fact that I found out that Joe, actually violated all of those children is heartbreaking. Like they said, they will be laying in the sisters will be laying in the bed next to each other while the daddy is on the top of one of them. That is sad. I mean, Janet, LaToya, who else is it? I don't know. I want to call her Ruby. I'm just naming people, and even the boys. Tito, Michael, the Jacksons, okay? Because it's 5 brothers. It's a lot of them to name. So that's why I'm like, if it's 5 brothers and sisters, it's a lot of them to name. And the mama. I wonder if some of them were a product of him. See, I don't even want to think about that. Because that is, see what I'm saying? Well, I had to put some on my stomach because it'll start turning. Because I'm like, just thinking out loud about what it could even possibly be. Oh, excuse me, y'all. That's that cola, child. But dear God, dear goodness.
He got one of them secrets that he can't tell nobody because his legacy, his manhood gonna be, and not only that, his brother don't gonna look at him crazy.
If he's saying that, like he said, rappers won't come out about what Diddy has done to them because of their image. And if he's saying that Quincy, if he actually was violated, won't come out because of his image and his siblings, I think that's the worst reason to not come out. I feel like those reasons are literally the quite opposite and best reason to come out, because what if something happened to your siblings and you don't even know it? What if, like, you, again, that's suffering in silence. And that is how people try to get you. They definitely do try to get you with suffering in silence, which again drives you crazy. You are in the passenger seat of them driving you crazy by suffering in silence. I would 10 out of 10 not recommend that. 1,000, 100, whatever the case may be, 100 million out of 10 not recommend that. I mean, that's why I'm like, you have to address abusers and call them out by name so that they're not abused by anyone else. But especially because, yeah, I'm like, because I'm like, if it did happen to Quincy, what if he feels like it's not just me? But, okay, so what, no, I'm sorry, what if he felt like, it's only happened to me, so I won't say anything? But at the rate of which people are coming out and saying something, that even when he was growing up and saw who that man was becoming, as Quincy was growing into his, young adulthood, and Mr. More Money, More Problems, as his stepfather was growing into his, maturing adulthood, because they were in their, 20s? When he was an intern when he first came out. They were in their 20s, so yeah, by the time he's with Kim being a parent, they're in their, 30s, so he's maturing into his adulthood, and he's becoming, what should be a good maturing man, but he was just growing in age. So yeah, with all the stuff that he saw, if anything happened to him, that should have been more of a reason to say something. Because again, it's one thing to go through something and feel like I'm the only person that's going through it and have never heard anything else from anyone else about something. But again, when this is also your step parent and you're seeing the abuse still happen, yeah, I mean, it's all the reason to say something, especially again because you do have siblings from this very predator and abuser.
Only Puffy knows. Only God
talking
Puffy.
about Quincy, right?
I don't know. All I'm gonna say is, I don't know.
Albie Short son?
All I'm gonna say is, who's infatuated with another man's son now?
Right. He talking about Albie Short son. Right. It's only Quincy. Everybody else is his biological child. And then them other random kids that he be going to adopt, like I said, it was just some little white girl that he had picked up, got her on the live, not even acting like he was trying to make her act like she was a family member. She fucking looked like a hostage. It was given blink fucking twice before the movie came out. Girl, it's like blink twice if you need help. It was given you've been drove into traffic. You might need us to come and skirt, give you a lift. Cause I think that's where you need to be.
Like that. Like, you guess that seemed like grooming to me. I got, oh, that's his daughter's brothers. Get the fuck out of here. Huh? Plenty daughter got brothers. Go show one man that do it. That ain't in the household with him. Like, I'm saying, like, I'm not married to your mother. If I'm married to your mother, then yeah, your daddy.
And that's very true, because they never got married. It was never like he was legally... Well, I think he did legally adopt Quincy at some point in time, because him and Kim had been together so long, but she could have been coerced into that for all we know. For all we know. Because I ain't even gonna lie, I'll be sure seem a little scared of the man. Hate to say it like that, but he do. He do. He seemed like he got a bit of a fright from, that man. So I can only imagine what happened, especially when he was at not even just the height of his power, but like really coming into it. Like I said, when that lawsuit started in 2008, where it starts off at in all the indictments, going back decades, starting that 2008. Dawn say, stuff started happening after Soul Train Wars 2008. Like, especially in that time, as he's coming up, the influence that he was really having, especially as the middleman, mediator, as the black gangster between... Because I want to call him the Illuminati, John. And it's something that we're going to watch up in here. I'm like, I think I put it in our watch later. I'm like, well, child, we're going to have to go through this. Let's see. Maybe it was not here. Maybe it was just something that I saw on Instagram and I just saved it for us to come back to. But yeah, we'll just say, we'll go back to calling them the big fish. I'm like, at this point, that's just what we'll call them. We'll call them the big fish because, like I said, I feel like Diddy is bait. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he roll over on everybody.
You know what I'm saying? He wasn't there, I'm here. But I'm not married to your mother. You actually my stepson. I keep you with me. I treat you like what for?
Because like I said, it looked like at that point in time he just did not have any kids. He was in love with Kim, so he was he was doing what the stand-up guy thing would do is just taking care of the child. As simple as that. Like, because it's not like I'll be sure couldn't take care of his child. Okay? I mean, he's the child of a musician and a model. The money's going to come either way.
I want to know what Justin Bieber, I want to know. Justin Bieber, look at his life change. That man is terrified of puppy. I seen the video. I'm in the street, dog. People know, fear, dog.
He does look terrified. See, I thought he was coming with some factual. Because yesterday he definitely came with some details from his experiences. And I thought these were going to be his experiences. But yet and still, even outside of him not being around for 100% vouching for what the title is saying, the fact that he still, again, has seen these things and he's actually been around this person is more than we can say because we ain't never been around him. I'm like, I mean, I know people that have, but I haven't. Okay, so I don't know. And they say, he wasn't too bad when they met him or when they was hanging around him. But that was also in the 90s. Like I said, I feel like it was that whole 2008 era. Like I said, even when the indictment started, the lawsuits, they always date back to 2008. And again, what we saw from our, keeping up with Mr. More Money, More Problems, in 2008 is when he got that star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And that's why I'm like, I had a video that I was just talking about, illuminations and how all of that comes together to be the Illuminati. And I saw, I'm like, we got to get into it. But, I wonder if I should just see if I could find it. Because I can't remember if it was on Facebook or Instagram. So, give me just a moment. I'm like, let me see if I could find it in Instagrammy. First of all, I can't even get to freaking My hold on, y'all. Let me do something real quick and see if I can pull it up, because I'm like, the way I can't even find my, okay, so maybe I need to go here and let's see. Okay, so I really might have to change my screen. It was all set up so nice. Yeah, what is going on here? What is this? Boom, boom, boom. Look, we not even gonna worry about that. I'm gonna have to get my phone later and see if I could screencast or whatever it's called onto it, because yeah, I'm really not certain what's going on the web version of Instagrammy, but don't ever say I didn't try. How about that? Yeah. So yeah, let's get back into what Mr. Freddie P has to say.
You're like, what happened to your number? You're like, I lost it. Fear, man.
Nah, that's crazy, because Diddy did ask him that, why he not answering the phone. I've been trying to call you, what's up? Give me, give me the digits. And like Freddie P said yesterday, Diddy was the type of dude that would slap you on your, rear and say, call me and give you his phone number, or come back to my hotel. I can invite you back to his hotel. He was that type of dude. Like, that's how he kind of like pressed you, checked you, like see what kind of type of time you on, whatever the case may be. So that's why I'm just like, yeah, because I'm like, we did see, yeah. Like I said, the instances of where you see Diddy around men and he be gloating and he be so happy versus when he's around women and he beats on them. I mean, it's two totally different men. But like Freddie P said, the character that he made up as this Diddy person or Love, Puff, whoever he wants to be, is evil. If he would just be Sean, who likes men, who cares?
You gotta think of all the people, the white folks who've been at the parties. They scared. They don't roll in crowds with niggas and guns. When they get slapped in the mouth at a party for being too high, they shut up.
What? I thought it was the gangsters that he was slapping in the mouth. He was slapping anybody. How you let somebody scrawny like Puffy, somebody that called himself Puff fucking Daddy, and he not even big? Cause see, that's how you know he wanted to be Biggie. Cause I'm like, Biggie was big because it was big. You talking about you Puff Daddy? Puff what? Like, he should have just came out as Diddy. Because like we said, it sounds like Sadiddy. He want to be a Sadiddy little girl anyway. A Sadiddy black woman. That's exactly, I don't even want to call him a black woman because we don't even act like that. He just want to be a Sadiddy black man that want to love men. And he should do that. But see, the issue is, I'm not even going to, and I blamed it on black women. Now that I think about it, it's not even black women because y'all don't care about us. I thought it was our opinion and the fact that we wouldn't let y'all be with us if y'all were out with that. But it's not us. It's the men. Y'all care about how men see y'all because y'all as men have, what they say, fragile masculinity or whatever it's called. I don't know if that's what it's called, but them words too make sense coming out. So them two words make sense coming out. They did. Resignated. Because, yeah. Even like I said, I was watching just a movie, I think it was The Heathers. Everything in it is completely raunchy. I don't understand, especially as white men, why everything is, no, it was Teacher. It was Teacher, y'all. I was watching it on a watch later list. I was watching it yesterday. It was definitely Teacher. Everything in this movie right here, and y'all can check it out, is all the jokes are, all the white people jokes are just sexually disgusting. It's just like that. Like, why are you even going there? So it's the men that y'all care about because honestly, y'all are vile and disgusting and y'all know it and y'all don't want to be held accountable and y'all don't want to do right. That's what it is. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with us women. Now that we back here today, having our, live chat and react, that's exactly what it is. It has nothing at all to do with the women and about the men. Because that's why y'all don't care about what y'all girlfriend think, but y'all care about what y'all best friend think. I'm just saying, it's quite strange. And when we say something about it, he'll act like he want to beat on you. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't even like, in 2024, collectively, the women have come to understand that y'all don't like us. And the thing about it is, it's okay because we've come to a point where we've figured out a point where we don't have to have y'all. Because just like if the point where I just need to have is money to kind of take care of myself, yes, the love, I would love for it to come with it. But if it doesn't, I don't want to be beat, chastised, all these other things that are wrong just for the sake of saying, that I have someone. So, yeah, we're at the point of saying if we're okay with being the woman that dies along with the cats because y'all don't, make being with y'all fun nor safe. Okay? That's the biggest issue. It's not even safe to be with the good. I hate to say majority. I ain't gonna say majority. I'm gonna say a good handful. We're gonna say God's handful though, cause He got two hands and they big. So we're gonna say a good handful of God's hand of men need some fucking help. They need to go to Jesus and get their life right with Christ so they can be renewed and made new with God, because again, the men like to live in sin. They don't like to be held accountable. They don't like to do right. And that's why we have people like Mr. More Money, More Problems, which again affect in turns, it affects us as the people, because yeah, they be making all this dirty money, and then people, they be thinking that they really got money, and then we don't have no money, and then the world is trying to keep up with the people that's getting dirty money, and we can't keep up with nobody that's getting dirty money, baby. He is Mr. Dirty Money. We can't keep up. Tapped out.
You get what I'm saying?
Bankrupt.
All these
No
people
money on my card.
who've been terrified for years. Everybody. But see, people understand. I can say this because I've been saying it while he was out. I'm one of the few people been calling this out for years. Ain't scared of who? I've been telling this, where you at? I'm not scared of you.
And that's all I've been saying. That's why I'm like, when people are like, saying, oh, we don't believe he did it, or whatever the kind of foolishness people be saying, I'm like, the fact of even saying, we don't believe he did it blows my mind. I hate to say it like that because I'm like, not literally, but figuratively, because I'm like, God, don't let nothing happen to me, especially about this man. But again, he's always seemed, especially after Kim was no longer on this earth, it was just like, oh yeah, child, everything they said, it made everything from Biggie up until Kim and after there. Kim's death painted the picture, baby.
I'm not saying I'm bad or nothing, but I'm saying, like, I got the right to speak. I'm not trying to kick him while he down or some shit. I've been looking in this motherfucking camera for the longest, telling you I don't like you, I don't like nobody around you, and I don't like what you did.
This is true. And I'm one type of people that's like that too. Because like I'm saying, like I said, I'm just like, I remember growing up in the 90s and even just hearing like the Tupac and Biggie beef on the radio. Man, I wish I had just some videography or audio of just hearing stuff like that on the radio, because I can vaguely remember it now, but like when I was younger, I definitely remembered it. But now I just remembered that I remembered that. So it's very vague. But stuff like that was heated. This is when it was good. And a lot of it had to do with him and his messy self. Like, I genuinely believe it. A lot of this. Yeah, because even still, it was producer beef, because it was like Diddy against Suge, and Death Row. That's why I'm just like, it was he been, yeah, because they was calling shots out at him at the Source Awards. Like, it was a lot. It was good. It was a time, because I'm like, I was just thinking about even the Source Awards was different thing. The Source, the magazine, was a thing. Like, magazines of that were a thing. Essence, Jet magazine, Black whatever magazine was out. Like, we had those magazines. And that's why I'm like, I'm just even thinking about the fact that even, like, when my mom got remarried, her wedding was in Jet magazine. That's why I'm just like, that was a time, that was a thing, and we don't do things like that anymore. And I don't like that for us, because even it's not like Benzino isn't alive with the Source Awards, because I'm just like, But see, I'm like, I wonder why stuff like that didn't happen, because I'm like, what, they stopped doing Diddy in the book? Because I don't even mean to laugh, but I'm just like I said, just thinking about the fact that, like Freddie P said, Diddy be with Stevie J, who be with Benzino, who essentially, more than likely, they've been with Diddy. I'm just saying, I could see it.
One day I was 40 years old, didn't have a home, didn't have nothing. I'm like, what the happened to 20 years? 20 years, well, I couldn't do nothing because he brought me into a lifestyle. You get what I'm saying?
No, we don't. Tell us more, because I'm just like, wait a minute. So when y'all on them contracts, they're on it for 20 years, because I'm sure it's, oh, now you can't work with no one else if you're not working with Bad Boy. And then I'm sure that he's saying if you go independent, you gonna owe me X, Y, and Z throughout this time frame. I'm sure them clauses and contracts were up. Oh my goodness, I can only imagine how they were. Jesus, trash basura.
That right now, anything you do, you're going on the news, you're going anything. You can't just be a man. You can't stand on. You can't say you want to hustle. Can't stand on the corner. Everybody right about it. No, you can't go to work. Everybody taking pictures. You can't even have a day at a job. Everybody want to take pictures. Everybody want to talk about it. Your whole life, nobody want to be subjected to that. No one man want to have to endure all that.
But I mean, if you're not in the industry anymore, and that's what you chose to do, I'm like at some point you didn't see yourself having to be outside of the industry, Freddie P. Though. Like I get what he's saying, I do, because it's kind of like even William from Girlfriends, because I'm not certain of his real name. I'm trying to think of it on the screen. Was it something Wilford Cox or something like that? I'm not really certain, but I know his name is William on Girlfriends. He was just talking about after that he wasn't working. He was just working at grocery stores. You know, people recognize him. I was going to take pictures with him. They don't like stuff like that. But I could also see how mentally that would affect you, because especially if this is an industry that you wanted to be in and you aren't able to be in that industry, especially because they're not hiring you for the jobs, or the jobs are not out there, whatever the case may be. It will weigh on you mentally, especially if this is your passion. You aren't able to live it, especially if at one point you did. Because there are even people that have been on reality shows and they've had to go back to fast food jobs, and they just talk about, they just try to go back to living a normal life, but it's still difficult because they've been on not just the World Wide Web, but, a national syndicated, broadcast network. So I do get what he's saying there. I definitely, I get what he's saying there. And they didn't even get no money. So it wasn't even like he was able even to invest in anything. So it's just like he said, working a regular job. But I'm just saying, I don't think maybe especially in this day and child, especially after like 2015, I don't think nobody would have recognized you, baby.
Failure. People on your way back down the ladder, motherfuckers laughing and couldn't wait to see you, and motherfuckers you done did for don't want to help you because they don't want to see you back up.
And that's difficult to deal with too. I never even thought about that. People that don't want to help you because they don't want to see you back up. I never even thought about that. Because like he said, they laugh at you on your way down because they never wanted you to be up. They ridicule you. And again, that is mentally depleting. That is... Okay, I'm with you, Freddie.
They got it. You done did it for them. But man, I was waiting for you to fall for so long. That's why I stay to myself right now, because it's like I've done so much for so many people, but those same people also turned their back on me. And that's why I hated Puffy. I said I hated Puffy because I wasn't blaming him for my situation. He went out his way, and he used his team around us. All of them took millions and millions of dollars from us.
Dang, and that's why they all going down on that RICO. That's why I said I didn't realize RICO was not just D-Rugs. RICO is doing anything that's illegal, especially as an organization. Once they put it, quite frankly, put like that, I'm just like, wow. Because, yeah, y'all scheming, scamming, plotting. Y'all using them as freaking puppets for the money. Because, like they were on TV shows. I watched the TV show. Like I said, I literally wanted to go to Junior's Cheesecake Factory because of making the band. I honestly wouldn't know what Junior's Cheesecake Factory was if it was not for making the band. He literally made them walk to go get him some cheesecake. And that's why I knew that cheesecake must have been good. And one thing about it is sure the fuck is Junior can make a good fucking cheesecake. Oh, I'm thinking about it right now. Man, I didn't get some the last time I was in New York, but I was in Manhattan, so yeah. But they definitely not right for that.
It's not like they stole $100,000 from me.
And that's what I was thinking. That's why I'm like, okay, it was just a couple $100,000. But even still, that's still a lot of money. And I wasn't even thinking a couple hundred, but I'm like, 50 to 100, no more than 100. That's what I was thinking. But he's like, no, it's millions. And I'm wondering if that's just him by himself or if that's just the group and they split that. Because again, besides the music, they were touring, they were doing press, they were merch. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did do a lot of stuff. They did bookings. Yeah, because they would even be on like 106 and 5. They were around. They were making money. Now that I think about it, the band was making money outside of the show though, and that's why I'm like, he not right.
And people don't get that. Like, they took millions from us. We can never be cool. My life
never
will be different. My life will be completely different.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, what's the point of being in a power position and having all this money if you aren't gonna put other people on so they can continue to make money so y'all can make money? Because if he was breaking them off, they'll be able to help him invest in his next projects. They could be his investors. They helped him get on. So if he comes to them and say, I have this business proposition, it's gonna take, $5 million. The return, your cut would be 10 million, or let's say 7 to 10 million per year, uh, on a ROI, on a return of your investment. So, you know, that they could actually help him. But that man just did not want to pay them. He just wanted to become the mogul, literally, by Ricoing them people. Now that I know what Ricoing is, but literally by conspiring against them people. Like I said, he used them like puppets for all the money they were worth and did not give them a dime. That's like your employer making you work every day and you don't get your paycheck. That's essentially what happened to them. It's kind of fucked up. Cause when you be in an uproar too, yeah, I never like that employee again. Would 10 out of 10 would not recommend. Shit on every chance I get. I would talk cash money trash every time. Cause it's just like, you had me do all this work and then you didn't even pay me. Crazy, right?
And I work for it.
See, that's what I say. One thing about, me and Freddie P, I'll be on the same page for him. That's why I said this one thing, for you to work and they not pay. Like, that's crazy. That's insane. Why would you think I would ever be cool with you again after that? Like, at that point, don't ever talk to me again. I mean, Freddie P is not wrong at all. I do not blame him at all. Y'all know I gotta read the comments a little bit just because I'm nosy. So Freddie looked like he willing to take $40 for this interview, which is sad because I'm like, you can't judge people like that. But yeah, I'm just looking at this, talking about hear what experts think is most shocking about the charges. Child. Yeah, this is about the Dave Chappelle skit with the Cambodian milk. It's the Cambodian milk for me. Diddy saw Fred sucking his thumb. Ooh, that's not funny. Now I saw him sucking his thumb and signed him on the spot. Right, because like you said, he overcompensate. Okay, so y'all, when I was talking about I don't know if he's Ukrainian, Yugoslavian, Russian. I'm not certain what he is. I just know he has a heavy accent. And this is the video that I was talking about the first person, the first man that we would have known to see that said that he did things with Mr. More Money, More Problems. So it is on Law and Crime Network. I will save it to the public watch later list. So if y'all want to see it, y'all can tune into it because, like I said, we have referenced it quite a bit while going over this. But yeah, it's talking about not everybody got to come out with these stories. His third grade teacher about to say he was hugging her along in the classroom. But if he was, then he was. But because again, this stuff is not funny. And that's why I'm like, I know we laugh to kind of cope with things, but like stuff like this is not funny because again, this is kind of like politicking, and the way that y'all think is kind of scary because if the power of the people, if the power lies within the people and these are the people, y'all, Jesus. Talking about that is ignorant. Exactly. I'm glad somebody said it because I'm just like, I'm talking about y'all are too serious on the internet. No, it's not even that. It's just like y'all are not serious enough. But okay, so I kind of get what they're saying too, because this is kind of like relaxed. But at the same time, girl, this is such a serious topic. Like, okay, maybe it's just too soon. Maybe that's just what it is. It's just like because that may have happened. Like, I got something on the watch later list about some little boy that did something. That's why I'm like, I gotta watch it because I'm like, not a little boy. What is going on here? I gotta figure out what's going on so we can help the little boy so they're not doing whatever he doing, whatever tapping on, going on in his mind. That's why I'm like, that's crazy. And you writing on every comment calling people ignorant. But if you are a child, whatever you are, talking about you don't know that comment is ignorant, I worry for you. That is not funny at all. That's about abuse and driving in the traffic. But yeah. Oh my God. Cause see, oh, hold on, but they tried to come back for them talking about I do want him under the jail, but I'm not about to be serious the whole time. It's not gonna hurt you to laugh at something. He been a creep for 20 plus years. It's not surprising news. Okay. All right, y'all. I get what you're saying, but I don't like the way you said it. I guess that's what, again, it's just maybe hashtag too soon. It's just too freaking soon. Amazing how people that spend a few days around you in a short period of time think they know everything about you. A short period of time, that is how people you went to grade school talk about you. Okay, But again, to a certain extent, whatever you show them people is what it is. Like I said, there are some people that's going to tell you I'm a sweetheart. There's some people that's going to tell you I'm a bitch. Believe both of them, because whatever happened in those instances is how whatever energy was needed for that situation. So that right there, I'm just like, oh my God, here we go. Talking about seriously just speculating. Oh, not just speculating, child. Oh, okay, child. That's all it takes. Judge a man by his fruits. Ooh, but that's very true. And that's why we gotta be a good steward, and that's why we gotta bear good fruits, because that's exactly what it is. Exactly. That's why I said some people tell you one thing, another tell you another. Believe the both of them. And come and ask me if you really want the truth, because I'll tell you my side, her side, and that's what's gonna tell you where the truth lies at. Because I'm just like, I ain't gonna leave nothing out. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I said, what they said, how it went down, all of that. People reveal themselves every moment, and that's very much true as well. Jobs as well. No, not jobs, because jobs, you don't interact with people like you do when you're in school. In school, you are forced to be with these people. In job, this is your fucking choice. You go work any fucking where. Mind you can also go to school anywhere, but at the same time, you kind of don't have that decision because you're a minor and your parents make that decision for you. So, not really that. No, really that. Talking about introverts, we avoid gossip, and most people literally enjoy creating narratives out of thin air when you don't give them anything to reveal. And I've had that happen too. That's why I'm like, but then that's just people that are bored and spread rumors, because the stuff that I've heard about me, that's why I'm just like I said, you may have one person say something, you'll have maybe one person say another, but if you know me, you'll be able to know what's true. And that's why I said, that's why I'm like, ask them the whole situation. And it'll be quite telling, okay? So, there's that. Somebody said that's true. You have to watch behavior more than getting caught up in the words. That's very true too. You definitely have to watch people's behavior more than what they say, because like they say, actions speak louder than words. That's just what it is. Talking about he's speaking what we seen and what he know, what they have to do with how you feel about others. Who, baby, I'm really trying to read this Sam James 807, but I'm like, the grammatical error is just getting through this, because I'm like, feel. Because I'm like, y'all can see that part. Baby say fell. But he tried. He got the words out, okay? Because me messing up too. We ain't perfect. So who thinks about what people in grade school think of them unless they ain't doing shit? No, for real. That is very true. But I'm just saying. They talking about way accent in school. Y'all sure this guy ain't the... See, now why he got to be the Dollar Tree janitor? That is crazy. That is crazy to say. Ooh, somebody said that's your daddy. Child. Not y'all get on the internet like that. I don't even know what this is talking about, but okay. I'm like, I don't even want to read that. So if y'all want to read it, y'all can read it, because yeah, these comments are okay. Moving on to the next one, because like I said, Art of Dialogue also has this victim story. I hate to call him that V word, because I don't like calling that. We got to find another word for that. Tells how she got shot by Mr. More Money, More Problems in the face. I'm like, so we need to see what's going on, and we're gonna let this Addy ad play. And y'all, what kind of coffee creamer do y'all use? Because I brought this International Delight. Y'all, it be having my stomach turning. I thought that it was the creamer that my mom buys. It's not. My mom buys Coffee Made, I believe it is. It's the red cap. I bought this one thinking that it was the one that she uses, the gold cap International Delight. Y'all, get the Coffee Made, y'all. Oh, that's what I'm like, what kind of coffee do y'all use?
For your whole team,
Or
if
creamer?
you need it.
Natonia Rubin, happy to have you on the platform.
Thank you. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm wonderful. Thank you for asking.
Right. And she looks wonderful. Babe came with her pearls, her ruffles. I mean, the way the material is reflecting the light, the glasses, the side part, it's sitting. All she needs is a glass of water with a straw. He should have gave her a little something. Maybe even a little wine glass with... No, wine glass with a straw is ghetto as hell. But I'm just saying, something really cute. Maybe he needs some branded glasses, cup glasses. And then, yeah, because I'm just like... Because, baby, this is a 2-hour interview. That's why I'm like, grab y'all treats, grab y'all treats, grab y'all snacks. I did do the time speed on it, so there's that. But, yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Oops. My bad, y'all. I done messed up our setup. Because I'm like, y'all tried to do a little something, do a little room boom, a little scoom boom boom for us on the live. You know, try to make it a little vibe. Even when I'm behind the scenes doing my thing, I'm still hanging out with y'all. I feel like that? I hope so. But yeah, we are going to go ahead and get into what this lady has to say because, like I said, she looks wonderful. We got 2 hours of it, so get ready. Let's go.
Yes, indeed. So before we get into your story, introduce yourself to the people.
Okay, I'm Natanya Rubin. I am a mother. I am a widow. God rest my husband's soul. I am a lover of art. I have a reupholstery business. I'm a life insurance agent. I am a woman of many things. I call myself a Renaissance woman.
Amen. One thing about it, I'm so glad she did not introduce herself in regards to what this video is regarding. Like it says, you know, her being shot. I'm glad she introduced herself as who she is. Because like I said, I don't like calling them the V word victim. Because the one word that she did not describe herself as a V word. She did not describe herself as a victim. And I love that. Okay? Survivors. That's what they're called. Because I'm like, I don't like calling them that V word because it's not their fault that they were taken advantage of. That's what I'm like. It's not the word, but a survivor. That's what it is. Overcomer, a warrior, many things. Like she said, she is several things. Like she said, a Renaissance woman, but again, she did not call herself that victim word. And I love that. I love that, Mr. Tanya. I hope I'm saying it right.
I do many things. I have lots of skills and gifts, and I'm thankful to the Most High for them all.
Amen.
I'm also a victim survivor. I like to call myself a survivor.
That's what I'm saying. Pew, pew, pew. Okay, girl, so we on the same page. That's why I said, you know, some people be on a whole different book, you know, different chapter, different page. Baby, I'm reading right along with you, baby. I'm following along. Same page, same book, same sentence. I'm reading right along because I'm like, yeah, God gave it to me right before he confirmed that's what it is. Because I'm like, I don't like calling that viewer because they are survivors. It's not their fault that someone was predatory and took advantage of them. That's not their fault.
I was a victim of a shooting that night in the club, December 27th, 1999, shot in the face by Sean Puffy Combs.
And she remembered the date. Because that is traumatizing. Just like I remember when I went to the hospital, February 2nd, 2019. Baby, and that's when I spent the rest of the year in the hospital. Like, when stuff like that really changes your life, it changes your life. And that's why he definitely does still need to be held accountable. And he does need to pay this woman for pain, suffering, emotional damage. I don't know what else she could get, but I'm sure it's plenty of other things.
I was an innocent bystander. There's this notion online. What you did to make him shoot you? Nothing. But not that I or anybody deserved it. I was an innocent bystander, but I am a survivor. 24-year survivor.
And that's crazy because it did happen in 1999. Because I'm like, it is the year 2024. Like she said, she's a 24-year survivor. And y'all know it's my golden year. I'm born on the 24th. I'm a 24 girly. That's very telling. 24-year survivor. God bless her. God bless her.
So with that being said, right, if you don't mind, can you give me a play-by-play of everything that took place when you got shot by Diddy at the nightclub?
Snaps around. Because my other hand holding my white boy named Jay. Okay? Y'all know, grab your treats, grab your snacks. But, thank you. Get right into it. Recall the night of events. Amen. Because I'd love to hear from her. Let's go.
Okay, I can say I was at a girlfriend's house. We hung out for the holiday. My kids were spending Christmas with my grandmother.
And like she said, she probably wasn't even ready to jump into it. That's why she said, oh, okay. So, yeah, and I'm glad she really gave us a play-by-play. Like she said, it was December 27th, 1999. So this is around the Christmas time. It, like, especially that week between Christmas and New Year, like, the vibes, the festivities are immaculate. So they out on a weekend. Christmas probably on a weekday. They vibing. Hey, we out, we lit. We about to make it to another year. And here he go, traumatizing people. Like, it's terrible.
Everybody I had decided against going initially because I'd gotten saved, so I wasn't really out and about. But my girlfriends were like, come on. One of our girlfriends, her name is Big Stacy. She's a party promoter in the New York City area.
That's crazy. She wasn't even going to go out because she had recently been saved and she didn't even want to go to secular clubs. Not that you can't go to clubs as a Christian, because one thing about it, I'm a non-denominational Christian. Now I'm going to get out there. I'm going to have a good time, you know, in the world, but not of it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. And I decided, I'm going to go to support Stacey because we're friends and we supported each other in our endeavors. So I went out to support her promoting her own party that was at New Year's Eve.
Exactly. Definitely have discretion about what events you're attending, yes. Because I'm not saying now, don't be going to no FOs or nothing like that. But if you're going just to have a nice little girls' night, there's nothing wrong about that. Because I know some people that give their life over to Christ and just feel like, oh, I can't do this kind of stuff anymore. And it's like, well, who said that? Because even that Bible say drink, but do not become drunk. And like, babe, yeah. I mean, it's just saying have discretion. Don't be out there wilding, Use the sense God gave you. That's all. So, yeah. I'm glad she went to support her friend. But the unfortunate thing about it is the trauma that unfolded. And I'm sure that might have been something that was very telling for her in her life that was pivotal. Because even going out to support a friend, it just did not go the way that nobody wanted to end their night like, come on.
I was going to go to the New Year's Eve party, so I went ahead after Christmas and went with them to the party.
Okay, so yeah, like I said, it's that week after Christmas, going into the new year. That's literally the most wonderful time of the year.
We were getting dressed. I didn't really have any clothes to go out over there. Like I said, I hadn't been going out. And so I was going to go home to get clothes. And they were all saying, come on, Eb. Everybody calls me Ebony for short. Come on, Eb, don't go home. If you go home, you're not going to come back.
Facts. That be me every time because that's also my way to escape. I'm going to go home, take a shower, and I'm going to get ready. And every time I be like, yeah, I fell asleep. But I do. Because, girl, I didn't want to do that anyway. But it's like I be trying. But as soon as I lay down on that bed, I be catching Z's every time. Out like a light. The light be on, but I be out.
And they were probably right. If I went all the way home to the section of Brooklyn I lived in, I wasn't going to come back. So my girlfriend said, why don't you wear one of my outfits? So I'm like, nah, I'm not going to wear your outfit. I'll go to my sister's house. Went to my sister's house, got an outfit to wear, came back because it was relatively close in the same section of Brooklyn, Crown Heights. I came back and I was getting myself together to go.
See, that's the good thing about having sisters because my mom ain't have no other kids, child. And my dad only had sons besides me. So, yeah, I love that she had a sister that was able to give her clothes because, well, I'm not wearing my friend's clothes either. I'm just not the type of person. Like, even my homegirl, Grace, she was like, do you thrift? And I was like, no. She was like, dang, you answered that fast. And I just don't like wearing other people's clothes. If I get hand-me-downs, it's from my mom. Other than that, it gotta come new with tags. Like I just be feeling like people's skin cells still be stuck in their clothes. But I'm like, it's my mama's skin cells, child. They already on me anyway, so I gotta take them little skin cells. It gotta be like my mama, my grandma, my auntie. That's why I'm like, that's it. Just my immediate female, or even my dad, stuff like that. But still immediate, because other than that, I'm not wearing nobody's stuff. So I feel her, and that's good that she had a sister, because her friends probably trying to skank her out, and like she said, she had just given her life to Christ, so she's not gonna be walking around like no hoochie coochie girl. And I know that's right.
They had already complained that I was taking too long. I took too long, so they were already moving out of the door down to the car. In my foray towards the front door, I was putting my earring in, and my girlfriend Kelly, whose house we were at, had a big Rottweiler named Brick. Brick jumps up, stands fully tall, and puts his feet on my shoulder, and it knocks my earring out of my hand. The earring falls, goes under the fish tank that broke earlier that week.
Girl, what this got to do about the club night that you was getting shot? I mean, I guess all of this has to do with the night, but I wonder what all of this... I mean, I guess all of this matters because she still remembers all of this in 2024. I mean, girl, from the ear... Because obviously God wanted all of that to happen, but the earring, the dog jumping, a fish tank. Like, girl, I wanted her to say, so me and my homegirls pull up to the club. But again, all of this gotta matter because I'm just expecting to get straight into the club. She wasn't even expecting this question, baby. When I'm telling her, she's giving us details. But that's what I like. That's what I like. Y'all know we love the facts of the matter. Thank you, ma'am.
And so there were still little pieces of glass under there. So when I went to get my earring, cut my finger. Just all these little things trying to stop me from going out of the door.
Oh, so that's what she was getting to this at. Like she said, one, she ain't have nothing to wear. Two, the dog done jumped on her. I thought she was going to say he messed up her outfit because you know how dogs could be. But the dog done jumped on her, done knocked her earring out. Three, she done cut her fingers up trying to get her earring. Like she said, getting all the reasons, all the signs from God to tell her not to go. But she's trying to be supportive of her friend. And honestly, I've had that happen to the point to where, yeah, it is to your detriment. But when you try to support your friend, it's like you know that you don't want to go in your heart. You don't want to go. Everything is telling you not to go. You get all the signs in the world, but you feel like you'll be a bad friend if you don't go. I had to learn to just take those L's. I don't care. Because, baby, I got to deal with God at the end of the day. Love you, friend, but I can't make it this time. There are things that I do have to miss out on, and I can't wait to be at a point in my life where I can, be more present. But right now, I gotta be locked in. If we locked in, ain't no switching up. God got my back, and you know we going up. I'm like, that's just what it is, because he just gave me that right off the dome. So I'm tapped in, I'm focused. You should know this man.
I go clean my finger, I get the piece of glass out, I clean it, I wrap it, put on a Band-Aid, put my earring in. As I reach the threshold, they're blowing the horn, telling me to hurry up. I step 1 foot across the threshold, and a voice says, go change your shoes.
It's about they blowing the horns. Oh, but it's her friend's event, so she has to be there at a certain time. Okay. So, yeah. I'm surprised they didn't leave you. Not the Holy Spirit told her to go change her shoes. Probably because she had to run for her life.
Now, I knew it was God. God talks to me all the time. So I was like, if I change my shoes, I have to change all of my accessories. And God just repeated, go change your shoes.
Ooh. And she said, I know God. And she knew exactly what it was. And she said, but then I have to do this. God didn't care nothing about that. When you have to do that too then, huh? Don't it look like it then? You know what time it is. And that's how he be. I'm all that. Go do what I said. All right. You're right.
Now, I'm a stiletto girl. I would stand up in my beauty salon in stilettos for hours and hours on end. This particular day, I had on short ankle boots. I'm not a flats kind of girl. I don't really wear flats. Well, now I do. But back then, I did not. Those boots that I had on were flats. The heel was probably just about this big, and they were ankle boots, some snakeskin ankle boots. And I went back and I changed the boots. The boots I changed into, I had just bought them a month earlier around Thanksgiving from Bloomingdale's. And there's a story behind it. But I had a girlfriend named Pat.
She got a story behind everything. But I can't even say nothing about it because my life is like that. Like, I'm like, because especially me as a Virgo, stuff has to make sense to me. Because I be like, well, where you got them shoes from? I like backstories and stuff. And she's giving us backstory on backstory on backstory on backstory. That's literally how I talk. And I know that pisses people off because sometimes I forget what the freaking question was because I'll be done veered off. And I have to be like, where was I even going with this? And then I have to kind of find my way, how to circle back to it. But yeah, Babe is giving us details.
Whose sons were like the neighborhood guys that watch your back and all that and kind of they're on the block.
The D-boys, that's what she's trying to say? The neighborhood D-boys? She said they protect you. That's what they used to do because they ain't doing it like no more. They hurting women and children. They not abiding by the street code no more. It's kind of crazy. Because even my suburban ass knows the street code. So the fact that I know they're not abiding by it is just like, even that whole no killing in the daytime, that's why I'm just like, babe, y'all have no street code, no etiquette. Like, just wow.
She asked me for a favor. I did her hair. She came back and paid me at a later date and gave me a gift card to Bloomingdale's. I took that gift card, went to the store, bought these boots. So this is bigger than just change your boots. It was an act of faith and an act of love for a friend that was repaid to me. I took that act of love that was repaid, went and bought a pair of boots, and those boots saved my life.
Wow. So those are okay, because she said it's the backstory behind the boots. So she wore those boots. So were the boots high or low? Or was it those snakeskin boots? That's why I'm just like, girl.
I put those boots back. I went and put those boots on, which had a heel on them. Went down to the car. We went off to the club. They were complaining, you took so long, you're taking so long, we were going to leave you. We laughed it off. We got to the club. We pull up to the block, and there are 2 ambulances at the front of the block as you turn the corner, halfway in the street and halfway on the sidewalk on each side, narrowing the stream of traffic to 1 lane.
Bro, what? Because the way I know and believe that things are divinely orchestrated, everything that's happening now, I know that it's supposed to happen now, but I'm just saying, that is mind-boggling to me because I'm just like, wow. Like she said, just so many signs. And she remembers this so vivid. Like, this is such a vivid story. The details are not vague in the least bit. We even know it's a snakeskin boot.
And I instantly said, 2 ambulances? Are they expecting somebody to die? What is this? Because I had...
No, because, like, when do you go out and just see an ambulance at the club? They only there when something goes wrong. And for her to even say that, like she said, her recollection of events, wow.
Never, ever seen that at a club or at this club. And it just stood out as so weird to me. My friends were like, I had just gotten saved, so they were like, oh, come on, hallelujah, don't start with all that,
And maybe it was because they knew they had a celebrity coming. Maybe it was Diddy. So maybe they were just trying to block traffic off so they can have control. Y'all, what if he set it up like that? Because y'all know he got law enforcement in his pocket. Especially in New York. Hmm. Hmm. Because I'm like, hold on. Because why would you even need a gun when you got security? Not that you don't need to have your own peace. I understand that, especially for your own peace of mind and protection. But especially if this is the one that was, I hate to say it like that, but the club shooter was the one that was that he was with J-Lo and all the other kind of stuff. So, and yeah, and J-Lo was also there too. So yeah, for the protection of the both of them. And, yeah, because their relationship was definitely high profile. So,
Making their jokes. You know how it is. I'm from New York. We got thick skin. I'm not bothered by it, but it stood out to me instantly. It was a very cold day, so when we got to the front of the club, there were lots of people outside. And anyone who's familiar with the club scene knows, especially a club that's considered popping, they're always going to leave some degree of a line outside so that the additional people who arrive think, oh, wow, look at all these people. It must really be jumping. It's just a whole marketing thing for the nightclub scene. It's what they do. So there were tons of people outside. We pulled up to we got out, we were in front of the club, and so many people. I can say that I was relatively popular, and I knew so many people out there.
sometimes I wonder about her details and why they matter, but they end up doing it. They do. Because I'm like, well, her popularity got her in a section or something, or what? That's what mine do.
And everybody kept saying, what you doing here? I thought you was in the church. I thought what you coming to preach a sermon? People were making jokes and stuff like that. And I thought it was funny. We laughed. And I was like, no, I'm just out here chilling, helping Stacey promote. And everybody kept calling my name. People were because people had kind of steered away from me for a while. You know how it is when you first get saved. And you swing the pendulum all the way to the far left. Now everybody that comes in your presence, you're like, let me lay hands on your girl. The Father God told me to tell you this. And everybody was like, stay cool.
Yeah, they can't take it, especially because especially I'm somebody that's on fire for God. Sometimes I know it can come off as like overbearing and a lot, but I personally don't care. I love it. But especially when people see you out just doing just random regular things, it's just like, oh, okay, you are normal. I mean, I told you I could talk about God all day long. I sure can. But yeah, that's why I'm like, you can still do regular things. You can still go out to the club. You can still go to the 19. But you should always have discernment about everything that you do. And that's just that. Your friends, your partners, business, jobs, all that kind of stuff. Because even people that chose to work for Diddy, that's why I'm just like, how can you set up these rooms with all these, linens and changing and candles? No. And standing outside while he do? No. Going to get underage? No.
Ev, she got the Holy Ghost in her. Steer clear of her. So eventually you kind of swing your pendulum back and settle somewhere in the middle that's comfortable. But at that time, like I said, I was freshly saved. So I was a holy roller. But in being a friend, I'm loyal. I promised Stacey that I would be there for her, and so I was. Instantly when I walked in, I felt, well, let me back that up. So the owner of the club, he has like brothers or something. They all look alike. There's this group of people, the Burgos family. They all look alike. He came to the door and said, how many are you guys? How many is with you?
The Burgos family. The only Burgos I know is Bernice. That's why I'm like, let me find out. She a lover, and that's where the money really coming from. You can tell us you got a rich dad or something like that. Because ain't she from that borough like that? Because I'm like, the Virgos. Because it's Virgo season. Last day, but still, I thought she said Virgo at first, but I feel like she said Virgos.
She counted us out, and we all went in. So, he made us come in. When I was approaching the security guard, this particular one security guard, a female security named Sharice Myers, who was found out that she lied and committed fraud and all this stuff when I was...
Because she remember her name. Like I told y'all, Diddy pays the law enforcement, they say. I'm telling y'all what they said. Because I don't know why they be like to come for people for relaying information. I don't know what people said.
Walking in, she checked my bag, and she's like, you can't bring this in here. This is a weapon. It was a comb, a hair comb, a rat tail comb. She made such a big to-do about this comb, took it out of my bag, yet you allow 4 people or 3 people to come in with guns.
And I don't like when they do that to me either. As a black girl, bitch, you know my comb. Like, and first of all, bitch, it is a weapon, because bitch, don't play with me. If I can't have no gun, at the least I'm going to have is a rat tail comb, bitch, I will stab, bitch, I will get some evidence, I will turn it, bitch, you can have it, get him. Like, what are we talking about here? So, yes, rightfully so. I don't like it. Even when I have my baby hair brush, my on the edge baby hair brush, go to Disney because it's a little pointed at the end, but it's not metal because it's plastic. They be like, oh, okay, yeah, but it's just like, it's a hair tool. I know y'all not used to seeing it, but it's a hair tool. And she said, y'all letting in nugs, but not combs. It's crazy. Especially when she going out in 1999. You know her hair was together.
Like, make it make sense. So we get in the club. She takes my comb. She makes this big scene. We get in the club, and I'm really, the entire time I'm in this frame of mind, like, why did I come? Why did I come? So everybody, you know, it's active. It's, as they say, the club was jumping, and everybody's trying to, you know, they see people they know, and everybody's heading off somewhere. So I was like the designated driver homegirl. I just held a little corner in the front. I didn't go deep into the club because I wasn't in a party state of mind. I didn't feel like I should have been there.
Okay. And and that's why I thank God for our sessions, because yeah, like she said, she ain't even here to be on the dance floor. She is just here to support her friend, make sure, you know, that there are bodies in the building. So yeah.
And I just held my little corner across from the bar, stood in this little area by this half a metal wrought iron gate, and I just stood there. My friends would go off, do their thing, come back and check on me. You good, Ab? You want something to drink? You good? I just was like, oh, I'm good. Y'all go ahead. I was only in the club an hour and 15 minutes before I got shot.
Wow.
While I was standing there, right across from me at the other side, which is where the bar was, I saw Scar, Matthew Allen, the guy that Puffy got into the fight with, that caused this whole melee to take place. I knew Scar. Scar's mother lived across the street from one of my beauty salons.
Okay. And she said one of my beauty salons. And she had one of her beauty salons in the 99s and 2000s. Stop playing with her. Okay. Yeah, let me find you was a gangster or something. Cause I'm like, just turning her life over.
I've known Scar from the street. I've known him for years, and we were cool. So he's like, hey, what you doing in here? Because he knew I got saved too. And so he's like, uh-oh, praise the Lord, you up in here? You know, what you doing in here? Everybody was shocked to see me there because they all knew. That's how 10 toes down I am. Wherever I'm doing, everyone is going to know. It's not a secret for me. And so because everybody knew I got saved and I was not out at clubs and stuff like that, it was clear, what you doing here?
And I feel like that is a testament to everything that went on. Because my mom told me that apparently the case didn't really get to go through because they couldn't prove that was him or whatever. But like she said, people know when you don't go somewhere. Like it's like me with sports. If I show up at a football game or something like that, it's definitely gonna be a, what you doing here? Because first of all, I don't know nothing about no sports. I don't know who's playing. I'm just here for the festivities and the hoorah, and like she said, the support of whoever I may be there with. So people know when you aren't doing something. So yeah, that's why I'm like, I definitely feel like it's a testament to what have happened, because that's not a spot that she frequented, visited, but when she was there, everybody was just like, well, what you doing here? And then she ends up being a survivor of Mr. More Money, More Problems. I like the way that sounds, because again, I don't like calling them V words. So yeah, them V words, but the V word, that V, I don't like that.
And so I was like, oh, you know, Stacey's promoting her stuff, and I'm just out here with her promoting, supporting her, and that's it. He said, what you drinking? Let me get you a drink. I said, I'm not drinking.
Ginger ale.
So I said, I'll take a juice.
That's what
so
I
he
drink.
ended up getting me a juice. He even laughed, like, you got me ordering juice? I said, I'm not drinking.
Right.
And that's the thing about me as well. When I say what I say, people respect my decisions, just like I respect theirs. If I'm not participating in an activity, no one can make me do it. It just so happens, I drank my juice, I was standing on the side. One of my girlfriends came to me eventually and said, I want to go to the restroom. And so I walked with her to the restroom. We went down, we descended the staircase, which was right beside where I was standing, and we went around the perimeter.
See, this is where I thought the story would have started. We showed up, everybody like, what's up? You know, they shocked to see me out. My friends are doing their thing. Come to me a little later. They got to use the bathroom. Because I'm like, baby, she gave us details. We know she had on some gold hoops, snakeskin boots.
Because if you know a club, it's all thick and congested in the middle, and I don't want to be brushing against people and all that stuff. So we walked the outer perimeter of the club, and we went to the bathroom. As I got down there walking, you could see that the club was really like packed. There were tons of people there. And so I was like, wow, it's really, crowded in here. You could kind of see who and who was in the club.
So now I'm thinking, because like she said, when they got there, it was ambulances. But your friend Stacey is the promoter. Stacey knew that Diddy and J-Lo were going to be in the club that night, or was it just a party that was being promoted and they decided they wanted to go to this party in New York because it looked like it may be a popping party? Because I'm like, I wonder how, like I said, just how he ended up being in the mix of all of this. Especially because it's her friend's party.
We went to the bathroom. I went right back to my spot. In no time, a bunch of people start ascending up the staircase from the dance floor and coming into what would be the corridor between where I was standing on one side and where.
You know she got multiple businesses and some money. My girl said the corridor. Don't nobody ever in no club say that a club has a corridor. Well, maybe in them New York spots, but baby, I'm in Florida, and that's why I'm just like, child, what? A corridor, a lobby. What I say, a corridor.
The bar was and a bunch of other people were standing, where Scar was standing. That walkway led to the front door. And whenever celebrities or someone notable is making their way through the club, you know how it is. They have the main people, they have the entourage, they have security, whatever, the hangers on, and everybody who wants to be adjacent to them. And so that's what happened. All those people trying to be adjacent, like, oh, where they going? Let me walk where they walking. Jumped on too. So it was it swole. That little walkway swole with people.
Especially because at this time, like we said, Diddy and, Miss Girl, were a high profile couple at that time, and they showed up at the club in New York. Because again, especially in this time, it was not as easily accessible to just talk to celebrities like we do. Like, we can just mention them on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, wherever we decide to mention them at on these platforms, because they're on these platforms. These platforms weren't even built in this time. Like, the celebrities were there through magazines. They had fan mail. You could write to them or have a subscription to their fan mail. Maybe a website, because all of them didn't even have websites, but you saw them at tours, you saw them in videos. It was not nearly as accessible, especially on a phone, for us to be around celebrities. So I'm sure in the 99s going to 2000s, especially like she said, going after Christmas into New Year, and then Mr. More Money, More Problems and J-Lo come through, the club is going crazy. And in New York, yeah.
As they were ascending the stairs, Shine song was on, it was going off, and Black Rob's song Whoa was coming on. So that,
God dang, she remember the song selection from 1999. Girl, if you don't sue this man for all the money, you remember everything. She remember what song was going off, what song was coming on. Jesus.
little intro, like that instrumentation. And so people were like, it was a current song at the time. It was popping. People were feeling themselves, and they started, posturing and bravado, and everybody was hyped. As they came through with that kind of mentality, they bumped into Scar's back. Now, Scar's back was to the walkway, so he couldn't see who was coming.
So this all started because some New York dudes got into it, all because of a bumping. Because Scar felt like, can't nobody bump me in my city or anywhere. But Diddy felt like, it's my city. You ain't got no money. You ain't making no money. You ain't making no noise. That's how this started? Oh, that's... Girl, if that's okay, Scar owe you some money then. Girl, you said that's your friend? Yeah. What the...
He was facing the bar. His back was to the walkway. As they came through, they pushed him, and his drink went in his face. So like anybody, if somebody pushes you from the back, he elbowed back, like, get off of me.
Oh, yeah, and I see that would have pissed me off. Yeah, because now my drink done splashed all on me in my face. I am ready to fight. I'm ready to get out of. Because watch where you going. Because what's going on that I'm getting bumped. Yeah, I'll be ready to thump.
He elbowed back, they tried to push. And so it made the whole crowd start swaying. And that's when they got into this whole interaction, like, yo, he apparently, I don't know all the details in that, but I didn't know them firsthand at the time. I do know them now.
Because I'm like, for somebody to say, I don't know, but you got all the details in the world is alarming. And you didn't know them then. Well, like she said, she didn't know him then. She knew of him. Like she said, his mom just had a house around one of her beauty salons. So when you local, you see people. Put it like that. And it's her beauty salon. She's there every day. So, well, I'll say often, because I don't know if she's there every day, but we'll say it's her salon. So she's probably there often.
He tried to say something to him or whatever, and then they said whatever they said, and then one of the guys that was with Scar, apparently Puffy gestured in some type of way that they didn't like, and one of the guys that was with Scar slapped him in the face with a wad of money.
Oh my goodness. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Because I know he pressed them with it. Y'all ain't making no money. Y'all ain't making no noise, because he's one of those dudes. He leads with his money. Not really his personality, because he's not really a good person. Clearly, from the lawsuits and everything else that we've seen from him. Again, he's still a good artist and good ear for good artists. But yeah, the man is just vile. But yeah, start them with some money. Like, stop playing. No, they're not gonna make a millions in, and this is the 9-9. So Puff wasn't even on no millions in at that point. So at that point, yeah, he was bad boy, and yeah, he was getting some money, but he was still trying to get some money. He was still on the come up, because like we said, it wasn't until 2008 that he actually got the Hollywood star on the Walk of Fame. But I'm trying to think, because I was born, you know, in the early 90s, and I'm just thinking about the 9-9. Yeah, nah, this is definitely, because I'm like, because I'm just thinking, when I was born, yeah, Hypnotized came out, like, they were working, yeah, because I'm like, Biggie, 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 baby, baby, like, was my thing growing up. So, yeah, because just trying to think about the money, because at that point, yeah, they were winning awards, but they were still trying to get some money. Yeah, that's what, yeah. It didn't hit yet. They was living good. Now we living better now. Coogee sweater now. But I'm the man girlfriend. But it wasn't, yeah, because he hadn't built himself up, especially to that mogul status at all yet. But I'm just thinking, because I'm like, when would he have started making the money? Because at that point, the artist would have been making all the money, and maybe that's why he tried to take Big out, because he was only getting a percentage. I don't know. I'm just saying. Let's finish.
It was like the young guys are now, doing that little phone brick thing. Well, he had this wad of money in his hand for whatever reason, because I wasn't standing near them. I was across. But all I know is I saw when he swung and slapped, and money was raining through the sky and falling to the floor. Everybody started trying to run and pick up money, and it was just craziness. It was lights, action, camera, people scurrying for money, trying to catch money out of the sky, and that melee was still taking place. Now, when I saw that, I turned around to my friend, and I was like, uh-oh, shit is getting crazy in here.
Right, girl, because the night was lit. Hold on. I hate to say it like that, but yeah, he does. Right, like she said, they holding the money to their ears, because again, he be trying to press people, especially, well, I guess he pressed, I don't know, because I guess I don't know. I'm like, what is it? Because at first I thought he just did not like women. But I'm like, maybe it's just that he does not like himself, because he can't live his truth. Because I'm like, maybe he does just bully whomever he can, if he feels like they're inferior to him in money, in gender. Yeah, it's him. It's him.
You see this? And never in a million years did I think it would escalate to a shooting. I thought it was male bravado. It was cold as ice outside, so I had no reason to believe it would get to that. But in no time, one thing led to another. The money was falling down.
Well, she said it ain't even hot enough for y'all to have no attitude out. It's cold outside. Y'all should be chilling.
And then I hear the raised voices, and I see Shine and Puffy start backing back. Now, we don't all watch the Hood movie or whatever. We know what it looks like when people are backing back and reaching from their hip to pull. So as they were backing back, they were drawing from their hip. And I turned to tell my friend, like, "Ooh, girl, watch out. Oh, my God." Because there was really nowhere for me to go.
Okay, so this is my thing. If she sees him reaching from underneath his pants, like some New York niggas would in a club, okay? And especially at that time, he was on the come up. I could definitely see him trying to assert his dominance by trying to do stuff to people, child. Acting like he's so rough and tough. But you can't survive, Joy. That's why they talking about he on that watch right now, which I don't believe. But if he is, he ain't gonna survive. But I ain't gonna say it like that. I'm just saying he was not ready to actually be taken down. Especially now. I think maybe he thought he had like, maybe never getting caught. Maybe it was he never thought that he would get caught. But here you are caught, and as much as he loved being bent or doing the bending or whatever the case may be, you are not ready to have your freedom stripped from you. You're not ready to have to sit behind and say, you like being on yachts, my boy. Come on.
Where I was standing, there was a wrought iron metal rail to my back. I couldn't go. There was a drop over that. In fact, one of my friends fell over it onto the dance floor after everything happened. There was nowhere for me to go.
I'm like, is this an upstairs or downstairs club? Because I'm like, no, her friend fell. I would have done the same thing. Fuck that. Girl, as soon as they start drawing from the hip, like you said, you know what time it is? Time to bounce, 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 bounce up out that bitch. What? Like she said, over that rail, I would have been scaling down it. Don't care nothing about that. It's a rail, okay? Girl, like she said, it's cold outside, but baby, I value my life. At that point, you got to make sure that you are near the nearest exit, so that way, if you got to make a get up out of there, you out.
And so, as they were going back, they were backing back, like literally walking backwards towards the door, drawing from their hip. I told my friend, I said, oh my God, watch out.
Oh, from the
As
door.
I turned back to look at them, I watched them, bow, bow. Both of them fired, and the muzzle flash was like, psh, psh. Shine's muzzle flash was a little higher. He was on the side closest to the bar. Puffy's muzzle flash was a little lower, and he was on the side closest to where I was, straight ahead from me. I watched them both fire their guns. I watched them. I got hit right here, in my nose, in between my eyes, which means I'm facing directly at you. Just like...
That's crazy. I didn't know that lady got shot in her head. Did the story say that? Oh, yep, it does say it says in the face. It does. Because that's crazy. Just the fact that she survived that. Oh my God, it's good. My God, it's so good. Especially like she said, everything that had happened leading up to this. I could see why all of that still, I hate to say haunts her to this day, but it weighs on her. We'll say it like that because I don't like saying haunting like that. But it definitely does weigh on her because like she said, she has so many, even when she went though, like she said, God told her change your shoes. Now let's see what the shoes got to do with anything. Let's see if they come up.
I'm looking at you, and I can tell you got on black shades. They kind of look like Gazelles and an Adidas shirt. That's exactly how I was looking at him. And I watched him shoot me. So, not to digress, it always bugs me when people say, how can you be sure? The same way you're sure when your man is lying to you, or when your woman is lying to you, or the same way you're sure when you ask your kids a question and they do that little thing they do when they're not being honest and you know they're telling a story.
Like she said, she watched him. Like she said, she saw two guns being drawn. She saw the height of one. She saw the height of the other. She saw them firing off. And I could imagine him trying to boom, 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 like Soulja Boy. I ain't gonna say it was that many times, but I was just trying to do the Soulja Boy. I could imagine Diddy thinking he a bad boy, especially in the 99s going into the new year of the 2000s. Yes, I could see it too. Go ask her, how can you be sure? I kind of think that's rude. I see what she's saying because I didn't know people asked her that. Because, I mean, because the details, because what do you mean? Because that's her life, because that's what she saw. Like, are you sure? Like, what? I'd be one thing if you say, like, oh my God, really? And then they'd be like, duh, yeah, really, like, what I got a lot for? But, like, are you sure? Is insulting. How can you be so certain? Wow, slap in the face.
I'm that sure. We know people that we love. We know people's tells or body language or whatever. The same way you're sure that I have on a green shirt, I'm certain that he shot me.
Don't that shirt look green to you? Because it looks pretty darn green to me. It's a nice shade of jade green. I really like it. That's why I'm like the way the material is reflected on the light. I'm a fan. I love the look. Love it. Ask that lady if she's sure.
Now, was he aiming at me? Was I the object of his fire? Absolutely not. I should not have been because I didn't do anything to him. But is that what resulted? Absolutely, because I see a lot of people online get stuck on that. Oh, well, why would he shoot you? What did you do? Did you owe him money? And I'm like, class, pay attention.
That lady said, I just got caught in the crossfire of somebody being stupid. Literally. Because I'm like, he don't even seem like the type of person that, like, has control, aim, any of that. I mean, if he got her in the face, he got her in the face. But at the same time, like she said, he getting into it with people that are around her. So I could see him trying to aim for them. And in the midst of everything, she just get caught. Because, one, she's standing there. But the fact that she's standing there and he's still shot at her is just kind of insane at the same time. Because like she said, she ain't even ducking. She is just watching this go down, which is crazy. I mean, her fight or flight didn't kick in or nothing. Because like I said, I'm the friend that would have been scaling down to the dance floor. Baby, what?
Bullets don't have names, and they don't have predetermined destinations. Once they come out of the gun, they're going to go wherever they go. And that's the thing about crime and shooting people. You cannot guarantee that what you're aiming at is what you're going to hit. Because you might be a thug, but it doesn't mean you have good aim. You might be a criminal, but it doesn't mean you have good aim.
And that's all I'm saying. Now, again, I don't know why she's just sitting there. Or we're not even, I'm talking about not here, but just standing there when all of this happened. But right, definitely. Because, child, I know, like, I would have to be the type of person that goes to the gun range. Like, I would need some practice. Because, yeah, God would have to be with me if I just had to bust a move. Because, again, I'm just somebody that's, used a paintball at the most and a BB gun, which is pretty much the same thing. Other than that, hey.
And that is exactly how I sit here today. Because some thug criminal with an attitude and an ego that was outside of control decided he was going to fire a gun in a crowded nightclub and shot me in my face. By the grace of God, I am here.
Life doesn't. And that's exactly what we were just saying, literally. That's exactly what it is. I hope the comments don't say anything stupid. Oh, okay, shout out Trey Gang on, because I'm like, okay. But Big is smiling down from heaven right now. I love this woman and her spirit. We need that. Yes, that's definitely who I want to hear from. Farnsworth Bentley. That is most certainly who I am ready to hear from.
The first thing I said when the bullet hit me, and listen, when right before the muzzle flash went off, when I turned back to look, I heard God's voice say, "Relax, you are about to get hit. Calm down." And when I screamed, "No, pop, pop."
But I can imagine, like she said, right before it happened, her Holy Spirit was letting her know, I'm here with you. Like, it's going to happen, but you need to calm down. Because, like I said, her fight or flight did not kick in at all. But again, I'm wondering, because like I said, I know that somebody that is, a divine cosmic individual, I believe that everything is divinely orchestrated. The fact that it happened to her and she's still allowed to tell the story, in spite of everything that happened that night to her, even leading up to the night, she was a vessel for what's going on right now. And that is crazy. Because now I'm like, I'm a part of the collective as well. I'm like, I done started getting into it, and, because it's just about spreading awareness, just about who people are, so we can look out for these things, especially as women. That's, again, it's all about awareness for me, because one, this is not, bloggers, journalism or anything like this. It's the facts. It is people's experiences. It's their truths. Again, we playing the truths, because I don't really want to come to y'all with tea. Y'all know I come to y'all with tea sometimes, but I'm like, child, we got a lot of politicking and real life stuff that's going on. We ain't even got to come to y'all with no tea, okay? We can come to y'all with, just stuff. I don't even know what to call it, but yeah.
Hit me dead in my face. And I never passed out. I never fell. I never cried. Everybody started running. And just like when you watch a TV show or a movie and there's one person standing in a spot and everybody else is moving in fast motion and that one person is just in that spot, whatever they do looks a little slower, but that everybody else is moving fast.
And that's exactly what I see from her now that she says that analogy, because I'm like, her flight or fright, whatever it's called, fight or flight did not kick in at all. Because like I said, I would have jumped over the railing and fell down to the dance floor like her friend did. But she just stood there, and like I said, why is she just standing there as people are running around her? Like, she didn't even duck. But it was for this very moment, not in this. Well, yes, this very moment of what's going on now.
That's exactly what it was like. Everybody was running, trying to get places. It was chaos. It was chaos. When that door, the first few people ran out of the door flew open. And remember, I was in that line sight, straight from the staircase, straight towards the front door. As soon as the bullet hit me, I threw my hands up and screamed out, "No, God, don't take me. I'm not finished raising my kids. I have work to do."
I mean, the craziest part about it is, girl, I don't even think God was going to take you. I just think, like I said, I think somehow she got used as a vessel, because even just thinking about, like she said, where she got shot at, is nothing but bones there. I mean, of course, it's like, flesh tissue and stuff like that, but it's not like your brain is up higher. It's like your jaw is like right between it, but it's like that nose cavity is just like, that bone is just like, it's just straight through to the back, and that, girl, wow.
Screamed that at the top of my lungs. I said, "I'm not going. Don't take me. I have work to do. I have to raise my children." And as I said that, the door flew open, and I could feel that total rush of that cold December 27th morning. It was freezing out there. And it passed right before the air. You ever watch Star Trek and they say, "Beam me up, Scotty," and they start to pixelate? My body started doing that.
Oh, see, I never knew what Beam Me Up Scotty came from, as someone that listened to Nicki Minaj Beam Me Up Scotty mixtape. But I also never watched Star Trek or Star Wars. But still, like she said, she really asked God, like, "No, God, I'm not done." Girl, like I said, I don't think God was even going to take her. She was just going to be used as a vessel for this moment of this man. Like, this is wild.
My body pixelating. I didn't even feel like a solid person anymore. And as my body was pixelating, that's when the door flew open and the air rushed in. You seen a loosely knit sweater, or like the mesh net shirts that Jamaican men wear, the dreadlocks, the Rastafarians wear, that little mesh t-shirt? That's how I felt.
Like
I could feel the cold air from the front door rush through me, pass through me, go into the front of me, and pass out the back of me.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, oh my God, I'm dying. Because I had never felt that sensation. I've always felt like a full, solid woman that I am.
Right. I'm like, imagine just air going through you. And like she said, oh my gosh, she just feels like I'm dying. What? Because spiritually, I'm like, what if her spirit was going to another realm? I don't know, because I'm like, just to even save her, because I don't know how that will work, but I'm like, to feel that, even though it may feel like that it could have been maybe protection, rebirth, I'm not certain exactly, but wow, because yeah, I've never felt anything like that. Like, whoa.
I felt the air come to my front, pass through my flesh, and come out the back. So all I could think was, this is what death feels like. I feel like I'm separating. My pieces are separating, and I'm dying. And that is what I thought. Now, I don't know what to call that frame of mind. I was conscious. I was fully aware. I looked to the side, and I saw this guy laying on the floor under the lip of the bar. And I said, oh, my God, he died. And I stood there and prayed for him, because my mentality was, he got shot in this. We had shared this situation. He got shot, and I got shot.
I was about to say, girl, you had just gotten shot in your face. And the first thing that you could think was, let me pray for this man who had also got shot. As she should. Amen. But the fact that that's just so selfless of her. She wasn't even thinking about the fact that she had literally just gotten shot in the face. Right in between her freaking nose. Like, literally, you just got right here. She pointed to it. And you're worried about praying for someone else. God is good, and that's beautiful. Because I'm like, child, that's what I said. Not just a survivor, but a warrior. So selfless to even just pray for somebody. Just like she said, God, no, I'm not ready. And even though she felt like she was about to leave this earth, she was still using those last moments to pray. I know God was so pleased when all of this is happening. That's why I'm like, girl, I hate that it happened. But I feel like that V, instead of calling her a victim, it should be called a vessel. Because, like I said, I feel like even though it happened 24 years ago that she got shot in this, club with Diddy. Yeah, she can recount every detail of that night. Only thing she didn't tell us is what he had on that night.
I thought I was dying, and I already thought he was dead. So I didn't want him to face God without being saved. And so I stopped and I prayed for him. I prayed the blood of Jesus over him.
That is beautiful. Because she's like, if he goes, I want him to go to heaven. That's why we gotta, even the Bible tells us that, to pray for each other. Don't just pray for yourself, pray for others. And I definitely do. I've always done that my whole life. Father, forgive each and every one of us for our sin. Help each and every one of us to be better. Order our steps in your word so that we can do your will. That's always been a part of the prayer. Because, dear God, we need you.
And I prayed for his family, and I prayed for the entire situation.
Amen.
And it was
with... Okay, we got another little ad, baby. I don't know if we're going to sit through this, but okay. Because I'm like, I love that. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and give them that like. Because, yeah, we about to do a little skippity skip.
I can't say that I was afraid. I can't. Every time I get to this point, I just get emotional. I can't.
Girl, you didn't even get emotional when you was talking about you getting shot in the face. But this is the part that makes you emotional. That's why I'm like, I know God was so pleased with this one, because I'm just like, this is the part that makes you emotional? Wow.
I'm a tough cookie, and I promise you, I don't even, my mind doesn't tell me it's time to cry, but it's something, I'm a tough cookie, but this always, because I can feel it. It's that whole where people say, how can you be sure? I can still feel it. I can still see it playing through my mind. Like, what's your favorite movie?
Gotcha. Because, because obviously like I said, every recollection or detail of that event of the night that she is given is very vivid. You could picture it. That's why I'm like, even asking her, are you sure? How do you know? I mean, it's insulting. It's a slap in the face, because, I mean, the details are there. There's nothing that you have to have a question about. So to ask that question is insulting to her, because how would she not know? Because that would be the absurd part, to actually not remember, to actually not, to be standing, to be looking, like she said, head on. This is in the face. I was looking. This is the direction that I was looking in, and it happened. Sheesh.
What about Mary?
I know you know every single part about something about Mary. When she getting ready to go like this and that hair is stuck up and what's in your hair? The same way you know every iota of that movie.
Because I don't even know what movie that is, but even she does. And like she said, the way her details come out, like she said, if you seen that movie, then you saw this. I don't know what she's talking about. So, yeah, ma'am, I definitely don't know what you're referring to with that. But the fact that she's, again, her details, they're there.
I know every iota of this movie. This is the movie that plays over in my head. And it's not my favorite. Far from it. But it's what plays over and over in my mind. I can't forget it.
I understand. I know it got to be hard for you to relive that incident. So when it comes to the shooting, right, from your point of view, you're sure that Diddy shot you? 100%?
I'm 100% sure.
And then he gonna sit there and ask her that. Didn't she just tell you, don't ask her that? In a way of words, and then you come at, so just to be sure.
I'm 100% sure. I'm 1,000,000% sure. I'm as sure as my babies came out of my womb and out of my vagina. I'm that sure.
They don't have clubs. They don't have cameras in the clubs. Where were the cameras? They didn't, I mean, now I can't say that there's any other witness, no. Because if I'm running for my life, I'm definitely not looking around at anything else. I'm not worried about nobody else. I'm worried about my life. So no, I don't expect there to be any other witnesses. No, I don't. Besides a club camera.
And
Ring a ding ding me, please.
Like. I'm that concrete sure. And you notice the one thing. He has never formally denied. He did that one video with that wackadoodle attorney that was looking like he was high on coke.
Okay, so he's known for having wackadoodle attorneys, because I'm like, the person that's taking over this case now seems like they might be a little wackadoodles. That's why I said, if I done already told the lawyer what to lie oil about. Nah, to make them baby oils make sense. But, if they don't, child, that's on them, because the stuff that I've been hearing is stupid. Again, there are people that are testing to this man's character that's alive. You can't say he didn't do anything. You got to say, again, now this when you got to start. See, I'm giving him more stuff. I think we done already told him this, though. This when you start saying people to lie, Mr. Lawyer. You got to find you somebody that's a counselor that's already terrible, and they could say that he done been on them records. Somebody that could doctor some stuff up, give it to the court. I don't know. Do whatever y'all do. He's gonna change more. Oh, he got private therapy. Let's say you ain't even have no insurance records because he got enough money to pay by. Yeah, see, I'm telling you, the lawyer better get on his job, because that man is. I mean, because again, it's not a matter of whether or not he did it at this point. It's just how much time is he gonna get. That's all it is. Is it gonna be? Are they going to give him just a slap on the wrist and make it, a little house arrest thing? Or are they going to make it, where it's going to be 20 years? Or is it going to be for the rest of your life? Or like, what is it going to be? That's what it is at this point. It's just what is going to be what is going to be the result of the consequences that you have done in all these heinous acts. That's all it is. It's a matter of at this point. Because it's not even a matter of Diddy or Diddy not. Because again, the cases are there. The people still alive. They said what they said and they ain't got to lie. So,
And he was like, I did not, and he used word semantics. I did not do anything to those people in a club. I remember his video 100%, a news conference. His eye, that's why he wears shades all the time, because his eyes tell on whatever he says. Go back.
Ooh. Because a lot of celebrities do it because they be high as a kite. Paparazzi lights be flashing. Those are two different reasons. 1 and 2. Because then paparazzi lights be flashing. And because like she said, they always got something to hide behind them shades. It's behind the frames.
You can look at that video. There's a slender attorney who he never used again, no less, who's sitting at the table. Oh, these people are lying. We're going to prove da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Nonsense. Nonsense. He said, I did not do anything to hurt those people at a club. Word semantics. See, I don't have the option of tuning it out and moving on with my life. It's my existence. So every single thing said, especially by him and the parties involved, sticks in my head.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. And that's what I said. Pain and suffering and everything else that she can give this man. When they cut the check after they seize his stuff, after this case, make sure she get her cut first. I don't know about first. One of the first, put it like that, because baby, she been suffering for 24 years. This woman has had kids. I mean, she has kids older than the stuff that she's endured, but I mean, that could be a whole nother kid. It could be a couple. 24 years?
You have a unique brain that absorbs everything and remembers details, finite details of obscure things that most people it would pass you and you wouldn't even remember it. I remember it all. I just have an uncanny thing.
She looks like it. She looks and she sounds like she's very analytical. That's why I wonder where her sign is, because I'm just like, the way she gives the details. Whew, that's the only thing she didn't tell us is what he had on that night.
In my beauty salon one day, a guy pulled up to the front of my salon. I saw him in the car. I looked, turned my head. I said, "Come here." He came in the door of my beauty salon. He was like, "Me?" I said, "I know you." He said, "I don't know you. I don't recognize you." I said, I was sitting in my mind for a second. I had to ponder, where do I know him from? And I said, "Oh, your name is Colin." And I'm sure he's somewhere out in the world. He can verify this. I said, "Your name is Colin. Your grandmother's name is Miss Cook. She was the cook at our daycare center. You and I used to go to Haitian American daycare center together when we were 4. You drank my milk one day at lunch, and I punched you. You fell backwards in the chair, broke your teeth, and I got a butt with it."
Girl, now she remembers stuff. That's what I'm saying. Her recollection of events, and that's why she's saying stop playing with the way that she can recall events, because this is something that she's done her whole entire life. Like she said, she's in a beauty salon and remembers somebody from when she was 4 years old. Because like she said, she punched him, and she got beat for it. But why did he drink her milk?
When I said this, I was probably maybe 28. I hadn't seen this guy since we were 4 or 5. He said, "This chipped tooth in my mouth?" He looked at me and said, "Who are you?" His tooth was still chipped.
That's crazy, and that's how he knew she was not lying. Y'all, oh, hold on, because I'm like, something just came up in here. Oh my God, my freaking laptop. See, this is what I'm talking about. Bro, what the... Oh my God. Bro, what the Bro, it's a freaking wasp up in my freaking tiny house. I'm outside trying to smoke. Like, what the frick, show? Alright, y'all. Because I'm like, y'all, yeah, she done beat the man up. I'm so mad because I done beat my laptop up at this point. That just pissed me off. I'm trying to chill and vibe, and this done put me on my own tiny house. What the? Because, baby, it's big and black, and I said, well, you can have that. Okay, I don't play like that. But, yeah. Now he say this chip tooth, like, now she punched him to the point where the chip was tooth about some milk. Don't play with our girl.
My girlfriend was like, "Yo, Em is wild like that. She remembers everything." Yes, I remember everything. We were in daycare center. I was a grown woman at the time. I glimpsed him just turning my head and looking out the front window of my salon. I'm that certain.
She said, I'm that certain. Don't play with her recollection of events. Maybe God wanted me to stand up, because I'm like, the fact that I have not seen that wasp come back out is really bothering me, because like I said, maybe I need to stand up. But yeah, stop playing with our girl recollection of events at the bottom of the line, at the bottom of the day.
I know other people use other people's situation as the litmus test by which they judge whatever you say or do, but I am unlike most people in this world, and I'm comfortable with that.
Didn't we just get in it? Because I'm like, we definitely about to skip this. Because that's just, a little, they must be on aggressive
Fresh and
mode.
body spray.
I have a very innate ability to remember things that people would not believe. I have an innate ability to remember details like you would not believe. And that is just how the good Lord wired my brain. This is who I am. I'm not going to let anybody challenge me on what I know and believe and what I know concrete that I saw. No one is going to challenge me on that. I stand vehemently and firmly 10 toes flat on the floor and stand by this with my life. And
If she said on her life, he did it. Oh, pun intended. Did it.
And trust me, everybody else knew what happened
Did
too.
he?
You know how many
He
people in the
did.
club were talking about this all around New York? Everybody knew he did it.
So why weren't they, like, why was that? Because I'm like, how did this case not go in her favor if all of them in New York know that he did it? Did they not want to say anything? Because especially at this time, again, the power that this man had, especially over law enforcement, and we'll just say at the very least, because everybody was talking about, why didn't he say anything? Why didn't he say anything? Come on now, please. You don't still be acting like he didn't do it.
Everybody knew he did it. If you look in the comments on all of these video blogs and podcasts that are online, you'll see people that say, "Oh, I was in the club that night. We know he did it." Everybody knew he did it. So this is not just my word. They just had the power, the influence, and the money to get around town and shut people down and pay them for their silence.
I can't believe that. But like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if there weren't any witnesses, because, baby, I would be worried about running. That would be my focal point, is making sure I get up out of there.
I personally know people who were paid for their silence.
That would piss me off. That would really hurt me to know that you were paid for your silence. That's why I said, if knowing that people can be bought scares me, because that just shows how loyal you are. That's why I'm like, if somebody say, I'll pay you X amount of dollars to do something or to not do something, that is fucked up. Like, for real, you are really disturbed, demonized individual. I don't like stuff like that, and you got to stay away from me. I rebuke stuff like that from ever being around me. Amen, amen, amen.
Personally. And that doesn't make me feel good, but I know they were. And here's the long and short of it. God created me also to not be a grudge holder in the world.
Oh, girl, amen. Because I definitely tried not to, but God's still working on me. God is definitely still working on me.
As much as I don't like what they did, and they could have solved this a long time ago had they spoken up, they know how to look out for people who are struggling, going through, and pay them the right amount of money. You know?
Because, like, that's one thing that everybody says. They know how to look for the people that are struggling, the people that need money. They prey on the people that need money, and that's what they give them. Because that's all they, and that's what I said, people that can be bought really scare me, because that means the price on my head. I don't like that. That's scary.
People's philosophy is, I'm going to take this money because I have this need today.
Yep.
And nobody's going to come and rescue me. Nobody's going to come in. Who else is going to come and say, hey, take 10,000 or take 20,000? Who else?
Yeah.
So while I don't like that they did not speak truth to power, I don't like that they allowed a situation to persist all this time without all of the facts being on the table and them saying what they knew happened. But I'm not going to sit here and judge anybody for the actions that they made.
I don't know. I can't not do that, because this is my life that we're talking about, especially if she would have passed. Thank God she didn't. But just imagine if that woman had not been here to tell us about this experience. And then the people, again, are being paid off and all this other kind of stuff. That would really hurt me. That is so unfortunate. I hate that she had to live through that, or still has to live through that.
I don't like it, and it was wrong. But the decision that they made was theirs to make, and they're going to have to face God about that decision.
You're right. And that's one thing that I do have to remember, so that I'm not having any hard feelings towards anyone. Because, yes, God definitely does sit high and look low. He sees all. He knows all. Even the stuff that we don't even know about. He knows all. So on that, in that instance, she is right. And I definitely do have to remember that. I mean, for the most part, I do remember that, because, you know, like I said, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. And I definitely do believe that God fights all my battles for me. That's why I don't even argue with people no more, baby. Just give it up to God, baby, because like he said, it's above me. And one thing that it definitely is, I don't want it to be this wall. So I just want it to be God and Jesus in the heavens. I don't want nothing else to be above me, God, because I'm trying to get back in my tiny house to do a little relaxation as I have been. And I really hope it is gone, because I just have the door open because it's a beautiful day. I want some natural fresh air. I love looking at, you know, the day. But yeah, them people definitely wrong for accepting that money from that man. Like, that is really, really hurtful.
As for me and mine, I'm 100% clear on it.
And you made a comment about Diddy. He was wearing all white that night, so it was easy for you to see that he had a gun on him.
Oh, well, child, like I said, she said everything except for what the man was here to see, that he was holding a piece. Wow.
Absolutely. And here's the deal. I've had people say, oh, no, I saw a picture of him in a gray coat. He rich. That's what his attorneys brought him to the station to change into.
Oh, wow. Because that night, that's why I'm like, where does J-Lo come into the story? Because I'm like, because that was the whole, from what I've heard, she had the nug in her purse and gave it to him. That's the story that, you know, was told. So that's why I'm like, where was she? I hope he asked her that in this interview, if, you know, like, because like she said, she sees the piece coming off of Mr. More Money, More Problems. The story that because I'm like, why even put J-Lo in it? Like, because this woman hasn't said anything about J-Lo yet. And she been talking for at least 25, going on 30 minutes. Has not said one thing, but she can recall, events. We've heard events from when she was 4 years old. Heard nothing about J-Lo. So that's why I'm just like, was she even really there that night? I guess, but like she said, the pictures, he has enough money to make the story look like whatever he wants it to. Because that's why I'm like, I do believe that club night, I think he did have on a white t-shirt, but I think it was like a black, gray, white, and coat. Black, gray, and white, yeah, coat.
I'm telling you what he had on. I don't care what anybody else says. I know what they both had on. I'm saying it 10 toes down. People can say what they want. See, the difference is, Shine, he wasn't the man, so he got caught in what he had on. They were able to get photographed after the fact in something different, and all of that was a ploy. I'm telling you what I know this man had on. And if I'm not mistaken, there are images of when they were coming to the club. There's images of paparazzi taking their picture.
I'm nosy enough to want to see, because I'm like, Diddy, December 27th, 1999. I wonder what the pictures look like on Google. Don't it look white to me? It look like he got on a whole lot of white to me, like that woman saying, "Oh, that's her." And like she said, it was right there. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah. I mean, she said he had on white. I'm like, it looked like he wore a lot of white. Maybe that's why he stopped trying to wear white and started trying to wear black. Because I'm like, child, he was gonna wear a white piece, wasn't he? Something light. I guess he wanted to be white. That's why he wore a lot of white. I might be making stuff up, but I'm just saying.
Say something I'm saying that can't be proven. But people like to use semantics, like, oh, well, I saw him in a picture and he had all of this and of that. I don't care what you saw. I got shot. Just like I can't come in your house and tell you what you ate for dinner or what you did yesterday. No one's going to tell me about my existence.
Right. You can't tell her about her truth. You can't, tell her about whatever happened in her life, because, first of all, you weren't there. So that's just where we got to start at. We were not there that night. We know nothing about what happened. So at this point, I feel what that woman is saying. She can never come in nobody's house and tell them anything about them, just like we can't tell her nothing about that night.
This journey for 24 years, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Hold on, y'all.
That man shot me in my face. And I watched Puffy do it. I don't care what anybody says. And here's the irony. After I got shot, and I just recently found out from a friend of mine that I hadn't seen in ages, she posted on her social media, she posted a picture. The picture contained herself. Her name is Missy Lou. The picture contained herself, Little Kim, a girl named Sada, and a young lady named Red. Red is the young lady who, her and a young lady named Keisha, and I believe Red and Keisha are sisters. When everybody else ran away from me in the club, people were looking at my face and going, oh, and running away.
See, that is so, like, this is somebody that got shot. Mind you, I'm fearing for my life, but I'm not going to look at you, especially if the commotion has calmed down, and not help you. So the fact that people just looked at her and just gasped, I mean, I know it cost money to use them phones mobily back in the day. But it was nighttime. It was free after 9. I know them minutes was free after. Baby, use them minutes and call the authorities, because I'm just like, just looking at her. Wow.
Red and Keisha came to me. At one point, the only people that were there was a guy with dreadlocks and 2 other women that ran into this side door over in the area where I had been standing all night. I didn't realize that was even a door that could open. They ran into the door. It was, obscure because it was monochromatic, so you couldn't really tell it was a door. But then they ran into that door and Red was like, hold it. And as she said, hold it, they slammed it shut.
Oh my goodness. Especially if they knew that it was a door, so they had to have like worked there or spotted it and just had to try it or something. And then once they were in, because I'm like, the fact that they shut it, but again, it's an active shooting in a club, so I get it.
They ran and one dove over the bar and got a bunch of paper towels and brought to me, and they were so calm and of level-headed mind to say, come to us, Eb, come here to us, because they were wise enough to not rush and grab me and put me in shock.
Oh, because I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because then the blood would have started rushing. Then it really would have gotten bad. But if she just stays calm, if she doesn't let her mind react to what her body is going through, because right now, and like she said, she felt like she could feel like she was about to, leave this earth. So she felt like air going through her. So at this point, her body is just probably disassociating, what's going on. And they don't want to put her body in shock. It's just like, yeah, because I'm sure she felt getting shot in the face, but at this time she's still alive. She's fighting for her life. And they're just like, do what you can, because you are still alive and haven't fallen, anything like that.
Where they got this training from, it had to be God. But they knew not to rush and grab me. They kept saying, come to us, Ed.
Hello? Because, baby, I wouldn't have known that. I would have went over there and grabbed them like, hurry up. Or I would have tried to bring some napkins to you. But to tell you to come to me, I wouldn't have done that. Like she said, it had to have been some training from God. Amen. Amen. Amen.
Just come to us. We got you, baby. Come to us. They saved me. When everybody else ran away, Red and Keisha ran to me. I just found out not even a week ago that Red died.
God bless Red and Keisha, and it's unfortunate that she's no longer here. But God bless her. I hope her time on this earth was everything that she ever expected it to be, because, yeah, wow.
I was heartbroken. I cried all day. She's my angel. I haven't seen her in ages, but she is my angel, her and Keisha. When everybody else ran away, they defended me. She went and banged on the door and said, open this effing door, open this door. And whoever, I don't know if it was the guy, but somebody opened the door. And when we walked into that, they said, come on, Eb, come through here. And when we walked into that doorway, it was the corresponding kitchen to the hotel that was connected to the club.
Okay. So I wonder if that's how Diddy got there, because this is a party at the hotel. Well, it's a club connected to the hotel. Whoa, New York got some different things. I'm like, I don't even know if we have stuff like that where I'm at. But I'm like, that sounds nice. That sounds really nice. Huh.
And all I could see everywhere, there were people mulling about, but on the floor, it was that black and white tile pattern, that checkerboard pattern. And there were about 9 million blood footprints of my blood walking every direction. It was terrifying, jarring. It resonated on me that if that much blood was in footprints on the floor, how could I have enough blood in my body to keep me alive?
Oh my goodness. Whoa, if you got that, because again, like she said, it was her face. And if it's that much leaking from literally the center of your face to it could be walked in, nothing but God. Nothing but God. Nothing but God. Because what? That man ain't right. That man's so wrong for this, because wow. Sheesh. And again, just her remembering all of this is, whew, sheesh, sheesh, girl.
I was certain that I was dying. And so as they got me, and when she was holding the paper towels to me, with tons of blood. So as I walked into the kitchen point, there were a lot of what appeared to be Mexican men with aprons on, half aprons. And they were the chefs or the cooks in the kitchen, or the kitchen staff.
Tying it
and
around
people were
her.
mulling about, and people were holding their face like, oh my God. And I saw 5 boxes, kind of like askew, just not in precision, but like half tilted or whatever, but stacked up, and with 5 boxes tall of carrots. I knew they were carrots because I could see the green leafy stem hanging off the back of the carrots and the orange carrot actually poking out of those little holes on the side of the cardboard.
I hope she don't say that that hole was big enough to go through. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's why I told you I had to eat before I did this, because I'm like, child, not exactly where she, got hurt at. It's starting to get a little. Let me grab my boy named Jay, because I'm like, girl, let me relax, because you done got me. Sheesh.
They were poking out, and
yeah, because I'm like, I'm not ready for this. My stomach is not ready for whatever she's about to say. Oh, God, you are good. We are grateful and gracious, because I'm just like.
Business during our regular hours.
they were the only thing that was static. And so I went and stood by the carrots because they looked like a safe place for me to stand. And I stood by the carrots and I just held the paper towels and I kept looking at everybody moving. If I could, I can't even tell you what I was thinking. I just was like, the best thing I could think is, I can't believe this. I can't believe this is happening. And people were, I could see people moving to this right side through this doorway, but I wasn't really focused, but I could see the people moving through it. And just then, somebody was like, come this way, come this way.
And I can appreciate how she gives it fast, because when she knows what she knows, she knows what she knows. And when she doesn't, like she says, I don't remember that, I could just kind of see, you know, everybody moving, but that part I don't remember to. At that point, we don't expect you to, girl, because at that point, now you focused on, you just got shot, you leaking everywhere. You don't even know if you're alive for real. Okay, just like Donnie said, we got a president who don't even know he alive. She don't even know if she's alive right now.
And so I walked that way towards that doorway that a bunch of people had clearly ran through. Now, as I approached the doorway, God told me, bend down and touch the floor.
Randomly, because I wonder if that would have made more blood just like fall out of her. Because I'm like, I wonder what that was about. Maybe this was the night that God really just wanted to change her life. Like she said, she had recently been saved, you know, She's living a new life, but she's just out supporting her friend. And it's December 27th, 1999. I think God really wants to make her a new person going into a brand new Y2K year, a brand new millennium. Like, yeah, God, whoever she had been her whole life prior to 2000, gone.
This is a knowing, for all the people. Let me just say this too. Let me stick a pin for all the people in cyberspace that's out there and be like, "Oh, God talked to her." I don't believe nobody say that God talked to. Good. The devil is waiting for you.
Hallelujah. Amen. Amen. Because, yeah, that's how he talked to me. Just like that. Like she said, I know because I've always known him. Amen. He always talked to me. That's why she just finally got saved. And like she said, now that I'm saved, I'm sure she's just more active and listening and discerning.
But it's your time of reckoning. Go home to your father. But as for me and my house, I'm going to believe in God, in the Lord God that saved me all this time. I don't care what they think. I will not be ridiculed. You can't mock me. You can't make me feel like no fool. If you think me saying that God spoke to me makes me crazy, then you go home to your father. Him and his red jumpsuit and his pitchfork is waiting for you.
That resonated. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because if that's what you believe, have fun. But over here, like she said, it's for me and my house. Oh, yeah, we serve the Lord, okay? God's children, chosen and called, kingdom kids. Stop playing with us, okay?
And that fiery hell that you will descend to, go home.
Ooh.
This is for believers.
Ooh.
And other people who may not be believers, but they're willing to hear a story.
Amen.
He said to me, touch the floor. I had no reason, after I just got shot in the face, after the other man that got shot was laying motionless on the floor, and I thought he was dead. After my body felt the way it felt, I had no reason to doubt God. He had already brought me this far.
Oh, not even to get on the floor, but like she said, to doubt God. That's very much the case. Because if you hear bend over, you better not bend over. And I guess they do say you get more oxygen bent over. That's why when you are out of breath or trying to catch your air, they tell you, like, put your head between your legs. Like, sit down at, like, a 90-degree angle. Sit just, at your body with a 90-degree angle, but, like, bend over and then put your head between your legs. I don't know what that's about, but it's just something. I got blood circulation. But she said I had no reason to doubt God. He had literally brought me this far. Amen, girl.
He had already brought me that far. So when he said touch the floor, I literally held, my purse was, you know how a purse has a loop? My hand was through the loop and the purse was descended, hanging right here. I had the bulk of paper towels holding my face, and I literally bent down in that doorway and I touched the floor. I couldn't even see. It was dark. I just touched the floor. As soon as I put my hand down, I felt this metal under it. I was like, what is that? But I just picked it up and God said, put it in your bag. I stuck my hand right in my bag and dropped it. I didn't even know what it was.
Right. I wonder what it was. Because at this point, she's in the kitchen. And that's why I said I feel like, I know, because we're not going to call her that V word of victim. We're definitely calling her a vessel, a warrior, a survivor, so many other things. Because, girl, I wonder what it is that she picked up. I'm going to go ahead and listen so I can figure it out.
I didn't know what it was. I didn't look at it. I touched it, stood back up, put it in my bag, and kept walking through. All these other people were walking through. And just then, a man came up behind me when we were in that corridor and touched me in the back and said, come with me.
No. Look, I was just about to pause it because no. I wonder if she's going to go. I feel like she is because at this point, again, God has already brought her this far, like she said. And again, they're aggressive with the ass. Sorry.
I didn't even see who he was. When I turned around, I looked. I recognized him to be one of the Burgos family. I don't know if it was the owner or one of his brothers. I know that face. They all look alike. And he said, come with me. Now, why would a man walk up out of nowhere? He wasn't in the kitchen. Where would he come from to tap me in the back and say...
Watching the cameras. Like you said, an owner. Watching the cameras. Because like I said, where were the cameras? If the owner of this establishment found the person that had been shot, put it like that, he was watching her. That's why I'm like, they have videotapes of what happened that night. Were they paid off? Possibly, because that man was paying off any and everybody. But for them to have found her in a completely different area from the club that she was even in, because at this point, like she said, she's in the back of a restaurant just trying to get some safety, hopefully stay alive, because like she said, she's just been shot in the face at this point. Like, literally blood is leaking everywhere. People are walking through puddles of her blood. It's a lot going on right now. Like, this, Oh my God. Just what he's done to people is just wow.
With me. Why would you tap me? You want to know why he tapped me? How did you know it was me through everybody? You want to know why he knew it was me? Because clearly they saw me on a surveillance system.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's the only thing that makes sense. I'm just, did I not just say that? That's what I just said, okay? Because again, some people don't even be on the same book. They be thinking they be on the same page with people. Baby, I'm reading right along. Reading right along with you. Yes, ma'am, I am. Because, yeah, that's what I said. Whether they got paid to not give the footage up of him being the actual shooter, which he paid a lot of people, and a lot of people accepted it. They said it. A lot of people have accepted it. There were some that didn't, and God bless them. But there were a lot that did. And they sat there and watched that. See, that's what I'm saying. Even like she said, he paid people to not be, like she said, she knows people personally that he paid to not, go along or testify basically in court with what she has going on. She knows them. But like he said, he picks people that have little to no money, that are in destitute situations, that are, for the love of money is the root of all evil. Because all money ain't good money. They wouldn't accepted that money from that man, and he is...
You had to. How would you know it was me out of everybody? It was tons of people mulling around. How did you know it was me? You tapped me because you watched me on a surveillance system.
Outside of the fact that she's leaking everywhere. But still.
Somebody else said in another podcast I spoke on, they saw that you were still alive and they were coming to finish you off.
I don't know about that, because I'm like, also common sense tell us, yeah, you're the one everybody's walking through your blood. So, but again, the come with us, I don't know about going. I don't know about going. That's why I said I wonder if they were paid off to not get that surveillance up in court. Because again, this is a club, and now finding out that this club is attached to a hotel that Diddy, and that's why I'm like, and the story that we've heard this whole time is that J-Lo was there, gave him the nug. That's where it came from. But she's telling a totally different story. I still ain't heard about J-Lo yet.
All I know is as I started to follow him, it led me through this series of things, and we heard this loud pop, 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 and it was a startling noise. He jumped, I jumped. It led me to this area which I recognized to be like a VIP area, and there was a mirror on the wall. When I looked at that thing, when he heard that loud noise, this man broke out and left me standing there.
What happened that night? Because again, I don't even know where her friends were. Where did Keisha and Red go that she's not following this man by herself? And then they got these underground, well, they do have underground passages, especially for celebrities, so that way they can maneuver discreetly. So I could imagine, like you said, that leading up, because they were in the kitchen, and I could imagine that leading up to a VIP area. Okay, inside of the club, because like she said, it's attached to the hotel. But the fact that he left her after, so that means something else happened and he had to go get to that. I wonder if he ran from the opposite direction or if he ran I don't know. But I'm just, girl, because that's why I'm like, girl, she is definitely, girl, her recollection of events is greatly appreciated because, yeah, wow.
You just tapped me and told me to follow you. This loud ruckus happened, and you all of a sudden ran away and left me. How did you know who I was? Why did you need me to follow you? Mm-hmm. Where did you come from that you happened into the kitchen area? How did you know where to find me to tell me to follow you?
Right. Now, that's how we knew she was being surveilled. Exactly. Outside of they knew where to go. They definitely knew. Like I said, outside of the trail. But something ain't right. This is crazy.
Because you were watching everything on a surveillance. But when he heard this noise, whatever the ruckus was scared him, and he ran off and left me. But when I looked where he had led me to, there was a mirror on the wall. And everything on my face felt like it, all the skin on my head and face felt like it was tight right here. Like it was stretched out and super tight right here. And everybody that looked at me was going, like, covering their face and backing away in horror. The only two people who did not do that was
Keisha and Red.
Everybody else was like, oh my God. And that mirror was sitting there, and I was like, what do I look like? Mind you, I'm sure it was of the least importance, but I worked in the beauty industry, and we are all vain to some degree. And that mirror, everybody backed away from me, and I was like, what do they see?
Because, she ain't even know. She knows she just got blood gushing everywhere, but she hasn't even seen the fact that this man just really, wow. Oh, my goodness. Again, God bless this woman.
What do I look like? And as I started approaching the mirror, God said, don't you look in that mirror.
And that's how you know it was bad, because that's when she went into that shock. That's when it would have brushed to her brain, and wires would have started going, and stuff would have started shutting down, because the body in its flesh would have been like, we're not supposed to be alive right now, especially with how much blood we've lost, because she's already questioned that, especially with the amount of blood that she's lost. But because God is so real, like I said, she's disassociated. I don't know. That sounds like, it seems like her spirit was like pulled to another realm to be saved or something, while her body had to go through this kind of process that she's going through to still stay alive and be a vessel and not a victim of this shooting that Mr. More Money, More Problems did in a nightclub, trying to be cool, okay, trying to get on, trying to act tough. Like, this is crazy, because this is someone's mother, and you out here trying to be a bad boy. Oh my goodness. But yeah, it would have been over for her if she would have realized. Cause girl, you'll have pictures and stuff later. Cause the hospital definitely gonna get some pictures. Well, I don't know about definitely, but still, somebody.
And I was like, I want to see. And he was like, don't you look in that mirror. And just as I was about to get to the mirror, I hear somebody say, there you are. We were looking for you. We've been.
Cause God don't play. Cause she's still somewhat hard headed. Because she like, I just want to see. Because one, like she said, I'm in the beauty industry. I'm somewhat vain to a degree. This is what I do for a living. So what's going on? Because everyone is looking at me in a way like they've never looked at me before, and I've just gone through something that is, traumatic. She's, like she said, she feels like she's, seconds away from dying. So there's that. But then that's because I'm like, where are Keisha and Red? But they've been looking for her, because like she said, she was just walking off, just trying to get her face together. And Keisha and Red done found her. Thank God for Keisha and Red.
Looking for you, young lady, an EMT worker. And led me back out.
Oh, so it's an EMT worker. It wasn't even Keisha and Red. It was just emergency medical services looking for her. But thank God somebody was, because I'm just like, right, because the blood is, right. Oh my goodness. Everywhere.
Never got to look in the mirror. The only thing in my time of self-reflection I can even surmise is God did not want me to go into shock by seeing my face in that condition. Anything could have happened. I could have spazzed out. I could have had anxiety, and it could have exacerbated the situation, and I could have died. I could have fell and hit my head, whatever. God did not want that to happen. And so when that EMS person appeared out of nowhere and said, we've been looking for you, young lady,
had to turn
and
away
they led
from
me back from that way through the kitchen and to this corridor. When I arrived at the corridor, which was the corresponding corridor for the hotel that was attached to the club, the staircase was, it had a platform, and then it was like 4 or 5 steps down. But in those 5 steps, there were like 5 people deep on either side. These people were front to back, either side, waiting to see who it was that got shot.
That's so messy and so sad. Because you don't wait for stuff like that. Not they were waiting to see. Wow. Wow. Imagine being a spectacle. This. Oh, man.
As soon as I got to the doorway, now mind you, I told you I felt, pixelated, like that beating up Scotty. I didn't feel flesh. I didn't feel solid. When I got to that area, people kept saying, oh my God, it's Ebony. And every time somebody said my name, I felt something pull me closer and closer, like I had been fading out of life. And every time somebody said my name, it was bringing me closer back to life.
Oh. Now that part of it is tragic, but it's beautiful. It was, because like she's very visual. The imagery is vivid. I could see it. So, yeah, I could see someone calling her name, and because that gives you life. It's just like, that's that. People love me. People know me. I gotta make it. I'm hanging on. I gotta make it. I gotta make it. I gotta make it. That's literally what it is.
And I'm eternally grateful for that. I don't know how that works. I don't know what made it happen. All I know is that's what occurred. When it made me feel closer and closer to life, everybody was covering their face and looking away like, oh my God. And people was like, oh God. Some people screamed out, Ed, oh my God, Ed. Everybody kept saying my name, and it's what made me more present in my body. That's the best explanation I can give for what that felt like. I felt more present in real time. And they led me to the ambulance. And, eventually they took me to the hospital. And the crazy irony was, it was one of those 2 ambulances that was at the front of the block.
The same ambulance that she said, is somebody gonna die tonight. And she needed one of them. And they were, because that's why I'm like, I don't want to call her a victim, because I feel like she's a vessel. God already had the ambulances in place for her to go where she needed to go. They were already there. They were already in. That is giving me chill because my God is so good. God, I know I can't question you. I know I gotta find a better way to say it because it's just like, oh my God. I don't even know if I'm ready for you to unveil your plan for me. He like, no, you not. I'm not ready. Because it's so much bigger than what is going. Oh my God. He just say, just stay armed and be ready to fight. It's going to be a fight like I've never had to fight before. I've been fighting. Like, what you mean? Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Say, but I got this. Because that's just like Daniel and the Lions Den. You get ready. You stay ready so you don't ever have to get ready. Okay? He's saying this ain't even nothing to worry about. Cause don't ever let nobody even think they got you about nothing. You shall que se te que se te. I know that's right. Okay. I hear what you saying, God. Okay. Definitely have to be cognizant because I'm like, baby, don't stop listening to a certain part. Baby, keep listening because baby, I had to come back to life. Let's go. Back to reality and the video. Let's go.
One took me and one took Julius Jones, the other guy who got shot.
Wow. It was 2 ambulances. Shine shot somebody. Diddy. Oh, Shine obviously shot Julian. That's what it was. And then Mr. More Money, More Problems shot her. Took the both of them. It was God. That's all I could say.
And I said it when I came in the block. What are they expecting? Somebody to die? And those are the ambulances that transported us. Like, you can't make this up. You cannot make it up.
Wow.
No, you really can't make that up, especially how it came full circle that night. Because it's one thing for things to come full circle. Sometimes it take decades. Sometimes, it take days, months, years, decades, whatever the case may be. But, yeah, again, because I definitely believe that was divinely orchestrated. I mean, from the time, like she said, everything. He wanted everything about that night to be so notable to her. Like she said, even leaving the house. I could see it. The dog jumping up on her cutting her fingers, the shoes, the snakeskin boots, the gold hoops. That's why I'm like, this was December. I can't tell you what I was doing December 27th of 1999. I was probably playing with some toys that I just got for Christmas. Okay? That is a strong possibility. I was probably baking somebody something out of an easy bake oven on December 27th. And especially at this time that she was out, child, I was probably catching Z's, baby. What are we talking about here? Having a good night's rest, beauty resting it up. Yeah.
Speaking of the ambulance, you made a comment saying that it's in court documents that when you walked into the hospital, you made it clear that Diddy shot you.
Listen, when I got in that ambulance, remember, I didn't walk in. They wheeled me in. I said to everybody, they said, can you tell? Of course, they're trying to do whatever their life-saving stuff. Can you tell us what happened to you? Can you tell? I said, Puffy shot me in the face.
And she called him because that's what he called him at. That's who he was at the time. He wasn't even Diddy at that point. He was still Puff Daddy. He was still Puffy. And when they ask what happened, don't ask me nothing other than the fact of the matter is the bottom line is he did it, and I'm telling you that. And she's a witness for the other person that got, he got shot by Shine. My God. Money, power, legal problems, because the way he abuses his money is, God, and his power, just an abuser. People,
when I was under, and they were, before we get to the doctor that did my surgery, when they wheeled me into the hospital, because the first hospital they took me was St. Clair's. St. Clair's is a local neighborhood hospital. I don't even think they exist anymore.
She said, y'all not finna drop me off here. She said, I got good insurance. She got businesses. She said, y'all is not about to take me to the Shands of Jackson. The local slump. I ain't gonna do Shands like that. I'm just saying. But, yeah, they just say that's because I'm just saying. If you know, you know. But like she said, nah, y'all ain't finna just drop me off here.
They took me to St. Clair's. St. Clair's was very, in light of what was going on, it was very la-di-da in there. And I couldn't understand. I was like, wait a minute. Are they waiting for me to die? What is happening? Why?
And that's crazy because nobody was having any sense of urgency for someone that just got shot. And could possibly lose her life? That does sound crazy. That would really piss me off.
They're not working on me like this. I was on a stretcher in the emergency area. Everybody was kind of just no sense of urgency. And so I knew I needed to speak to my family. I felt like I was dying, and I didn't want to die without my family members knowing what had happened to me. And so the irony was, at the time, I couldn't remember anybody's number but my sister, whose house I went and got an outfit for.
That same sister. That same. And that's what I said. As someone that's my mom's only child, it's amazing that she was able to use her sister not only for the dress, but now for her life. Wow. Imagine you going to your sister to say, hey, girl, let me borrow a dress because I'm about to go out with my girls. And your sister know you haven't gone out for so long. So your sister's like, yeah, girl, come on, let's get you the perfect dress so you can hang out with the girls tonight. And then you have to call your sister and say, I need you for one of the most trying times of my life. As an empath, that makes me extremely emotional. Just picturing this, because again, we're dealing with facts. This is someone's real life. This is someone's truth. This is the fact of the matter. This is what happened. It's one thing when it's fiction, but when it's nonfiction, tough.
And that must have been the shock setting in. I couldn't remember anybody's phone number. Back when we knew phone numbers. But I could remember my sister's number, so I called my sister. And irony, when I was leaving her house, we have this little joke we run with each other. And as I was approaching the door when I was initially leaving, she said, "Stupid McNupin." And I said, "What?" And she said, "Be careful." And I said, "Oh, why are you jinxing me? Get out of here."
Man, that's insane. Because imagine if something would have happened to her sister. God is so good and so loud. Because the way everybody just is playing their part. And I don't even know if y'all just heard whatever that was just fall from, whatever that fell from, child. It's just like, because I'm like, I don't know what that was, but it hit the ground hard. When I say I'll leave, definitely about knocked me out the other day, because I'm like, whatever that was, it just hit the ground hard. Because these trees don't produce any, I don't know, child. Wow. Okay, so let me get back on, because y'all know I'm outside in the days.
And I fanned her off. So now I called her, and she picked up the phone. She was clearly sleeping. She was like, "Hello?" And I was like, "Tell." And she was like, "What you calling me this hour of the night for? Whose number is this? Girl, tell me about the party tomorrow." I was like, "No, Tell, listen to me." And that's when that is the first time I cried. Once I heard my sister's voice, I knew somebody in my family knew where I was and was going to be able to tell what happened to me.
Man. Because like she said, that's when it kicked in, because she's been able to make it to the hospital at this point by the grace of God. And now she's coming back to life, back to reality. And it's setting in. Like, if I don't make it, this is what it is. But thank God she does.
And she said, "What's wrong?" As soon as she said, "What's wrong?" I could hear her husband in the background, my brother-in-law Dale, screaming, "What happened to Em? What happened to Em?" And I started crying, and I couldn't catch myself. She said, "What's wrong?" I said, "Call mommy. I got shot in the face." And she just started screaming hysterically. And she couldn't answer him. And he grabbed the phone and was like, Em, what happened? What happened?" And I was like, "Call mommy. I got shot in the face." And that is when all the emotions came.
That's sad. Because even her brother-in-law, thank God for her family, because he knows that she went out. That's not something that she does. And it changed her life forever. Although, like I said, it seems like that's what God wanted, because everything that was of the 9/9s and whoever she was prior to that was so gone, and he wanted her to go into 2000, who she is right now, 24 years later. Testament and testimony. Sheesh.
And I was crying. The nurse that had brought me the phone was standing there, and she turned around, and the TV was on in the background, and the reporting had already started about what was going on at the club.
It's the fact that she turned her head like she was looking at the nurse passing, and she can even still picture the TV where it is in the corner, because you see what hand she used. Like it wow. Like she really put herself in that room in that time. Wow. just to give us the details, relive that, even though she already relives it, but giving us the opportunity to feel what she has to feel and live through on a day-to-day, because he needs to know that.
And this nurse leaned over and said, "Oh, mommy, that's you they're talking about? You saw J-Lo, mommy, what she had on?"
Girls, see, that's all I'm like, we haven't heard anything about J-Lo at all, and this woman is asking about it and not even making sure she's okay. Like, that's the stuff that you say, like, when you find out she's okay. You saw J-Lo, mommy? And then she be like, yeah, I did, or something like that. But, like, you too soon, man. What the fuck?
I'm fucking dying. And this lady's asking me, what was J-Lo wearing?
Wow.
Do you see the... So I may come across as cantankerous with this thing. It's been cantankerous.
She's so highly educated. I love it. You could tell. Oh, my goodness. I mean, she used words that I've honestly never heard of or thought to put in my vocabulary, but we could pep it up and step it up because I love it. Because when she said the la 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 la, lackadaisical, basically, I could, see them being that way. And she said, but she's contain whatever, child. Yeah, because that would piss me off. Like, I'm freaking, yeah, you talking about J-Lo, and there was a club shooting, and I'm the person that's having to try to survive this. Girl.
I am laying on a stretcher in the emergency room at St. Clair's.
Amen.
I told my sister, get mommy fast. They're going to let me die. I felt like they were letting me die. My mother, being a powerful woman in New York City, as she was, had connections and all this. My mother got on the phone. My sister called my mother. My mother got on the phone with this one, that one, that one. Next thing you know, I was already being transferred by ambulance, an emergency life flight ambulance, not life flight, but the life-saving ambulance to St. Vincent's Hospital, which is a level 1 trauma center.
So that's why her vocabulary is as high as it is. This is in her high level, because I'm like, my mom is definitely like that, and I see why she be wanting me to be the PhD degree mommy like she is, because it's definitely very telling in the way that she presents herself, in the way that she speaks, and like she said, it took nothing for the phone call. See, that's what I'm saying, y'all be messing with people y'all don't even know who y'all messing with, and that's why she said it really hurt her when people really turned their back on her because that man paid them off. But she didn't need his money. Like she said, she has businesses. She not only may come from money, but definitely has her own. She says salons, plural.
Instantly. Why didn't they? I got shot in the face. Why would you take me to a local neighborhood hospital if this was not a sacrifice? Why wouldn't you take me to St. Vincent's, which was closer to the club, and a level 1 trauma center? I have a bullet in my face.
That's crazy. Well, did they plan to just shoot anybody now that I think about it? Because I'm just like, 2 ambulances were there. They transported them, and then they decided to transport them to, like she said, one of the worst hospitals versus the one that was better and closer. Because like we said, we know he has law enforcement tied up, around his fingers and dollars. So, I mean, I'm sure, I would hate to say it, but I mean, they were there. And that's why I said, I wonder if they were there because they knew that, he was going to show up. But that's why I'm like, I wonder what type of event it was. If he wasn't having it hosting, what type of event was her friend promoting that was going to draw him to be there? Especially because her friends left her. Like she said, it was other people that took her, Keisha and Red, who were not her friends. Because her friends left. Wow.
No one can explain that to me. No one has ever been able to explain that to me. My mother had to get me transferred to St. Vincent. And as soon as I got to St. Vincent, they had already had all of my stuff sent over, and they were rushing me into surgery. The doctor was taking, I was like, Puffy, he kept saying, can you tell us what happened? When they asked me those questions, which I found out later to be neurological questioning to make sure that you're aware
coherent,
and that you have some level of reasoning. And he's like, what's your name? How old are you? Can you tell me what happened? And I said, Puffy shot me in my face. This man testified. I testified in the criminal trial. This man testified in the criminal trial.
And that's why I'm like, if they would have just had that, like she said, surveillance, what I call, just basic security footage, because again, it's a club that's attached to a hotel. One, we should know that she's not going to some rinky-dink spot because, like she said, she had just given her life over to Christ. So even when she's going to support her friend, that's what I said, when you go out, you just have to make sure that it's, be discerning and make sure you're going to places that are of substance. And like she said, this is attached to a hotel, so this should be a better spot. It's not, like I said, a hole in the wall spot, like I said, that's gonna have a whole lot of ungodliness going on. It's just gonna be a regular club vibe, drinks, music, excuse me, outings with the people in the neighborhood, vibes, like a New York vibe. It's like I said, it's that week, between Christmas, after Christmas, and between the New Year, where it's the most wonderful time of the year. It's that weekend before the New Year, and you vibing. It's the last weekend of the 9/9s going to a whole new millennium. It was definitely a time to be had, and this was her experience.
People are like, why didn't she speak up then? Why is she saying something now? She want clout. Are you dumb? Are you dumb?
She been doing
And
this.
there's a thing called Google. It's a search engine. Type things in and look before you just wantonly, with flagrant disregard, comment stupid comments. I had one lady say, well, why she ain't make posts about it back then? Why she ain't put it on her social media back then? Hello, dumb. I got shot 24 years ago. There was no social media.
Right. But like she said, when it came to she did what she was supposed to do, not what you think she should do. She went to court. That's all that matters. That's the only way she gonna get some justice. Her posting about it ain't gonna do nothing. Posting about it's not gonna do nothing. Her doing interviews does something because that brings awareness. That also is a testament to his character. These are things that we need to know, because a lot of people suffer in silence. Like Freddie P said, it's a lot of people that won't come forward because they're rappers and they don't want their image to be tainted by what they've done with that man.
No social media existed in 1999. I was viral before there was a social media. That's why I've always had a love-hate relationship with social media.
Right, likewise, because it's like when you've always been popular or well known, whatever the case may be in real life, it's like when you come over to social media and then you see like goofies with a check, it's just really strange, because it's like in real life, you'll get thumped on your forehead. You are a nobody. Nobody's checking for you. So it's just like she said, when she walk in the room, everybody's like, Eb. It's like, that's me. That's how I walk in the room. It's like, oh my God, you see her. It's just like, oh my God. Like I say, even my mom will walk in the room, just like head turns, just like, oh my God, who's that girl? Like, even if you don't know, you want to know. So that's always, the energy that I've, admitted, but it's just been passed on through genetics, obviously. But yeah, when people don't have that in real life, especially when they really don't have personality and it's really all a facade because they are using someone else's personality. That's why somebody trying to get on Tia talking about Tia stole somebody's personality. Child, is crazy, but I have seen people steal my personality. I've seen really boring people try to be me. My mom always said imitation is the highest form of flattery. I never liked it. Found it quite rude because nobody ever liked me for the qualities that I naturally possessed. It was just kind of like a love-hate thing. Like, I hate that I love her because she's so cool, she's so chill, but she's so dramatic, she's so extra, she's so this, she's so that, and she is all that, literally.
Because I was viral when no social media. I probably was one of the first viral cases. There was no social media.
Right, like she said, I was one of the first viral cases, right? Because it was that shootout was known, baby. Even in Florida, like I said, I remember hearing about this kind of stuff through, at that time, would have been the press of radio, like she said, even the news, but that would have been local news, especially when she was in New York. But like I said, I do remember on the radio airwaves, because it was kind of like, blog topics, whatever the case may be, breaking news in the industry. Puppy was in a shootout, there were victims. What if he did that just to make the headlines, to make it seem like he's a bad boy? That's what I'm saying, especially with the ambulances being there. It being two victims. It's unfortunate that it was just them. But what if it was targeted? Because like she said, the connections that her mom has in New York, or it was nothing but a phone call. And I know about that life. Okay. Yeah, maybe they was trying to, do. Okay. Because he's playing with people in power. Because he's fighting for power. But that's, I'm like, I better watch who y'all playing with, because, baby, some of us are literally divinely orchestrated, divinely protected, and all that kind of stuff. Like, cut it out.
I have to feel these type of questions every day. My kids be like, Ma, stay off of social media. Don't listen to those people. Don't respond to them. Don't answer. I don't want you to go through this. Like, everybody got a chip in their shoulder. People are livid. I had one lady say, well, my son got shot by somebody and he died, so why should she get any money?
Girl, just because you didn't does not mean that she should not. Because you definitely should, okay? Like, what? What are you talking about? They took your child. You should get monthly payments. I feel like once you take a life, you should get monthly payments from that person. So they have to think about it just as much as you. And I don't know what them payments gonna do besides maybe take you to a spa, pay for you a spa trip so you can relax your nerves and your mind and try to find ways to cope and relax with the fact that a life that you created is not here by the hands of someone other than God. That's, even though God had the final say so, but that's some things we have to come to as well.
What? What? First and foremost, rest in peace to your son. Second of all, you a straight hater from the pits of hell.
Dang. See, I ain't even tell y'all where y'all... Child, I just be calling y'all evil, demonic. I'm just saying people like that, not y'all who may be watching, but I'm just saying people like her, that her community of y'all's, as she's talking about. But yeah, whoa, wow.
Second of all, the United States created their remedy by which you get legal recourse. Either if somebody commits a crime against you, that's why when something happens, it'll say the state against whoever hurt you, because the government is taking over control and saying we are pleading your case and filing a case. The state is going against this person who perpetrated the crime.
Right, because it's like we will get justice for you. That's exactly what it is. That's very true. That is very, very, very true, especially when they have evidence and they really want to go for it.
And the second recourse is civil. Civil means a money judgment.
Right, which means you could have sued them yourself, which is very, very, very true. Like she said, you a hater. You a hater because if money is what you wanted, you could have got some. And even if money is not what you wanted, why can't she get hers? Right.
I've heard people say the same thing with Cassie. Oh, she just want money. Why is she taking the money? Hello? There are two legal remedies by which you get recourse in this world, civil or criminal. Go talk to the United States senator of your district if you got a problem with that. But don't come holler at me. I need to be made whole. I was a business owner. I owned 2 beauty salons. I was living my life. If I don't stand behind a chair, how do I eat?
Hello. Because at some point she was not going to be able to work. She was going to have to recover. And he is going to have to pay for that. And who knows what's going to happen to her because she's not able to. I mean, hopefully her business will still be able to run and be taken care of. But still, she will have to outsource. That costs money because she's going to be like, please, yeah, shut up. Let's just say haters.
I don't have a career where, they put me on sick leave and they just pay me every week.
Right.
I owned my own businesses. I was a mother. I didn't go out and shoot anybody.
Money.
I didn't go out and commit a crime, and I deserve to be made whole.
Hello. That's exactly what it is. Like she said, she didn't go out there and do anything, so she definitely deserves to be compensated for his actions. Put it like that.
Why are so many people so hard pressed? Why she got to get some money? Why they hating so much?
Wow.
Meanwhile, you out here, you governing the life of someone who was victimized by someone who committed a crime, but you laid up with a man who won't help you pay no bills. Why worry about myself? Your priorities are in the wrong place. Worry about your own household. Don't.
Very much that as well. Very much that. You worried about the wrong thing. Because while you sitting up on the internet, if you sitting there sad about your son that got shot, you need to take that anger out on the person that did it to your son. Because one thing about it, that lady didn't do anything. So yeah, that definitely is a hater move. She right.
Worry about me. There's a lot of venom out here where people want to spew negative narratives and cast aspersions against you if you want to seek legal remedy to be made whole. And it has got to stop.
That resonates because people do try to be like, well, why would you need money? That's not going to bring them back. Okay, and we understand that, but at the same time, why did you think that it was okay to take them? That's just what because I'm like, And because most oftentimes the people do not want the money. They don't ever want to see from that person again, hear from that person again. It would constantly be a reminder, but at the same time, those people, you got to hit them where it hurts, and that's their pockets. Okay, so yeah, you make people pay. You'll learn that, okay?
Because people don't understand the importance of these two things being created until it's on their front doorstep.
Right.
I took an Uber somewhere the other day with my daughter, and I happened to say to a young lady, like I say to everybody, because I'm a life insurance agent, what's your relationship with life insurance? I gave her my card. She said, oh man, I wish I would have met you just a little while ago. And I said, why? What's going on? She said, I just lost my brother and my nephew.
Wow. And that's crazy because I was selling insurance at one point, but I honestly don't understand it enough to be selling it. I took the wrong test for the certification, still passed the certification. No, I took the wrong test. I took the wrong training course for the preparation for the test, but still passed the test. So maybe that's why I don't understand it, because I took the wrong training course. Maybe if I actually get the information, that would have made me a better sales agent. But even when I was going to the trainings after that for the job, I was so clueless and lost. I just did not understand it. I may have been too young at the time to actually been able to sell. Like, I sell shoes and clothes and beauty and retail products and stuff like that. But yeah, I think at this point in time, now that I'm in my 30s, I probably, if I could understand it, would get better at selling insurance. Cause I like that she said that she just asked people, what's your relationship with life insurance like, or just insurance in general, because especially as Americans, it's pretty much a necessity, especially now, because that's why everybody has all these GoFundMe's.
I said, I'm so sorry to hear that. They died in a car accident. The girlfriend,
Wow.
him and his girlfriend fell out, and she was chasing him in a car. Something happened, and the car flipped over, and they both died.
Whoa.
She said, I wish we would have had that, because we didn't have no insurance for him like that. Like just a regular automobile insurance policy, but not a personal life insurance policy. Everybody knows when you need life insurance, it's too late. Everybody
That's
wants
true.
some type of remedy for the sum total of their existence. Nobody wants to have something happen and then they go away and they're just back to the dust, and there's no recourse, there's no legacy left behind for your existence, no nothing. We live in a
Right.
world where people make plans, they work, they put money away, they make sure that they have something to.
And now that I think about it, what if those people have kids and you took their parent away? Yeah, you need to pay for that, because the money that their parent would be bringing in from being alive and doing what they need to do for their child, you took much more than just a person away from a family. Because I'm just like, not only would that be someone's child, but, or brother or sibling or something like that, nephew, cousin, whatever the case may be, but that could be someone's father, mother. And it's unfortunate that people don't care, but they need to start. Because I'm literally thinking about that, and because like she said, even with her and the comment, hating lady, if that's a grandparent, it does need to be a check that is, set up in an account for this child, like a little, it's not necessarily child support, but we'll say surviving, because it's like, okay, so there needs to be a word for that, kind of like a widow, because I always said like a widow account if you would be married to them. Okay, but maybe that you'll have to be married, but I'm just saying if you're a child. But it's still, say that somebody's, okay, because when you're a spouse, typically those things are set up in place, which is good, but still, that's still unexpected in life. So yeah, Donnie, pay up Trump. I'm just saying, pay up. I agree with that.
Speak for their existence. Why do you think the sum total of my existence is zero and I shouldn't be entitled to anything?
Right.
I'm sick of that narrative. I'm really sick of it. And people need to check themselves. They really do. Because if you think somebody should be compensated for something, then why do you go to work?
Ooh. Hello. That resonates. Hello. You gotta be worried about the wrong thing. Hating. Exactly.
Why don't you just stay home every day?
Real talk. And I want to ask you, because I know you revealed that you got bullet
Real
fragments
talk.
still in your face. Do you deal with anything else outside of that?
So by the grace of God, God left me whole, and he left me physically and aesthetically whole. And I always thought about this over the years, like, what is it about me? I even went through survivor's guilt, because it's, I would see stories after the fact about somebody who, tripped off the sidewalk and fell and died. And I'm like, how could somebody just trip and die? And I got shot in my face and I'm still here. There was a nasty case of survivor's guilt.
That's crazy. Imagine her feeling guilty because she actually survived. I didn't even know people feel that way. Like, I mean, I understand having a greater appreciation for life when something happens. I completely understand that. But being guilty when things happen to other people because you survived. Wow. Because I'm just like, I don't even want to say that's crazy. All I can say is wow. Because like I said, I don't want to say that's crazy.
I endured for quite a number of years. Not because
I thought it was just going to be for months. She said years. Whoa. That's how she came into a new millennium. I don't even know if it would have been after the 2000s, but yeah, wow.
want to be here. It's because I felt like, it becomes that questioning that you ask, well, why me? What's so special about me? You understand? You understand what I'm saying? And I truly believe that God has left me of sound mind and body and aesthetically whole so that for a time such as this. So when I come and I spread my message and I speak truth to power, no one is distracted by a disfigurement.
Because for me, like I said, I just thought that she was a vessel because of what we got going on with this man. But wow, because people do tend to get distracted in your imperfections, but she is aesthetically whole, so that way when she does give her testament and testimony, it could be received without distraction, because God is good. Wow.
God left me whole for his purpose. I'm eternally grateful for that. But the aftermath has not been easy. I've had a whole lot of medical issues. I still have 9 bullet fragments in my face.
9 bullet fragments in her face. It's so sad. Wow. I thought she was going to say, like, maybe she has, like, nasal, issues because of where it was at. But wow, you still having fragments is crazy. I guess, which I don't even know. I'm like, it was, oh my goodness.
I've seen you people in the audience. How she got shot 9 times? Like, come on.
Yeah, she didn't say 9 times. She said fragments. Like, it could have shot. Like, these are bones that it went through. Like, what?
Comprehension. 9 bullet fragments. I got shot with a hollow point gun. A hollow point bullet, excuse me. The hollow point bullet shatters on impact. It tears up. And it spreads through your body. I still have 9 fragments in and around my face.
What? What? See, they shouldn't even make stuff that's able to do that. And that's why I said, y'all, if y'all gonna be out there with them guns, don't need to have nothing but no blanks. Because, again, it should just be for defense mechanisms, not for, oh, I'm so cool, look at this, oh, I want to act so tough, I can't even fight for real, but I can walk around with a nug. Like, what the nug thugs, child? Because can't fight to save your life.
Majority of them are right here. I have some here, and one went through. I have a traumatic brain injury because it scarred my cerebral cortex, and I have a seizure disorder because of it.
What? Because that's scary. She has a seizure disorder now because one of these fragments went into her. What? The cerebral cortex is crazy. Oh my God. I'm like, oh, because even a friend left. And I'm questioning, I'm like, was they really trying to take my girl? Because like I said, just the way that she looks, the way that she speaks, and then just from what she said about her mother, it sounds like she comes from a really, she said she comes from a really prominent family. Dear God, because I'm like, it just is given set up. Like, this is crazy.
I had swelling of the brain, severe migraines, all types of stuff. It affected, I have a tooth I lost on this side because a bullet fragment was leaning on my nerve and it was causing me so much incredible pain.
Wow.
They had to go in and do what's called a pulpectomy, where they take all of the nerve out of your tooth. And once you take the nerve out of a tooth, you are deconstructing the structure of the tooth, and the tooth becomes weak, and the tooth broke. All of these things I've had to deal with. This 24 years later. That tooth just broke a few years ago.
And then people want to talk about why would you need to be compensated for being, that's why. Because y'all don't know what people have to deal with, not only mentally, but physically, emotionally. I mean, she is still dealing with the aftermath, and it's affecting her health. Because, baby, one thing that we can't play about is our health, because health is wealth. And then someone trying to diminish the quality of your health, and I don't even know if it was purposeful at this point, but like I said, it's just, the more we get into it, it just seems like maybe it was, because I just don't, because the 2 police, not 2 police, but the 2 ambulances, and then we have 2 people that were, eventually survivors of this Mr. Money, More Problems incident in a club. It's a lot. It just gets bad for him every time we hear something about him.
Watch me now.
Okay, girl, because hold on. You ain't got to yell at us. Miss Venus of the Night. Y'all, I'm like, I know you lying. Oh, my goodness. I'm messing up, and I don't even know where we were. Well, guess who I'm watching that at?
She was chasing him in a car. Something happened, and the car flipped over, and they both died. watches over his children and his fools. And I don't know which one I am, but thank you for something that I deal with. I even made a little video after I had done sitting in the stands at the football game cheering for your kids. I'm all jolly in a good mood, found me on the bed, stuck in a seizure to eat paint chips containing lead and spreads through your body. I still have 9 fragments in and around my face. The majority of them are right here. I have some here, and one went through. I have a traumatic brain injury, there are migraines, all, and it was causing me so take the nerve out of a tooth. These things I've had to deal with. This 24 years later. That tooth just broke a few years ago. Your gums are sensitive. I still have bullet fragments here. Lead does not belong in the body. You don't believe me? Look back in history when little kids used to eat paint chips containing lead.
Right. Oh, because it's the nug. And they have lead in them. Oh, my goodness. At this point, that was an attempt. We got to call that attempted because what? Yeah, because like slowly but surely it's not good for her. That is so, oh my goodness.
And they died because lead is toxic to your human body.
Right.
And yet for the last 24 years, I've had lead bullet fragments in my face. Just like Julius Jones, the other gentleman who got shot, he still has a bullet in his back. Like, people need to have some sort of respect and empathy, if nothing else.
Yeah.
If nothing else. We didn't ask for this. We didn't do anything to deserve this.
But go out.
Like I said, I was
not
an
even
innocent
deserve
bystander.
this.
What did I do to deserve this?
Nothing.
And so, yes, the aftermath has been horrific because outside of all of the physical things, I would have seizures. Sometimes I could have 20 seizures a day.
No fucking way. No way. What? 20 in a day? Oh my. Like she would need around the clock care, which is something you got to pay for, which is something he needs to pay for. Yeah, again, she needs to be one of the first people compensated.
One day my son, he's a grown man now, but when he was a teenager, he came home from school all jolly in a good mood, found me on the bed, stuck in a seizure, contorting, and my daughter, which was an infant, on the bed trying to get the bottle in her mouth. Just laying there without no care. I had been in a seizure. I don't know how long that seizure took, but I was seizing terribly. You know what my teenage son did? Because no boy wants to come home and find his mother in a seizure and the baby out there struggling to eat her bottle. He punched a hole in the wall, injured his hand because he was devastated.
Okay, I understand that he don't want to see nobody devastated, but baby, you ain't need to call the ambulance. You decided to punch a wall. You do that after you call the ambulance. I ain't trying to get in because he's a teenage boy. Nobody wants to see that, right? First thing you do is call the ambulance, not punch a wall. Like what?
Like all of these things. People don't think about all these things. I left my kids over my grandmother's house for the holiday. I was a fully intact mommy. There have been times where, because of all of the medication I was under, I was lethargic. I was not myself. Do they know the effect of seizure medication? You're not out here sitting in the stands at the football game cheering for your kids.
So she was even put on medication after this, and that's one thing that I definitely, I don't like. It has to be literally life, necessary, and the fact that it was for her is the most unfortunate thing. Yeah. Wow.
I was lethargic, and it wasn't just seizure medication. It was a bunch of medicine.
Right.
And that's one thing I will say about the medical industry. They have no compulsion to put you on a bunch of medicine.
At all.
All these rappers with their lean and all this stuff. I had that medication. It's disgusting. I couldn't even drink it. It is disgusting. So the fact that
because they definitely do. They don't mind pumping you with all types of meds, making you pay for whatever. Like, it's never to make you better. It's just to make $1. And it's quite unfortunate. And I don't like that. And that's why I didn't want to be in the medical profession, because I don't agree with that. If there's not going to be research done to heal, the fact that that's not even what doctors do, like that really pisses me off.
Taking this thing and made it sport is crazy. It is. You will gag and spit all of that up. Yet they're drinking this like it's nothing.
And maybe that's why they're cutting it with different liquids and stuff. But yet and still, I would not recommend anything like that. Before C19 came through with this bug, they were giving people like they were diagnosing people with like respiratory infections and stuff like that, prescribing a I would tell them I would not recommend you to drink that. Like, I don't even know why they prescribing that to people. Y'all ain't got nothing else. Like, y'all just go, like, that was crazy.
I had to allow myself to suffer the pain because I couldn't get that stuff down my throat.
Promethazine is crazy.
I minded my business. I was an innocent bystander. Why should my life be destroyed because somebody with an ego problem wanted to shoot a gun into a club?
Hello. And like she said, with the ego problem, because that's what it is. That's all it was. He want to be a bad boy. He ain't going to try to let nobody punk him in the club. But it wasn't even like you took nobody's life. Because if you did, you would really be crying. So what was the point? Like, and again, you supposed to be somebody at this point that's really on the come up. Why are you even doing that? You got security around you. Like, come on. Lame.
And I've had to deal with a lot since then. I've had to deal with a whole ton of stuff. I've had to deal with them harassing me for 20-something years.
I'm like, who?
Well, it wasn't 24 years straight, but it would come and go.
Really? Yes, she definitely need to be compensated. They still bothering her whenever they feel like it is beyond insane.
But now that this whole thing has, risen back up, I have a lot of harassment that I deal with. I even made a little video after I had done another podcast. Oh my God. Well, I done the TikTok, and then I went on a podcast, and I couldn't even go get gas. All of my cards were kept decline, every one.
What? No. No. Because at that point, it's intimidation, it's scary. What? Girl, he was playing with your money? Yeah, at that point, you really owe me. You was playing with my money? Oh, yeah. Game on. What?
How? How does that anomaly occur? Just
right.
Because?
Nope.
They have wealth and access to power and tentacles that stretch all through society.
Yup. And because she, had a case against him, he has all of the information against her. He could easily pay somebody like he's been doing, and people have been doing it. And I don't even know if I would have been one. I hope I would be strong-willed enough not to do it. But I don't know if, like she said, he goes to people that are broke. Even if he told me, I got $20K for you to tell me the address of this woman, I might get that address, which is terrible because he might do something. Not only is that breaking HIPAA and all the other kind of stuff, like that's personal identifying information, stuff like that. But yeah, that's just not good to do in general. Like if he can't go get the address by himself, it might be a reason. But when you're telling somebody that don't even have 20 cents that you'll give them 20 racks, especially in 1999, even today, it'll make people, consider, which is not good. That's how God doggone Eve ate that apple. Because what if it wasn't even just apple? What if it was just a metaphor? What if it's just because that's just something else? Somebody offer you something in life and you know it ain't what you're supposed to do, but you just do it anyway because they just make it seem like it's just so good to do. Jesus.
Can do what they want to you. The powers that be. They can do what they want to you if they so choose. And they're connected to enough people that can make your life a hell. Trust me, I've been there.
What did she just say? They sold shoes. I don't even know if I caught that part.
Walk through the fire, but guess what? No matter what they do, I'm a child of God. I didn't walk through the fire. I do not smell like smoke. I don't smell like smoke. So I always tell people, when you send your minions to come for me, send your best and brightest. Not these.
You can send your best man and you gonna lose your best hitter because God say doom, 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 doom. You be like, what the fuck is that? God be like, doom, 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 doom. You be scared, what is that? Like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah.
Lollygagging dilly-dallies that you be sending. Send your best and brightest. Because I'm God's child. He watches over his children and his fools.
Look, she said, don't send your lollygagger. Send your best and your brightest. You can send your best man. You gonna lose your best hitter. Won't even start.
And I don't know which one I am, but thank you, Father God.
Right.
My girl saying, I don't know which one I am, but thank you, Father God. I know that's right, girl.
I actually, tell me if I'm wrong or not. If I'm not mistaken, after you were shot, did he put money on your head, right?
He said, if I'm not mistaken, did he put money on your head? That is not but I hate to say that's not surprising because that's even crazy to say. But don't that just seem like it's the truth? Like, what? Wow.
That's how I ended up. I'm a Brooklyn girl. I was born in Brooklyn. I was raised in Brooklyn. My family's from the Caribbean. Between, whether it was times that we spent in the Caribbean or my life in Brooklyn, I'd consider myself a New York girl. I had no intentions of leaving. And probably had this happened, I probably would have never left. But when the district attorney's office gets information from one of their confidential informant sources saying that there's a bag on my head, and I'm calling the district attorney's office, and I'm calling everybody because I look out my window where I was living in Canarsie, Brooklyn, and there's 4 stretched blacked out SUVs I lived on the corner. There's one on that corner, one in front of my house, one on the next corner.
What? See, that's why I said I don't think that this was as random. That's why I'm questioning the friend. I'm questioning the friend, especially because the friend left her. And like she said, they doing all this honking in the car and all this other kind of stuff, saying that they were going to leave her, but they did not. She also said, I'll have something for you to wear. What if that was so that they could also identify her? I don't trust that friend. Because why are they still stalking her after if she was not always the target? Because I initially was saying, why are they even at this party? If Diddy wasn't hosting it, what drew him to be at this party that her friend was hosting? And then when she says, oh, it's at a hotel, it's a club combined with a hotel. Okay, so that does sound upscale. Okay. But then they but she is the one that gets hit, not even the person that got bumped into, even though it started the rah-rah. Because I don't even recall her saying that, what's his name, Scar, the person that she actually knows, if anybody ever blasts anything. But I mean, I guess, I don't know, because I'm just like she said, some people were in there with nugs, but they wouldn't even let her bring her rat tail comb.
Why? That's never happened to me before. I've never seen that. I live in a typical Afro-Caribbean community in Canarsie, Brooklyn, that I'd never seen that. But now I look out the window after I got shot by Puffy, and all of these SUVs blacked out on the corners and on the blocks of my house. Why?
Right.
When the district attorney's office notifies me and my mother that they got and my attorney confidential information from an informant saying that there's a bag on my head, and there was also a bag on Scar's head, what should I do? Sit there and wait for them to come get me?
Like they said, informant. Make sure you pay attention to the informant. Because Diddy has law enforcement tied up, like I said, around his finger and under his dollars. Because they don't pay them people enough, unfortunately. But, yeah. I told you, girl. Again, she's still divinely protected, but again, it must be power, because he has a power struggle, and she comes from a prominent family, so clearly they have power in their own merit, right, versus he got that dirty money merit. Okay, because I'm just like, it's something about her that he was trying to take out, because it wasn't just a random shooting at this point. It's given very set up. And it's given, it was a lot of people that were in on this. Because like she said, afterwards, when she had a case against Mr. More Money, More Problems, he was paying people off not to say anything in the case. And they were taking it. They were taking it. That might have just been the back end to the front end that he gave them to set all of this up. Because I feel like this was a setup. Because again, to even still stalk her and all this other kind of stuff afterwards, yeah, don't seem too random.
Or submit to the will of people who have my best interest and want to move me and my family to preserve my safety.
Right.
Like, I keep getting all these stupid comments online, like people don't understand the English that I'm speaking. One thing that I was always teased about when I was younger was that I was Encyclopedia Brown. Every time I tell a joke, you learn a new vocabulary word. I know I speak clearly and concisely.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. And that's why it's like people that have the IQ of not even an ant. I feel like an ant is freaking smarter. Got the IQ of a piece of lint, non-existent, always have something to say. Lint liquors.
You hear a little Caribbean accent? Perhaps. But I'm extremely articulate. But for some reason, when the words come out of my mouth and they land into the ears of these people out there, these negative people, it turns into something else.
That's what it is.
Not exactly
negative.
sure why. Now, I know I've harped on the negative people. Let me say, 85% of the feedback has been very, very positive.
Good.
Very positive.
Good.
And I appreciate you all. And I don't mean to focus on the negative people. It's just that their negativity is intensely negative. It is inherently negative, and it is far-reaching.
Yes, and that's the thing about it too, right? When people are negative, it's not just negative sometimes to the point where you could just like ignore it. It's intensely negative. Like they want to ridicule you about stuff that's not even on topic. It's like, why would you even come over here to be so negative? Again, even if you have an opinion, Put it on your own platform. You don't have to go voice your opinion under people's posts, under people's sections, unless they ask for your thoughts and your opinions. But just going to give your unsolicited opinion about people, especially if it's negative, that's something that I had to learn to stop doing. And that's why I do love my YouTube channel and my platform, because I have learned to voice my opinions where they matter on my platform. This is the only place where my opinion matters, because God don't even care about my opinions. It matters what he wants. So that's just something that people have to learn. It's just like, yes, you can have an opinion, but like on your own platform, in your own space, not in my safe space. This is a safe space that I've created for myself, for a collective of people who want to, you know, whatever the case may be. Like today it's a live chat react, whether it's Bible study, whether it's, you know, girl boss, DIY, whatever the case may be, whatever we doing, whether we just living life on the vlog, whatever the case may be, you know, you live with the vibes of the tribe. But yeah, I don't know why people think they can, you know, dictate anything. Yeah, it's just again, but that's something that I recently learned, and that's why I'm passing the information on. And that's why y'all see me on my platform a lot, because I have a lot of opinions, and it's the only place they matter. Critically acclaimed, opinionated woman. It's the last day of Virgo season, okay? Shout out to us and all the Virgos.
And it's not right. Why do we continue to victimize and re-victimize our community members who have done nothing wrong? Why are you standing up for a criminal who hurt people that did nothing wrong and didn't deserve it?
Hello. Did nothing wrong and nothing to deserve it.
That's why our communities continue to have such decline and moral degradation, because we're too busy representing for the thug and not for the victim.
Okay, girl. I mean, child, a lot of the words that I'm looking for, she knows them all. That's where they at, right here. Wow. Because absolutely that. Absolutely that.
Not for the survivor. Stop making excuses for somebody that do wrong, because when it hits your doorstep, you're going to want somebody to hear your cause and plead your case for you.
Amen.
Why do you not want the same for me? Do unto others as you'll have them do unto you.
That's
Yeah,
it.
that's real talk. I just can't believe it, man. I'm still in disbelief that, you know, he put money on your head.
And see, that's what people have to say. Stop saying, oh, I can't believe it, I'm disbelieving. No, just say, it's unfortunate. I don't like that he did that, because, again, that be the issue. People don't believe it. There are some things that I don't want to believe, and sometimes you just have to face the reality of the matter. Like, that's why I'm just like, no.
You had to move, right?
The district attorney's office moved me. The district attorney's office moved me. I'm a Brooklyn girl. I had no reason to move out of Brooklyn.
But see, I wouldn't trust that either. So they moved her to wherever she moved to and knew where she was going to be at. I wouldn't trust them. I'm sorry. Especially, tell me an informant told you. No.
Love Brooklyn. If you look over the sum total of my existence, had I not gotten shot by Puffy, I'd probably still live in Brooklyn. Unless I, in my later age, decided, okay, well, let me move.
Right.
But for all intents and purposes, that is the impetus that caused me to move. I was a business owner. I had businesses. Why would I pick up and just leave everything I knew?
And that was working for her. It's not like, you know, she couldn't afford it. It's not like the businesses weren't businessing. There was no reason for her to move. She was comfortable in that space, and she was just trying to thrive. And this weird man, because I'm just like, I wonder what that is about. Because it's just like, what? Just listening to this story is just like, wow.
But for the fact that my life depended on it. Because guess what? Scar was on the run after a while because he learned that they had a bag on his head.
That's crazy. Like she said, he was on the run. Wow. And see, that's why I'm like, he want these people going, not just Scar, but her. That's why I'm like, this can't just be because of no bump in the club. That just doesn't make sense. That don't make enough sense to me. Bumped in the club and now we got beef from a bump in the club? No.
He eventually got arrested for something. Not too long after he got out of jail, they took him out. He was dead.
No. And then if you know you got a bag on your head, what is you doing to get arrested for? Like, what the fuck? You supposed to be on your square. Wow.
Not that long after he got out of jail. And I don't know that the bag was ever taken off. I know that most people that he comes against and there's some negativity, they end up dead. I'm going to keep doing what I know. I'm here 24 years later. I'm grateful to God. I'm halfway through the year. December 27th will make 25 solid years that I survived that. By the grace of God, I continue to be eternally grateful. But I'm not going to sit here and allow anyone to make me feel discomforted or throw me off and say, oh, you're fine, girl. They ain't thinking about you. I even had some girlfriends who right now I don't really talk to them because when this came back out, when this whole Little Rod lawsuit came back out, and the podcast were reading through all the steps of the lawsuit, but when the Cassie thing came out and it elevated everything, and people were attacking her, oh, she's lying, oh, she's this, and
Because she definitely comes with the details, but I'm just like, because she got me thinking, because she ain't got to it yet, like, if these people tried to chastise her about this, wow.
it was enough is enough. I vehemently denied the charges yet, and then the video came out with him kicking this child, kicking somebody's child in her face like she was trash. Where's your enough is enough statement? And people still defending him. Oh, she want a bag. Oh, she's a gold digger. Oh, she a thot. She lying. She want money for her new husband. And then a video comes out. Wait, you know how crazy you gotta be to run down the hall in a towel?
That's what I said. That's why I'm just like, the towel. That's why I'm like, I feel like she was trying to escape with that, because he running down the hallway in a towel after this girl. It's just like, you have to be, I don't even know if we're gonna call him insane, but again, I was curious about that guy doggone towel. I needed a little snack of that. Hold on, y'all. Yeah. You running after this girl. And then that's why I said, I'm pretty sure they had the hotel floor to themselves. But yet and still, the fact that that's why I'm like, I think she was trying to escape when he was coming after her during that hallway. Because why do you have on a towel? Or was he participating in an FO? But again, all that man had on was a towel and socks. And striped socks at that. I mean, completely unhinged, if you ask me. And that's why I'm just like, I agree with her.
That was held together by the blood of God, by the blood of Jesus, that towel was held together. To run down so cavalierly down the hall in a towel and punch and beat somebody and drag them like that,
Right, like she said, that towel was hanging on by the grace of God, because literally he's running around, beating on her, throwing stuff, getting up, running. I mean, the towel was still on him. That's why I was just like, I don't know what he was doing for him to even be in a towel, but that man was in a towel.
vases, sit in a chair with your legs open so your nether regions can hang and throw vases at this woman in a hallway. Do you know who you gotta be? Baby, that's not even hell. That's the hits of hell underneath hell. That's that space underneath hell. But before that video came out, oh, they trying to take a good black man down. That's what they...
And I mean, even when people saw the video, they still like, he's not a bad man or anything like that, which makes me feel like y'all beat on women. I feel like anyone that defends what he does is because you do it. Because there's no way that you find anything remotely acceptable that this man does.
It was me up 24 years ago. Had anybody listened to me 24 years ago and understood my clear and concise statements that said, this man shot me in my face, had they listened, had they taken heed, and they knew I wasn't lying, everybody knew I was not lying. But because he had power, prestige, fame, money, and access to the people that have even more power than him, they let him walk. Because their agenda had to be carried out by him. So they...
Whoa. Their agenda. See, that's what I'm saying. Because how did she get caught up in this agenda? Because she comes from power. Some way, somehow, in a New York place of prominent power at that. Even like she said, even the hotel or club that she was at that's attached to this hotel, she knew the owners, not only by name but also face. And that's why I'm like, why would this man want her just so gone even after this club incident? Even yeah, that's she's talking about to carry out their agenda. That's why I'm like, I want to know what the agenda is. Do tell.
Let him walk. But guess what? If somebody listened to me, perhaps Cassie would have never had to endure, and all those other people that died under alleged suspicious causes at his hand would not have had to endure if he was held into account for what he did to me 24 years ago.
Right. If he would have been incarcerated or at least seen a cell after he did that to her. Because like she said, I wasn't expecting there to be witnesses because I was thinking the shootout, everybody's running. But she said there were people that saw and people that said that he did. But as soon as we started cutting the check for people to say, no, he didn't, they did exactly that. And again, people like that scare me.
Look at how many other people had to suffer. This is what pisses me off.
Scare me.
Everybody accused me of trying to take down, and I'm talking physically in the street, cursed me out, screamed me down, because there was a cover story of the on the Daily News that was done of me, and people could see my bandaged face and recognize me. Saw me in the street. I was out with my mother when she was running an errand, cursed me out, called me everything but a child of God.
That's crazy. You mad at her, but not him for doing it. Because she's trying to take a black man out. Why he had that gun to begin with? Why, even if they was going to fight, why couldn't they just fight? Why did they have to get that physical and violent? Like, come on.
You're trying to take a good black man down. You're trying to destroy hip-hop. Why would I destroy hip-hop? I'm a child of hip-hop. I took my $3.23 and walked to Straker's record store on Utica Avenue in Crown Heights, Brooklyn in August of 1979, and I bought King Tim III by the Fatback Band first, and a week later, I bought Rapper's Delight. I got such an early copy. It wasn't that sky blue copy that had that kaleidoscope keyboard panel on it. I had a white jacket.
Don't play with this woman. Do not play with this woman. One thing about it, she comes strong. She, like she said, she knows who she is. This woman is not gonna back down. She does not back down, and I love that. I love that. Oh my goodness, I aspire. Yes. Oh my goodness.
That's how early I got my record. I am hip hop. I could quote hip hop quotables with the best of them. In fact, everything in my life is a hip hop quotable. So how dare you accuse me of trying to take down hip hop or trying to take down a good black man? Show me a good black man that I was trying to take down, because it ain't him.
Oh, exactly. Why was he doing that? Why was he doing that? Because he wasn't being good. I know that's right, girl.
There's a whole list of people with crimes and moral turpitude against him. Me? Trying to take down a good black man? No, I was trying to save society.
That's all I'm trying to do, girl, and I know that's right. I'm with you. Because we have years so far left. I thought that this was a little bit more under control than I realized that it's not. So it's okay. Let me step in and do my due diligence to be a good steward and be the change that I wish to see in the world. Because people are get away with too much because dummies are loud. Okay? I hate to say it. The people that, you know, it's a lot of wallflowers, put it like that. And it's a lot of people that are on the dance floor. That need to be at home reading a book.
Trying to save society from a nefarious actor, from a character, from Kaiser Sose. But y'all ain't want to hear me then. It took Cassie to come out and say this man would make her carry his gun in her pocketbook to control her and to make her feel afraid. In her lawsuit. Little Rod's lawsuit. He tried to bully Little Rod, allegedly, according to the details in the lawsuit. He tried to bully him and he said, I shot that lady in the club. That's what made me make the TikTok.
Whoa. He said that? If he said that, no, you really have to make sure that you, get your due diligence, because he said that. Oh my God. But you ain't saying it in the court. You'll say everywhere else but in that court. Man, forget him.
Minding my business. I was watching YouTube. Minding my business, waiting to go pick my daughter up from work. And then I'm watching some podcaster and it was half watching me, and I hear them going through the counts of the lawsuit, and they get to a count and it says, Puffy admitted he shot the lady in the face. It was like somebody kicked me in my chest. I said, what?
Right.
After all these years? He's bragging now? And then I made the...
Exactly. You'll say it then, but you weren't saying it in court. Is you didn't do it in court, but you ready to act like you just so big and bad. You weren't big and bad to say you did it in court, but you big and bad to say it to intimidate someone. Cowardly. He might be a coward. I didn't think that he was a coward, and I try to give him more benefit to say that he's not a coward. He wouldn't be on suicide watch. He, wouldn't do that. He might. This man is cowardly. This is, wow.
TikTok. Half my comments were, girl, you need a ring light. That's how dark it was. That's to tell you, I wasn't setting up like, let me go make a TikTok because I want to be famous and be clout chasing. No, I'm 53. 54 now. My birthday just passed. I'm tired of you people on the thing. She want a clout. She's chasing clout for what? What am I doing with it? You can pay Georgia Powell with clout?
Right. Definitely not that. But she definitely has every right to come out and tell her story. So that way people are aware, because again, especially right now, they have a case against him, and she definitely is allowed to tell her story of her accounts with this man, because it wasn't just a one-time incident. This not only affects her life to this day, but even the stuff that he did after that is just strange.
Can you pay the gas bill with clout? Do they take clout when you're paying your insurance bill? Because tell me where they take clout, and then I will use it. But until then, clout don't value nothing, but people whose priorities are all effed up.
Ooh.
That's what clout can be used for. It can't be
Okay.
used for nothing in the real world. Nothing. I don't have time to worry about clout. I have to worry about my sanity, about speaking truth to power, about telling my story.
Amen. That's exactly what I'm focused on. That's God's mission in my ministry. Okay? I know that's right. That's all it is.
Your lies intersect with my truth, too bad for you.
That resonates. Yes, it does. If your life or your lies intersect with my truth, too bad for you. Because if y'all want to make it seem like he is such a good man, he shouldn't have done those things. You wouldn't be considered not only... That's why I'm like, it's one thing because villains are made. I mean, even though he is a monster, he made that too, but still... It's past villainized. He is like, it's really sad. It's, oh my goodness.
I am not a thug. I am not a criminal. I don't live in the street. I ain't into thug life, so I'm nobody's snitch. I'm a grown woman telling what happened to me.
Amen.
And I'm going to always do that.
Amen.
If your lie intersects with my truth, too bad for you. Too bad for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not concerned. I'm going to do what my mama and grandmama taught me. God rest my grandmother's soul. I'm going to do what she taught me. And all these people that project this whole, oh, she just want clout, she's a thief, she want money, Listen, my grandmother, God rest her soul, her favorite scripture was, so as a man thinketh, so is he. If every time somebody tells their story and you think they lying, it's because you a liar.
Oh, wow. I'm not going to say that because there are a lot of people that clout chase and do be lying, but you should be able to be discerning to say what is truthful and what's not. Even if you see something, be like, maybe this is not true or maybe this is true, but you should be able to be like, okay, I can see where this woman is, because again, her language, dialogue, imagery, everything is very vivid. You can see the visuals of the words that she's creating. Yeah.
If every time something happens and somebody gets compensated, if you think everybody's a thief, it's because you're a thief. If you think everybody's a thought or a hoe, it's because that's what you are. And you're projecting your crap onto me. Save it. Don't project your stuff onto me. Because you see this righteous breastplate of righteousness I wear, it can't penetrate, so save it.
It don't it look like it? That's why I said I love the way she looks. I love the way she looks. So yeah, I feel her. I do.
If it would have penetrated, it would have happened 24 years ago and I'd be out of here. I'd be a dusty picture on the shelf and my kids would be telling you a story. But that ain't happened. I got on a breastplate of righteousness. My birthday is June 12th. I tell everybody, one day the Most High told me, read every scripture that coincides with your birthday. I read Ephesians 6:12. It said, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities of darkness and evilness and wickedness in high places.
Amen. Because y'all know I have my BAGSB, A Good Steward, Bags Bible study, because the only way to the bag is to be a good steward of God's will and word. And y'all know I do a Bible verse of the day based off of the day. And the fact that she thought to go through the Bible and read every, 6:12 for her birthday, y'all, I thought about that earlier. Going through and looking at every 8:24, because the scripture that I got for my birthday this year, it wasn't one of those like she gave, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers, in heavenly spaces and principalities. But it wasn't one of those. So I need to find one of those that, everything in the Bible hits, but some of them verses hit different. So the fact that she even did that, and something that I thought about earlier, that's, I'm like, God, so loud. Heard you, big fella.
It's the sum total of my existence and
Biggest
this case.
stepper.
I wrestle not against flesh and blood. These principalities of darkness, that's on that man, because you can't call it nothing else. That's a spirit of wickedness and evil. And I am the person charged with speaking truth to power and fighting back. I'm not...
Amen. And I'm a Life Path 8, baby. I'm a powerhouse. This is what I do. So I'm like, I definitely feel her when she says that. Yeah, I definitely love to, speak life into things and bring truth and bring light to the truth, because people believe the darkness because that's just what they're used to on them. Because I'm realizing, even if you want to vote for that woman that thinks that don't know that she need to sit down, I feel like if you feel like she's somebody that, would be good for USA, you're someone that, likes being lied to in your relationships. And a lot of people do just be in relationships knowing that their partner will lie to them, do all type of things, but because their partner, they just suck it up. But I'm just like, I understand that's what y'all do in your personal life, but collectively, get it together.
A coward in a corner like a coward and tuck my tail and be scared to speak. I've always been outspoken. God put this in me, and I'm going to be that. And I don't care what anybody thinks. What anybody in that world thinks of me is not my business. That's your business. Take that to the altar. It's above me. Take it to the altar.
Yeah,
Told y'all,
I
I'd be
feel
so
you. I wanna
above
backtrack,
me.
right? Scar, He's the one that got into it with Diddy, right, before the shooting? And you said that he ended up dead?
He ended up dead eventually, yeah, a few years ago. It's probably been, can't remember exactly, maybe 8 or 10 years now. Probably 8 years. He passed away. I actually flew home to his funeral because, like I said, he was a friend of mine. He lived across the street. His mom lived across the street from one of my beauty salons. And he and I were friends. And I wanted to pay my respects because we had all our lives intersected in this unique, weird circumstance and anomaly. And I felt like it was my duty to go pay my respects. And I'm not big on funerals.
And that's crazy because, like she said, somehow their life definitely intertwined where it was an anomaly. But again, I believe that all things are divinely orchestrated, divinely created, all those things. Because what if Scar, I ain't gonna say it was an informant, but what if, because I don't even know how her meeting him would have transpired anything, especially with the fight. But again, I just feel like it's something about them that we just don't know. Because for Diddy to be after them the way he was, putting bags on their head for a push in a nightclub, it can't just be that simple. Because it went deep. It went too deep for it to be that simple.
But for him, I wanted to go pay my respect.
And who was Scar, for the people out there wondering who he is?
So Scar is the person that Puffy and them and Shine got into the argument with that night in the club that created this whole powder keg. That's the guy they bumped into, splashed his champagne in his face. He bucked back, and they all got into this whole melee, and that's what caused Puffy to want to, and Shine to want to be. And let me just say something about Shine too, because I said on my TikTok, Shine did not shoot me because he didn't. But Shine is a con artist. Let me just put that right out here now.
Okay, so he's a con artist, because one thing that I notice about when she's describing Shine, she's not describing who Shine is as a person. Like, she's just now saying he's a con artist. When she describes herself, she literally tells us who she is before we even found out about what happened with that night. But when she describes him, she goes into what happened that night versus who she is from the neighborhood. Like I said, I met him in the neighborhood because of my stores or my salons, and maybe she just say he's the local D-boy. I'm like, say something, but again, I'm not saying that what happened to her did not happen. I'm just saying, again, just for this man to be on them after this incident, just does not make sense.
Everybody's like, oh, we know Shine was innocent. No, you don't know a daggone thing, because he's far from innocent. Back in the days, there was a podcaster, and I'm sure you may be familiar with him. Do you remember Combat Jack podcast? One of the early days, of course.
Yeah, R.I.P. to him. Yeah.
R.I.P. to Combat Jack. He did a show back in the days when Shine was still screaming from the rafters how Puffy double-crossed him, threw him under the bus.
See what I'm saying? Oh no, that was Shine and not Scar, who was the one. Okay, so Shine is the one that's saying he got double-crossed by Mr. More Money, More Problems, and he was thrown under the bus. But now you out hanging out with him, which is strange.
He did a podcast, he had Shine on it, and Shine said, I can almost quote, somebody had played, now you can't even find the full podcast. You may be able to go in the Wayback Machine and find it. They look like they scrubbed it off the internet, but I'm doing a docuseries called Shot, Survivors Helping Others Through, and we captured that podcast.
I love that. Survivors Helping Others Through. That's a great acronym. Wow. I love that.
And we have it. I have it memorialized. They did something like like gunshots in the background. He was like, nah, don't do that. Because Shorty and Tanya Rubin, that's my friend. A lot of people don't know. See, these Johnny-come-latelys don't know the real deal. Shine, when they were trying to get Shine a record deal, his former manager, Manny Haley, who was a friend of mine, and I used to work in his beauty salon before I opened my own, called me one day and said, yo, Ed, what's up? What you doing? I said, I'm in the studio. He was like, oh, word? You remember that youngin' that used to rhyme outside the shop? I want to bring him through. They're trying to get him a deal.
So she knew who Shine was that was with Mr. More Money, More Problems, which was the second shooter in this situation. She knew who he was. That's why I said none of this seems like it was random. Something else, again, it just seems too simple for all of this stuff to have gotten so deep. For four, black Suburbans to be on a corner of her house, for, him putting the hit not only on her head but on Scar's head, for a bump in the club. And now that we know that Shine, because I thought, because the way she's naming even the security bouncer that took her rat tail comb when she first came in, I'm thinking she just knows these names because she had to go through the course with these processes. That's what I was thinking. But no, this is all local stuff. This is all because, like I said, she's in some place of power from her family. But like she said, she also knows other salon owners. That's how she's opening up her salon. Because she's also in New York and gaining power because she is a business owner. She's getting salons. She's getting money.
Let me bring him through, let him drop some bars on your session. So Shine's record deal is because I let him come to my session, and I know they took that sample as a snippet to help shop him to get a record deal. That's the irony of life. So while these people are like, oh, she just want money, you don't have a clue. Shine said vehemently on the Combat Jack podcast, and I have a clip I will send to you. He said, Natanya Rubin is my friend. I'm sorry she got hit. It was foul because we used to go to the studio with her and everything was everything. She my friend. So we don't know if my gun hit her with the ricochet because it was 4 guns in the club. We don't know. But I'm sorry it was her because that's my friend.
Okay, so did it just get extremely reckless because they were trying to, flaunt and show out and all this other kind of stuff? Because, yeah, because I'm just thinking, he's saying that's his friend, he's sorry, it was for going off. Like she said, she only recalls 2. 1, 2, and then boom, she was hit.
When you listen back to it, you're going to be awestruck at how almost verbatim I just said that. Trust me, I've played it over in my head a million times. It's the number one question I've been asked for 24 years. Did they apologize to you? I'm always awestruck when people ask that. I'm like, apologize? People...
Nah, I didn't expect them to apologize. Nah, I didn't expect that. I don't even know if she was expecting an apology, because what is an apology going to do? Apologize with some money and some roses in a house. But apologizing with words ain't going to do nothing. Sweet nothings.
Because guilty don't apologize. Now, he apologized to some degree, and I had love for him for that. My sister even was the one that called me crying and said, I need you to listen to this, sit down. And she played that snippet for me, originally when it first happened. And I was awestruck, because guilty people don't apologize. But he was at least showing some contrition. Now that he's Mr. And listen, I sat back from the background and watched his ascension. Like I keep telling people, I'm not a grudge holder. I know most of y'all can't conceive of this because y'all out here holding grudges on your mama from 1900 something.
Shut up, girl. Not from 1900 something. But, I mean, a lot of us have seen, it's just that she's talking about Diddy. We've seen, his ascension. So, but again, she's a New York girl, so this is a New York thing, which is really bad. I can only imagine what the people in New York had to suffer with the hands of this man-child.
I'm not her. I don't hold grudges. I don't give people free space in my prime real estate. I don't let people take up residence in my brain. God did not create my brain or wire me that way. So I want people to be held accountable for what they did, but I'm not sitting here pining, oh, I want to burn him in effigy. No, I'm not that person. I sat back and I watched Shine's ascension. When he got deported, first he was in jail, then he got deported. He became a community activist in the community. I was proud of him. I was like, wow, he's turning his life around.
So this is the second shooter. So now he's turned his life around, and now he's a community activist. Right, because he don't need to be out there doing harm to people.
Time and distance will give you the ability to make yourself anew. So I was watching him. I was very proud of him. But now that you've gotten to this place where you are the head of the opposition party and you want to ascend to prime minister of Belize, your home country where you were deported to, but when you got deported back and you started interacting with Puffy, the prime minister, the party that was in power, put a rule of law in that said if you were convicted of a crime anywhere in the world, you could never be the prime minister in Belize.
Oh. Well, look at there. Because I do remember that was a thing, but I didn't realize it was because of that. Look at all how that circles back. Wow.
So now he's going to jockey off of me saying Shine didn't shoot me to try to leverage himself to get that prime minister seat because your homeboy keeps sending his little plane over there to Belize. I don't know what y'all doing. You know, the Rico say moving bodies of females and stuff ain't my business.
Okay.
We're going to let the Rico charge handle that. But whatever you into, you want that access to power, and he wants you to have that access to power so he can move those human bodies through your island and whatever other packages is on that plane.
Oh. So that's what, see, that's what I'm saying. When he was getting all this money, why wasn't he doing stuff to put people on? He was only going to put you on to his benefit and your detriment. That's it. You can be in a position of power because it helps me. It'll allow me to do whatever escapades I want to do without any repercussions because you are the head. Wow. See, that's why I'm like, even the fact that she knows this, that's why I'm like, the connections runs deeper than you just being in a club that night, girl. Like you said, they showed up at your house.
That's not my concern. I'm going to sit back like a spectator and watch until it plays itself out. But you want to lose.
Okay.
Oh, you see, the woman said I didn't shoot her. Did you hear the ting? Come on. When you on Drink Champs, you be like, yo, I'm saying no because you know people said I sound like Big. And then when you're talking to the local
You got an
news media in
accent.
Belize, you're like, I don't know what these people are discussing. The people want to take me down and I'm the...
Like she said, he's a con artist. Sean is a con artist. So, because I'm like, I wonder if he just got played with Diddy into doing this, or maybe coerced, because I feel like it was something targeted at her. If not her, her family, somebody. I don't know what it was, because this is my first time ever hearing about these people in this capacity. So, yeah, even with Sean, like she said, a con artist, because don't get out there talking about, now you got an accent. That's strange, because I don't like people that do that, Kamala. I'm just saying. At least Donnie is Donnie.
Cut the shenanigans. You ain't nothing but a penny ante shyster, a shady car salesman. You ain't nothing but a dressed up fraud. You a liar. I sat back and I watched you and I said, wow, he is making good on himself. But then you tried to, you slipped and bumped your head. And I can forgive people, but let me tell you something. When you step on that pinky toe with the corn, you done effed up. You're not going to use me to leverage your way into the prime minister seat. Shine shot Julius Jones. And I can prove it to you.
Right. Because even if it wasn't her, because like she said, no, he didn't shoot her. Diddy is the one that shot her. But he did shoot Julius. So don't act like you didn't shoot Julius, who also who had to get transported that night. Wow. This, again, because this gets deep. Because I'm like, he was running for prime minister so that he could really do, like, this gets every time.
I'll bring Julius Jones to the surface to tell y'all himself. Ain't nobody seen him in 24 years. I will bring him. I will bring the proof. Shine shot Julius Jones. He still has the bullet in his back. I'm tired of these stupid lies. And people, here's what pisses me off. In everybody's story, they keep pulling me up. Oh, the woman who was the victim, she said I didn't shoot her. What?
Which is true. She said that, but she ain't say you ain't shoot nobody. You just said her. Because you know who shot her. Like, people crazy.
Dude, you didn't even finish paying me. You still owe me money. Let's get that part out, too.
Uh-oh.
In the settlement, Shine was responsible. They assessed different degrees of responsibility for the settlement.
Okay.
Shine was assessed his responsibility, but you know, because his money was dragged all out in the legal fees, he didn't have the money to pay. They also said if you don't pay her this amount by this day, you are then subject to have to pay her this amount plus interest.
What? So if that's the case, that means Mr. More Money, More Problems had to make a settlement and paid it too. But that don't mean he still shouldn't have had to make monthly payments for the rest of his life, because like that woman said, she's dealing with issues that affect her health to this very breath today. Bullet, just like she said, Julia still got bullet fragments in him. She still got them in her. Like she said, lead is not supposed to be in your body. That is very highly toxic, okay? That's why they have a lead poisoning. And I'm like, this is wow.
I got shot 24 years ago. The case ended about 13, 14 years ago. He still owe me money. But you driving a Maybach in Belize. You walk around doing this. You were out of the country for how much years? Then you was able to get back in the country because you were the head of the... As soon as you reach back to the country, you're supposed to be doing political thing. You at Fat Joe party. Why? Is political stuff going on in Fat Joe's party? You in every party on Drink Champs, turning your narrative over and over, changing the... I used to be a messenger, and I was going up to all the record companies and giving them my tape. Dude, you came and rapped about Cohiba cigars in my studio session, and they took that to shop you. Cut the lies and the shenanigans. See, one thing you're not going to do, you're not going to elevate yourself off the back of me.
And she said, you're not going to elevate off the back of me, because she is in a position of power. Because I'm thinking maybe they were trying to take her out because she A, does come from a prominent family, and B, she's moving up in her ranks in her own right and her good merit of power. Not even just of power, but it's just of affluence, which in turn creates a form of power, socially at least.
Lies. I'm not having it. I won't tolerate it. And if you don't believe me, just watch me. See, I'm that thorn in their side that they can't get rid of. You know that big, mighty Rottweiler, that boo, 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 and everybody's scared to walk by the gate, and then he steps on a nail, and he's that's who they're going to be. So you done stepped on a nail. On my pinky toe with the corn, I'm not letting up. I'm not taking pressure off until you tell the truth, until you're made responsible and to face ramifications for what you did to me and what you did to Julius Jones. I'm not letting up off the gas. I'm not.
Okay, girl.
Long as that pinky toe throbbing, you in for it.
Ooh.
And I mean that with my heart and soul.
And she's still throbbing.
And if I'm not mistaken, you can clarify this, but I seen you make a comment somewhere saying that, you know, before Sean was famous, he used to help him out with money and food.
Listen, when we went to, so when they came, and this wasn't an all-the-time thing, it was just when he would come to the studio session. So one particular, it just happens that the people that he was moving with, these were some large dudes. They all owned businesses, everybody was large. It was about their paper. They were older than him. We were older than him. So suffice to say, we were more advanced in our positions and in our professions and things like that. And it just so happens that because I'm an empath, those of you that don't know what that is, there's this thing called YouTube and Google. Avail yourselves of it.
Amen.
EMPATH, empath. So because I'm an empath, I am very hypersensitive to people's energy and emotions. And I could feel, they started saying, yo, what's up? Yo, let's chill for a minute and go get something to eat and then come back to the studio. And all of these dudes, they throw it in the bag, dudes. They don't got to ask what's the price of this. They got money. I could feel the energy, and I turned and looked, and I could feel the energy. He was like, oh, nah, I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to rap for you. I'm going to get my flow right. And
that's crazy, because, you know, you do be making up lies when you ain't got no money. And I stopped doing that because, child, sometimes people be willing to pay for you. That's why it's just like, child, I don't got it. Like, I tell my friend, child, I got food at home. I'm on one of them stretched thin, financially stretched right now. So, yeah, but I used to always want to be like, oh, no. So it's like I said, my friends want to go out, and then I'll go home. Be like, well, I got to go home, and I'll shower when I come back, knowing I'm never going to come back because I'm going to just shower and go to sleep. Part of the time because I don't even feel like having to go out and not be able to afford or be able to keep up like I would if I was able to afford and keep up. So yeah, now he done needed money from his. This is crazy, child.
Instantly could read the energy. He had no money. I am always the person who will save people from humiliation. I want to save people. I don't want people to feel humiliated. No grown man wants to feel like they have to ask another grown man,
right,
can you pay for my food?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? It was as simple as that. And I didn't want him to be stripped of his dignity.
Okay.
And so I was like, oh, well, if he's staying, I'm going to stay too. You're not going to beat me at my own session. Here's the thing. We're going to both keep going. And whoever lays it down the best, they got to pay for the next person's food.
Because she knew she was going to lay it down. She knew it. So, but see, like she said, that's the empath in her. Because even when somebody was shot alongside her, she prayed over him. Because even if she would have said, I got you, bro, let's go. As a man, he would have accepted that. Come on now. Especially everybody else good to go. Throw it in the bad boys' money, anything. Come on. Bad. I'm just saying.
He was like, okay, cool. He realized what I was doing. I'm sure of it. And he was like, oh, we're going to stay. I said, y'all go ahead. We'll catch up to y'all. Just tell me where y'all going. And then we stayed. I let him go, you know, blah, 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 blah. And then I was like, all right, you got me. Come on, let's go meet them. It's on me. I was preserving his dignity. And yet here you are, 24 years later. You didn't hear the woman? She said I didn't do it.
Because that is something to think about. That is a testament to her character and his. Because she literally helped him out when she did not have to. She did not have to. But like she said, for his dignity. And not only his dignity, but his pride. Because, yeah, I'm sure when he got there, he was just feeling like, okay, I'm still on. I got somebody that's willing to help me. Like, A Good that day too. I bet he still remember it. That's why I'm like, I can't believe he would even act like that. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm sure he did remember if he was smart enough or understand.
Dude, have you no integrity and decency? And here's the thing. I went on, as the young people call it, trolling. I didn't do it to trolling. I was just showing him something, but they call it trolling. I went and found the Combat Jack, the podcast episode thing, and I also had the clip of him saying it, and I put it out there, and I tagged him in it. That sucker blocked me faster than the fake sun is blocking out the rays.
She said the fake sun is blocking out the rays. She is funny. But also the fact that people call that trolling. I don't call that trolling. That's just the facts of the matter. Stop playing. Because when I play, like she said, you're going to be crying.
He blocked me so fast because he doesn't want, and I tagged him and every media organization in Belize. Because, sucker, you cannot run. I keep telling people, do not bother me, and I will never bother you. I don't mess with nobody. They call me Lottie Dottie because I like to party. Not in the clubs, just my own little party. I don't cause trouble, and I don't bother nobody. But when you come for me, prepare yourself for my wrath, because I don't stop until I'm done.
A Gemini.
You had no right to leverage my name in your lies. And since you did that, I'm going to bring you to bear. You'll never be the president of Belize. I'm left up to it. As long as that rule is in place, I'm going to bring the proof. I'm going to bring the proof that shows you shot Julius Jones and Puffy shot me. I'm not tolerating this. And I'm pissed off. Stop calling my name into your lies. Stop coming for me. Everybody seems to think that it's okay to use me to leverage their little stories. You want a story? I'm going to give you one.
Oh.
The only difference is this is the truth.
Right.
So Julius Jones, he was the other person that got shot that night at the club.
And for years, people kept making it seem like, you know, I was the only person that was shot and disavowing him. And I had a problem with that. Like,
because I wasn't aware of that. This is the first time that I'm hearing that there was someone else that was affected by this too. I thought just from what I heard growing up, I thought it was just her. I've never heard from Julius. Only Julius I know is Beyonce's bodyguard. That's why I'm like, I've never heard from Julius. I've always heard that there was a woman that was shot, but again, it was also because J-Lo was the one that was in the club carrying it, whatever. But again, from her record of accounts, girl, we didn't hear from J-Lo not one time, except for when a nurse was asking her about J-Lo. But that J-Lo, there was no passing of the gun, because like she said, she's just watching all of this happened. Or maybe she just didn't see that part, because like she said, he just pulls it up from off of him, and it just kind of, went on from there. But I'm like, I even wonder, child, because not me wondering where J-Lo would have run off to and all this other kind of stuff. But child, because we know she done seen some things too, so he done told us some.
We belong to a club that we never asked to join, but we have lifetime membership in. We didn't ask to be shot by these people. We didn't ask to be thrust into this, social media storm. We didn't ask for this. But what I cannot do is sit here and espouse how the impact of what this has had on my life without bringing him up in the discussion. I have to keep telling people, I'm not the only person that got shot. Please give respect to him. This is my brother in life now, because we were thrust into a club we never asked to belong to.
And I love that she is such a good-hearted person. Like she said, don't think that I was the only one that is having to cope and recover from this. There was someone else. Say his name. Don't forget him. Don't leave him out of the discussion. She a real one for that.
Nobody can tell us what our experience is. That's like if you go to the supermarket, buy orange juice and a pound cake, and you come home and then somebody argued down, you bought bread, and you're like, no, I didn't. I bought pound cake and orange juice. No, you didn't. How can you be sure? You know how ridiculous that sounds? You'll be looking at them like, get out my face.
Yeah.
Because you know what you did. That's how I feel about it. That's how he feels about it. Get out my face. And if you keep bringing me up and using me to leverage your story, you better be prepared for the flashback.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just it in a nutshell.
Because she's definitely coming armed and ready with the truth and the facts of the matter. She's not playing no games. A straight shooter.
Yeah, I get it. I see why you would be mad. But I want to ask you, right, Jennifer Lopez, I want to ask you about her. You made a comment saying that she lied to the grand jury and she was the one that brought the gun into the club. Can you go more into detail about that? Why you feel that way?
Right.
So no, Little Rod in his lawsuit said that Puffy told him that he fired the gun, that he shot me in the club, and that J-Lo had the gun, carried the gun into the club for him. Just like Cassie said, he made her carry guns in. And just like other people said, he made them carry guns. This is his tactic to bully people. So I reacted off of what they said. Now, I know for a fact she lied to the grand jury because she acted like she didn't know what he did. J-Lo was caught in that speeding SUV, away from the club, flying through red lights like they don't mean a thing, like red lights don't exist.
Girl, because how do you even know all of that?
And the cop back then reported, and it's in the media, it's in the news, it's in the trial transcript. He said he saw a gun thrown from the vehicle as the vehicle sped away and they were chased by the cops. And it looked like a female hand. That's what the cop said.
What? Well, first of all, she would have been the lightest one. So just, because now she had to drop it. Because he wanted them to have their prints on them.
Not the least of which is the complexion of J-Lo's hand is far different than Puffy's complexion.
That's all I'm saying. That's what I was saying too. I'm just like, well, she's a completely different skin tone from them. Well, no, they might have been the same size at that time, but definitely different skin tones.
In size and color is different than Wolf's.
That's all I'm saying. But he was a little skinny then, so they might have been the same size. He looked just like Christian look right now. Spit him out. It's the same thing.
He's a lighter hue, but he's not a white-skinned Latina like J-Lo. He might have been lighter complected, but you could tell the difference between a toasted almond complexion and a white hand. Also, he's far bigger. It wasn't Wardell Fenderson who was the driver. It didn't come out his side. The only people in the car were Puffy, J-Lo, Wolf, Wardell Fenderson, the innocent driver, who also said during the trial, I saw him with a gun. I saw him. Not the least of which is, during the trial, when they ran ballistics, it came out, the gun that was thrown out the window of the speeding car, a speeding SUV, the gun that was found in the SUV, the gun that was found in Shine's waist as soon as he ran out of the club, were all three Smith & Wesson Model 915 guns loaded exactly the same with hollow point bullets stolen from Atlanta, Georgia.
Stolen. This man had to steal bullets, like stolen. I guess because they don't want them to be traced back to them. Because I guess when I don't play with nugs or nothing like that, but you do have to go to a certain places about them. And I guess they keep like some online account of what's sold under maybe like an account. I'm not searching because I don't do this. But the fact that it was stolen is crazy.
6 months early. This is in trial transcripts. This is in the media. People reported on it back then. Why nobody want to touch that?
Right.
See, what's happening is people don't want to touch things that they know beyond a shadow of a doubt make him absolutely guilty, because all of those other people had a hand in this game. They had a hand in reaping the benefits of him being in the industry and being who he was. And now that as they say on the internet, he must have missed an Illuminati payment, all of a sudden he is persona non grata and nobody cares anymore.
Not she said he must have missed the payment. Cause right, it's just like, who did he piss off? But again, it's giving he's the bait to catch a bigger fish. It's giving they want him to roll over, give them everything that they know. But I feel like to a certain extent they know, because like I said, he had the police, law enforcement, all of them wrapped around his fingers and his dollars.
But before everybody was sliding in the whole plate coming to his rescue.
Yep.
What happened? I didn't make this the way it was before he could do no wrong. Where is all his compadres that were all too happy to jump into a flick with him? Where they at?
Right. Because nobody has said anything like in support of him. TMZ ain't running down no people asking them no questions, forcing them to say, are they in support of him? I mean, it's so kept on the hush. It's only the only people that are speaking out about this are the people that have been taken advantage of when dealing with him. But the same people that's supposed to be his friends, nobody's saying anything.
It looked like they somewhere saying not gonna be able to do it. Where they at? This ain't about me. I was just a pawn in whatever their game was. One thing I can say beyond a shadow of a doubt, and no one can challenge me on, because the history is there to prove it. The people in the city college basketball incident, which I was supposed to go to, they died. 9 people died, or 10 people killed the baby, and he changed his name. That happened in December. A few years later, I get shot in a nightclub, me and Julius, and I guess they thought we was going to die, but we didn't, and he changed his name. Every time he needs to elevate and get to a next level, something happens, somebody has to bleed, and he changes his name.
Cause I'm like, she was supposed to go to this basketball. I don't know if it was the game or she was supposed to play, but whatever the case is, she was supposed to be there. People lost their lives. She wasn't there to lose her life. But then when she goes to the club, which from what now I've heard, it seems like she was set up by even somebody that's supposed to be her friend, because again, it was a lot of people that she said that were even paid off after this that accepted the money. Again, it's something about her, whether it was just, again, her coming up and getting that wealth, affluence, because she already comes from money. It was just rising up in the power. Like she said, every time he wants to elevate, he has to change his name. But something about her, whether it's just her background, her family, whatever the case may be, she comes from that, and maybe that's why they want to take her out, because they just felt like, you know, I don't know. I only want to say that she didn't deserve it, but I don't know, because I'm just like, now I just feel like, again, this is just too deep for it to be just as simple as a bump in the nightclub started all of this. Especially because all of them are from New York, too.
I ain't make this all up. I'm just laying the facts out. You do the work and put it together. I'm just telling you what is. See, the difference about present and history is it already happened in history. You cannot argue me down on the merits of it or the semantics. It already occurred. Go and look at his reputation. This is what goes down. This is what it is. I just happen to be someone thrust into it against my will. I'm not making things up here. I'm stating facts.
Yeah.
Some people may not like how they sound, or it may not comport with the, you know, the message or the trope that people are trying to espouse. But too bad for you. It's facts is facts. It's the past. It already happened. You can't change it.
Right.
Yes, indeed. And you made a comment, right, on a news platform. I forgot the platform it was, but you made a comment saying that you was willing to remove bullet fragments from your face to prove that, you know, Diddy shot you.
Well, one of the bullets, so I have a bunch of bullet fragments, like I said, here, some here. The biggest one is right here under my optic nerve, which is right where the entry point was. It broke my cheekbone, broke my nose, my nasopharynx was torn out. I've had a host of medical problems. If I can take a bullet out to give to ballistics so that they can prove it was him, beyond a shadow of a doubt, take that mug.
Oh my goodness. And God bless her for that. Shout out to her for that. Bless up that woman, because are they trying to say that they need the fragments to prove it without Because see, this one is beyond the shadow of a doubt. Don't need it, because first of all, what we look like going to go cut into this woman's face to get the fragments? If y'all can't get no scanners, but see, even having to get scanners inside this woman's head just to see, it's still not good for, you know, us in UV rays and stuff like that. But the fact that she was in a hospital, if they can see that there are fragments, whatever the case may be, and they can identify where they are, that's that. It ain't no getting them out so we can match it up and this is enough. This woman wasn't born with bullet fragments in her face. Come on, like, let's be so for real. This where it seemed like they said, if justice doesn't surface, it's gonna be like, is anybody doing their job? Like, is anybody doing their job for real? Because what's going on at this point? Like, it's been going on for too long.
Take it. That's how 10 toes down I am on this. A lot of people like to say, oh, she don't got no proof. Oh, why she didn't speak up back then? What? I was the star witness for the trial. Johnny Cochran questioned me for eons and literally looked me in my face and was like, walked over to Ben Brafman, tapped him and said, you try.
He had Johnny Cochran come down on this woman. Oh my God. That's how you know he did it, because they go and get Johnny when they know they did it.
Because he could not shake me or make me take back. I mean, they were asking me multiple choice questions. Like, so on the 3rd of the month, when you had on that red shirt, did you in fact go to the restaurant, this and that? I would say, for the first part of your question, no, it wasn't the 3rd of the month. It was the 4th of the month. These are just examples.
Ooh.
And yes, when I had on the red shirt, no, I didn't go anywhere. And for your third part of it, I would break down each part of the question. They were like, who the hell is she? Because everybody else, they were like, so what you're telling me is on the 3rd, when you had on that red shirt and you went to the store, you saw him. And people would be like, yes.
No, exactly. Because shout out to her. Because no. Because stop trying to trigger, because that's what they do, lawyers, and that's what a good one does. But she is telling the truth. It's your client, okay?
Now, you done answered 3 questions with 1 answer. So when they come back to you, you look like a liar. They couldn't pull that on me. I would say, so the first part of your question, when you asked me what day of the week it was, you said it was the 3rd. Absolutely not. It was the 4th. For the second part of your question, when you said that I had on a red shirt, yes, in fact, my shirt was red. I remember it vividly. And for the third, and I would break each question down. They were sick of me. They hated me. Hated me. Because I am that kind of detailed individual. That's who I am since I was a child. That's who I am. I'm sorry if that disturbs people or it doesn't seem real. Step your cookies up. That ain't got nothing to do with me. This is who I am.
Amen. Resignate. Step your cookies up, because this is who I am. And this is who a lot of people are. It's like they know who they are, but the world will try to beat you down and make you not be who you are because they can't be who they are, i.e. Mr. More Money, More Problems. But be who you are and who God called you to be. Yeah, because everybody else going to have to step their cookies up. That's on them. That ain't got nothing to do with you. That was a word right there. That one resonated.
The City College incident, right? I had no idea, because you made a comment about it earlier. You were supposed to be there?
I was supposed to go. I was a regular teenager in New York going to an event. It just so happened, my mother said to my sister, if she doesn't, we have mama, you know how black mamas are. If your sister ain't going, you ain't going. I wanted to go, and because at the last minute, I was like, I don't want to go no more. Because at the last minute I said I didn't want to go, my sister couldn't go, and she was livid. I remember vividly, she got so mad, she went up in my room and took her hand and smacked everything off my bookshelf because she was pissed off. She had already told her friends she was going to meet them. She had plans, this, that, the other. And because I wouldn't go, she couldn't go. She was upset. So help me God, when the news started rolling in about what happened, it was a whole different story.
Cause that's why I'm like, that does not seem random. That does not seem like a coincidence. And then the fact that, because again, I just have questions on why was he even there that night? Even though her friend was promoting, what was it about that event that would have drawn in a celebrity like him at that time? Don't know.
I come from a West Indian family. If your mother say no, it's no. It ain't no, but I want it, no. Why you mad? I'm glad I didn't go. I wanted to go. I'm glad I did go. But that would have been 2 times in my life where I would have crossed paths with something that ended in somebody's death. Thank God I didn't go. Listen, had I gone to that and then also gone to this and this happened to me, I'd probably be a nervous wreck.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean I haven't dealt with anxiety and all that, because this is a rough situation to deal with.
But imagine being in not 1 but 2 shootouts, and then one of them you actually get shot. Like she said, will be a nervous wreck. Rightfully so. Because one, just to be in it is traumatizing. Like, and then getting shot. Oh my goodness. Like, I'm not even gonna say being in one. Being in one is, yeah, it definitely is. It's just, Well, I don't know about y'all, but definitely for me, yeah.
A lot of people have their judgments and their, comments and their thoughts. But listen, being shot outside of the death of Biggie and Tupac, it is the biggest story in the history of hip hop. Tell me another one bigger, other than Biggie and Tupac.
Right.
There is no bigger story. I am relegated to a part of pop culture. I don't want to be known as the woman who got shot by Puffy.
That's very true. She is regulated to a P. Then that's why I'm like, I also, because see, now again, I'm not certain if this was done as a power move or if it was done just as I'm trying to get on and I'm trying to act gangster. But no, it just seemed like something more. I'm sorry.
But I don't get a choice in that.
Not sorry.
This is God's will. God's will be done.
Amen. Amen.
But if
amen.
that is what society and God and the universe relegated me to, why should I sit quiet and not speak truth to power? For me to stay silent allows him to continue to go forth in this world and do harm. I spoke vehemently loud to everyone who had ears to hear. and they didn't want to hear. They didn't want to acknowledge it, and they let it slide and look at all the other people who suffered in the wake.
Yeah.
You think everybody that says something about him is making it up? Come on now.
Right. And we can appreciate somebody like her because y'all always want to say, well, why didn't you do something when it happened at the time? She did. Like she said, this just ended maybe a decade ago of her having to deal with this. But we can appreciate people like her because at least she tried to call him out, even though justice was not served the way that it should have been, because he should have served some time for that. Like, he should have just been getting out now. Yeah, he really should just be getting out now, and hopefully he'll be reformed and not do this kind of stuff. But the fact that he's just now going in is what's really unfortunate, because of all the, even the fact that we lost Kim to this monster inside of this man. It didn't have to be that way had they taken the hole in her face seriously after this shootout in this club. But here we are in 2024, and again, there are more lives that have been lost in a little bit at the hands of this man, when he is somebody that should just now be getting released.
Why? What do they have to gain? What is there to gain by someone making up this crazy? Now, it's not to say people don't make things up.
Right, and what is there to gain from saying that you are a victim of something, that you are a survivor of something? That's not something to gain. That's not something people want to be known for. But if that's their truth, that's their truth. But nobody's just gonna make that, like, come on.
But something to this degree, with this amount of proof, I mean, hello, I got 9 bullet fragments in my face and head. What am I making shit up for? Who got time for that? It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense at all. And you said one of the bodyguards that was at the club lied for Diddy, right?
She lied. She even came to the trial and tried to lie. And then there's a reporter out there who years after the trial finished, he literally went out and did his own investigative story and started looking up how this particular girl, Sharice Myers, how she was like broke and about to get evicted and her accounts were overdrawn and all this stuff. And then next thing you know, she's swimming in cash and she's testifying in the case for Diddy.
Well, we love somebody that's nosy like that, because how did you get that? Exactly. You in the negative, now you super positive. Shout out to that reporter, because even shout out to her for even keeping up with that, because wow.
Oh, I fell on top of him when I know he didn't shoot because I fell on top of him and I covered him with my body to make him safe. Child, you was a whole lot. First of all, no disrespect. My sons are big guys. Hear me clearly. If Sharice Myers fell on that floor on top of somebody, she can't get herself up.
Stop it.
So anybody who tells you that stinking lie, you could see through that lie. Ray Charles could see through that lie. She a liar. She lied her behind off, and everybody, no one else story was able to match her story.
Because why would she even say that she fell on top of him to protect him? I guess because she was security. Girl, in your mind, maybe Miss Top Flight Security of the world, Miss can't bring a rat tail comb, but everybody, well, maybe I think it was her, but everybody else could do it. Look, okay, I ain't gonna say it like that because I ain't never seen that woman, but it just don't seem like nobody was protecting him, because if he had security, first of all, no nugs should have been drawn. Okay, the altercation should have been escalated. If anything, they could have kicked Scar out. That's why I'm just like, it's so much in this story. That's why I'm like, and where was security?
Nobody. No one else said, oh, yeah, that girl fell on top of him. Please.
Right.
There were people that told the district attorney up front, oh, yeah, I saw him, he had a gun, and I saw him fire the shots. Yep. And by the time the trial ran around, they were all terrified. Remember, in discovery, the district attorney has to give names to his attorney. They have to exchange discovery. Who you intend to call. If it's your people's intention to keep you free, they're going to start reaching out to the people on that list. You ain't seen nothing. Take this money, go sit down. You think people not going to do it?
And like she said, a lot of them did, and that's what really hurt her. And not only hurt her emotionally, and in so many other ways, but hurt the case. Because these people did not tell the truth, so help them God. Because for the love of all money is the root, well, not for the love of all money. For the love of money is the root of all evil. Sometimes I'll be putting the all in the wrong spot. But yeah, for the love of money is the root of all evil. So that's quite unfortunate.
If people struggling in their life and they're going through,
world.
you think they're not going to take the money and sit down? Because who's coming to rescue them after the fact? Nobody.
Yeah, they'll definitely take the money. What you think about Kim Porter's situation?
I think it's very unfortunate. And I want to say, like I say all the time, and I want to make it totally clear, I feel sorry for Kim Porter. May she rest in peace. I feel sorry for Cassie. By the grace of God, she was able to survive and move on to peace and joy in her life. And I thank God for that. And I pray that she doesn't let the naysayers get in and steal her joy. By the grace of God, she survived when many other people did not. I am so sorry that Kim Porter had to endure what she did. I am so sorry that she fell in love with somebody who didn't have her best interest at heart. I am so sorry that her children had to suffer the indignity of knowing the things they know about their father and having lost their mother.
Like she said, knowing what they know about their father. Like I said, he has a big enough house to keep everything that he does away from these kids. But at the same time, I'm almost certain they know who their father is. Especially the boys, because these are the ones that are bringing in the underage girls and all this stuff. From what they're saying, that's just what I heard. Telling y'all what I heard.
So sorry for that. Because just like I was a victim of his, so was she. So were all these other people. And none of us deserved it.
Right.
Really and truly, he could be a case study. If there's a psychologist out there, or maybe some university, study the history of this man. And
Yes. Yes. And yes.
try to get down to what caused this. This is some
Exactly.
severe moral degradation. Find out what
Yes.
caused it and perhaps study how we could prevent this
Yes.
from happening again in history. Because it's ugly and it's bad.
But again, that's why I said I think it all goes back to that masculine fragility or whatever they're calling it, of men just not being accepting of the fact that they do like men. Because one, I guess that does diminish their power, because as women, because I hate to bring it back to us because it really doesn't matter about us. But yeah, that kind of does give us, I'm not going to say an upper hand, but they know that they feel less than being with the man, as they should, because there ain't nothing but lust. So there's that.
I told you after I made that TikTok, I was at the gas station one day. I couldn't pay for my gas. And it wouldn't let me sign into my card. It wouldn't let me sign into my app. Or it wouldn't let me sign into my app. I couldn't get any of my banking information. And all of my cards kept decline, every card I had.
And that's why people always want to talk about, why do you come out and say things and all this other kind of stuff. They're not doing it for clout, because look at what's going on in their life. In 2024, like she said, she made a TikTok. And this man want to freeze her freaking account. She can't even buy gas. Because, nah, it ain't just going to be in the point where, now, you make a TikTok and then today of all days, none of your cards work. It doesn't work like that. Unless somebody does something, and he does have the power, the influence, the money to do that. And if he did, he lame as, that's why I'm just like, that man's so lame. Because I'm just like, the fact that you still, and again, that's why I said it cannot be as simple as a bump in the club made all of this happen that she's still having to deal with to this day. It's something else. It's something deeper than a bump in the club. That's just what I think.
My daughter had to end up paying for it. She had money on her card and she paid for it. It's crazy. She's a teenager. And listen, there was a time early on when I first got shot where they would use the people that they were connected to and know to try to elicit negative statements about me. Even there was a time where the Imus in the morning show, Don Imus, called me a one-eyed hoe.
Whoa.
My mother told me, don't watch the urban stations. Watch somebody else. Listen to something else. He called me a one-eyed hoe. I'm not a one-eyed hoe. I have both my eyes.
Why she gotta be a hoe like that? Like, imagine somebody calling you a one-eye because somebody shot you. And that's why I said, why would they feel that way about her? That's why I'm like, it's something, this must be a New York thing. Especially because I'm like, he called her a one-eye. Were they trying to take her eye out? Because I'm like, is that why she got shot right at the bridge of her nose? Because his aim is not that good. Was it trying to be? What was, oh my goodness. Getting more questions every time we get some type of answer.
Everybody's story was she got shot in the cheek, she got shot in the nose, she got shot in the mouth, her nose is torn off, she got shot in the eye. It was 50 million stories. Star and Buck Wild made jokes about it. Who is this chick? Who is this chick? Tell us who she is. Anybody got any dirt on her? And played rapid gunfire in the background. That they got suspended for that.
Cause not do you have any dirt on her? That's weird. Not you want dirt for what? Y'all, I don't know. Cause why would he go that hard on a bump in the club? It just don't make sense to me. Y'all, you gotta tell us some other altercations where y'all don't run into each other or something.
They had already done some airplane crashing noise with Aaliyah and got suspended for that. They ended up getting suspended for what they did. Like, at some point, we have to use a modicum of respect and integrity in journalism and reporting and all that stuff. Everybody had some little slick thing to say.
That's true. But I also wonder why. I hate to say it like, because I'm like, did he pay them? Or what is going on? Because I'm like, does anybody have any dirt? What? She's supposed to just be a random, but it don't seem so random.
Why? Why are
Does
we
not.
music and artistry and any industry thing that requires fans so that this thing can move forward and for the artist to make money? If you require, this is a mutually beneficial relationship. You produce your art form, we are the purveyors, we are the purchasers, we like it, we support you, you get money, you keep elevating, you make more music. It's mutually beneficial. Why the hell are we sanctioning letting artists abuse the very people that they need to keep going? Why are we sanctioning an industry that would empower them to do the things that they do, to take advantage of us, to then come back and support them some more until they get to the next person and the next person? Anybody ask themselves why? It's like a 3-card money game. Find a red card, find a red card. You got to put your money up, and then you swore you saw the red card under there, and then as soon as you put your money up, they done did the 52 fake out, and now it's gone, and they took your money. Why are we allowing this industry to use us to be the purveyors of the artistry and to be victimized by the artists? What?
No, that's very true. That is very true, because especially the more that we are getting into this earth, they are so rude. I've never seen more celebrities, quote unquote, whatever we're gonna call them, be rude to their fan base, cuss them out. Like, it's so strange. You should say nothing if you're not going to say anything that is positive to what's supposed to be your fans. So,
Come on, I'm not making this up. History shows it.
Yeah.
Didn't 9 people die at Travis Scott?
yep,
What is it always with this 9 and 9? What's with these
Yep.
numbers and all this stuff? Like, come on, let's ask the tough questions.
yep, she right.
Let's ask these hard
She
questions.
right.
You ain't gonna be the cause and the cure. All you gotta
Amen.
do is be right. Act right. We want
Yeah.
to enjoy your gift. We want to enjoy what you're bringing to the world. But why
Right.
must we also be victimized by it?
Right.
What is this sick thing? And then if you victimize and you stand up and you say something, everybody's mad. Like,
Yep.
get it together.
Yep.
What is it going to be? Because it's not like we don't know that a lot of the moral degradation of our society is tied to this music industry. We know that.
Yes. Yes, we know that. Well, people of intelligence do, and I hope everyone gets a lot more of it, because people don't understand just how detrimental not only these artists are, but the things that they're saying are for the community. Not even for the community, for the collective in the universe. You can't put that type of energy out. Okay, because everything resonates. Again, that's how I'm just like, and you don't want stuff like that to resonate. You don't want to showcase and highlight that stuff. They not, promoting be a boss or make money, start a business. I'll show you how. They promoting D-Rugs, XES backwards. They promoting everything that is raw, raunchy, nasty, negative. That's what's being promoted. It's not even promoted to eat healthy. It's not even promoted to, even when it was scrutinized. It's just a lot that's just really off. Really off.
Yeah, we definitely know that. If you don't mind, can you break down everything that you went through after you got shot? Because I know you was telling me that a whole lot of weird stuff was happening to you. Like your tire going flat and, your credit card's not working.
It's so much. And I've said it before on other podcasts. It's so much. Like, my tire being
So
damaged
much
or
is
shot out or
crazy.
busted out for somewhere. I'm driving it and the tire just explodes. Why? I had a BMW 535i GT, a Gran Turismo, the ultimate driving machine. I bought it certified pre-owned, top of the line. It wasn't even old. Why on earth is my car having all these problems? I didn't get my car serviced at Joe Schmo. I got it serviced at the dealer. They kept saying, what are these wacky things that keep happening? I had a service technician ask me, do you have a crazy ex-boyfriend? Because crazy stuff was happening too much. Now, when a mechanic asks you if you have a crazy ex-boyfriend, they see that somebody's messing with your car.
Exactly. It's like all this stuff is intentional. This is not natural wear and tear, accidents, none of that. This is intentional. And when they ask you that, exactly, because they think they being funny and making a joke, not knowing that this is the woman that has been, shot by Diddy. She's going through some stuff. And it's just like, yeah, stuff like that sticks out. Definitely does.
Come on, like, it's just too many things. Too many wackadoodle crazy things that make no sense keep happening. Why? It doesn't make sense. I'm not out here wilding. You would have a litany of people saying, oh, I know her. We had, the only thing that they could get when they said that was on Starbucks, while some girl called and was like, oh, I had a fight with her in the 2nd grade.
Oh, girl,
Really,
bye.
you came to, the internet with that story? You had a fight with me in the 2nd grade?
Girl, just like she said, she punched somebody in the nose when she was 4. Okay? Y'all come up with the childhood stories acting like she's aggressive. She does not look aggressive at all, but she does look like you don't need to play with her, because she does look like she will stick up for herself. Yes, she does. You can tell in the way that she speaks. She's highly poised. She's highly educated. She definitely is 10 toes down, like she's saying.
And what bearing does that have on the fact that I got shot in the face?
Her
by somebody?
tone
they could
is
not produce
sure,
anybody who could tear me down the way they
certain.
wanted to happen. And why do you need that to be a thing? You victimized me. You shot me. My mother told me when I was little, when you make a mistake accept responsibility, apologize, show contrition, move on, do better.
Tell her mama show contrition. Ain't nobody mama tell us that. That's why I'm like, she using words we ain't never even used in our regular everyday life. But we got to show contrition at this point. But that's very much the case. Definitely treat others the way that you want to be treated. Be a good person. Be a good steward of God's will and word. That's all you really need to do, because everything else is nothing that you need to do.
Basic stuff we learn in pre-K. If you make a
Right.
mistake, do better.
Right.
Say sorry and move on. 25, almost 25 years, and this man still hasn't apologized. Shine gave an apology, but not directly to me. The same way you can talk to the internet, you can talk to me. Excuse me, you can talk to me, but they haven't done so, because guilty people never admit what they did. When he thought he was throwing Puffy under the bus, he was all too happy to say, yo, I bust my gun, I fired my gun, it was self-defense, all this stuff. Yeah, right. You said all of that, but now when you want to be the prime minister, you say, I didn't do anything. I was a scapegoat. I was a young guy, and them was making me a scapegoat. Like, yo, you're switching up accents like Doc switched their panty liners. Like, come on.
Stop.
Who are you? Who's the real Shine? You keep switching up who you are for the sole purposes of trying to espouse whatever you want to espouse.
Yep.
Let the people of Belize hear me clearly. Shine, Jamal, Moses, Michael, Levy, Barrow fired his gun in Club New York on December 27, 1999. And he shot my brother Julius Jones.
Now she called him out by every name that you may possibly know him as. And I know that's right, because I told y'all, you literally have to call the abuser out by name, so that way more people are aware and alert. Even like Shirley Strawberry husband, Ernesto, I couldn't think of his name until I said her name. You have to be aware of men like that who are, like she said, con artists, scammers, because you could be the prey. And that's why it's important to make this kind of stuff known. Especially when people aren't doing anything for you to do this to them. I can see if something, but even still, I'm just saying. What is it called? Not even unsolicited. Just whatever, child. I'm just saying, without any reason, just because.
While he may not be my blood brother, he is my brother from God.
Amen.
He shot it. Sean, P, Diddy, Puffy, Puff Daddy, Diddy, Love, this, that, whatever name you want to put, shot me in my face on December 27th, 1999 in Club New York.
Because one thing she gonna do is name them names. And she said whatever name you want to call him, please know that it was him. Because like she said, she called Sean, Jaw, Jermaine, Bryant, whoever by name. She not playing. Standing on business as she so rightfully should.
That's it. That's the whole truth and nothing but it. For those of you who have support and love, I appreciate you wholeheartedly. For those of you who want to continue to play in somebody's face, go find somebody to play with. I'm sorry for you that you cannot take reality and adjust yourself and your cognition to that. But what happened is what happened. You cannot change the past. It existed already. Because trust me, if it was possible to change it, I would have changed it a long time ago.
Right.
I would rather not have to live my life with lead in my body. Lead is toxic.
Right.
Lead is dangerous. Lead can break down your ability to have speech and cognition and mental acuity and all of that. I don't want to get to that point. But
and thank God for being who he is, because I don't think you're going to let her get to that point, especially because she's been able to make it at least 20, almost 25 years and had to live like this. God is good.
the reality of life is I have reckoned myself with the notion that it may happen sometime in the future. I've had that talk with my family. If there is a time where I cannot articulate for myself and espouse, I will always talk to you with my eyes. And when God takes me home, I'm always still here with you.
Amen.
I've had that talk with my kids. I had to have it a long time ago.
She said, I will talk to you with my eyes. So basically, she's training them now. Like, if I can never do anything else, I'll talk to you with my eyes. Like, she's just saying, you know, or even if they tell her, but basically she's just, or even if they train her on how to do stuff so they can communicate with her. Like, if they say, Mom, blink, you know, once if you want strawberries, blink twice if you want grapes. And then she does that. But yeah, like, she's just making them aware. If I can never move, if I can never talk to me with my eyes. And that is very smart. That is very, very, very smart. Because sometimes you aren't able to say, or maybe you can kind of signal people by just blinking, like, you know, rapid fire to let them know, like, I'm really trying to get your attention or something like that. But I'm glad she is training them. Like she said, I will talk to you with my eyes if anything ever happens to me as a result of what has happened because of this. And I didn't know that bullet fragments being inside of you could affect you like that, because again, I'm just now realizing that, yeah, they are made of it, because I don't play with stuff like this, and I don't think anyone should. I told you, I am one person that is advocate, and I advocate against bullets. Again, if we have blanks, I don't understand the case of bullets. I don't think anyone should ever have the ability to take someone's life, especially if they're going to be cowardly enough and not do it hands-on. Because I just feel like guns are so cowardly. Like, if you ain't going to beat somebody up, sit down.
By the grace of God, I'm 24 years in and I'm still fine. In spite of all the medical issues I have. I didn't just get shot, I also got trampled. I also had to have I tore my medial meniscus. I was trampled that night.
Dang.
I have problems with that. You feel arthritis when you had a break. Like, come on. Have some empathy. People get stuck on one iota of what happened, and that's where they hang their hat. That's the hill they want to die on.
Yeah, that's real talk. So before we end this interview, right, with everything that you went through, what do you want to see happen to you?
I want him to be brought into account. I want him to face the reality and face criminal prosecution for what he did.
Amen.
I want him to be held accountable for everything he did in life. Since you were able to do all these things and they have benefited you in life, and it made you able to ascend in the recording industry and have all this countless money and access to resources and wealth and all this stuff, everybody got to pay the piper. I didn't make that up. That existed before I was born.
Amen. Because she is exactly right. Everybody. Every single one of them. Every single one of them that bullies people, that does whatever he tells them to do for $1. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. He can get to singing because we here for it, because every single one of them.
You gotta pay the piper. If you lie with dogs, you rise with fleas. I want him to go to court. I want him to be criminally charged with every nefarious thing he did that they can dig up on him. I want everybody to feel empowered to come out and speak truth to power for how he victimized them. I mean, come on. You got the UCLA coach that didn't put his son in and he beat him with a kettlebell.
Whoa.
You got Steve Stout, who he beat.
I do remember that. Yeah, his son didn't play, so he beat up the coach. She's right. She's right. That definitely was a thing.
Like a dirty, rotten scoundrel, broke his arm, hit him with champagne bottles and chairs and all type of stuff and broke his arm. I'm not saying that Steve Stout got beat up in August 99. I got shot, what was it, August or April? I got shot in December 99.
Yeah.
He got beat up a few months before. Puffy did it. It's irrefutable. These are not things I'm making up that nobody knows about. Countless people in society know about it. Why do we keep hiding his stuff?
Yeah.
What about the guy G, who was supposedly shot while he was in the bathroom with Puffy, his son, and G in the bathroom at the studio, shot? What did they say?
I do remember that. That definitely did come out in the tabloids. That they was bullying him. Oh my goodness! And yes, they did. That did come out.
Oh, it was somebody in the street that got shot. He ran in the studio through all them locked doors. I used to go to the studio. You cannot enter a studio without being buzzed in.
Yep.
Or most establishments like that.
And even my uncle got a studio. Y'all know I got my own theme song music from my uncle and my daddy's studio. That's why I'm just like, baby, you got to be buzzed in. She is right. And that is just, and that, if that's what we got, you definitely know the higher ups got buzzing and more buzzing that happens. Our buzzing only happened at the goddamn Ring camera. But still, you ain't just walking up in that mug. She right. That is what they told us.
But y'all let them tell y'all he came up off the street and ran through all these different security points and all these locked doors and got...
And we definitely believe the initial thing of he was being bullied in that bathroom by Diddy's son and Diddy.
To the bathroom in the inner sanctum of a studio? How, Sway? How?
Right.
A lot of people like to take Kanye for a madman, but he is brilliant if people take the time to listen.
Amen.
There are a lot of times that he says problematic things, and I'm not going to swear for everything he said. He said a lot of problematic things in his life.
Right.
However, when he sat on the Drink Champs, he said, oh, they sent you, your people, your rich baby daddy, and all the people sent you to pull my coat. That's why he said, I want to say right now, F y'all. And then he said, now let me say it calm, F y'all. He said, that's why you was up in the club, rah, 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 busting shots, and you could come back and make all this money and keep... He was talking about me, like Case. He was talking about Puffy being able to come, shoot up the club, shoot me, and still get away with it and keep ascending in the record company.
Because I don't even know if I caught that. Because I do remember him saying, wait, let me say it calm. But I don't know if I caught that it was Mr. Money More Problems. Wow. Oh, wow.
He said they sent you to pull me, to pull my coat and bring me down. People have ears.
Ye said they sent Diddy to pull Ye's coat and bring him down. Yeah. I could believe that. Because like they said, they want him to seem like he is just like they want to make Donald Trump seem loony. It's something about the Geminis. They try to make them seem extremely loony when they're extremely intelligent. Y'all be so, I ain't even gonna say y'all, but people be so slow in playing checkers, baby. They playing chess. Babe, you don't even have the intelligence level to keep up with what they're doing. Yeah.
Everything I've said is provable. Go back in the internet and look it up. Everything I said can be proven. Go back in the internet and look it up. It can be proven. It's irrefutable. There are other people who have said it. There is documentation all the way back down the line, 24 years. You just got to look for it. There's something called the Wayback Machine for things that are archived and pushed out of the internet. When you Google stuff, don't just settle on page 1 and page 2. You might have to go to page 27 to find it. Go do the work. Go look. Instead of coming on the internet, typing, why she ain't say nothing when the trial was going on? Why she ain't say nothing? Why she didn't make a post on social media back then to bring it out? You mean the social media that didn't exist? Well, I will gladly do that for you. If someone would give me the access to the time machine so I can go back in history, I will create Twitter and Facebook ahead of time, invest all my money in it so I can be a quadrillionaire.
She said I would go back in time, create Facebook, create all of this. Right, because again, but sometimes you have to be able to, because she has pretty good discernment, but I can't even say sometimes it's young people, because sometimes it is old people that are just dumb. I had to argue with somebody that was 50 plus. I told her, girl, I have the life you deserve, because I'm not going to argue with you. You 50 plus, just you slow, airheaded, forget it.
And I'll say what happened to me on that, and then I'll come back to the present tense, and let's see what you say then. Outside of that, it's not possible. Perhaps in a parallel universe, in a tear in the time and space continuum. But in this reality, in this incarnation, social media didn't exist then. I said it back then to all parties involved.
Right.
I testified in the criminal trial.
Right.
I testified in everything.
Right.
I won a settlement against him.
And
where would that come from if I was making stuff up?
Like she said, she did win a settlement because Shine still hasn't paid his half of the settlement. That's why I said I'm thinking Diddy did pay his, but like she said, Shine did not pay his. To this very day, she has not forgotten because there was a settlement. She definitely did say that.
He settled with me for something like that? You're gonna settle somebody saying you shot them in the face if it never happened? Come on now. How, Sway? How? Who's going to do that?
Right.
Think about it. And while I asked for the settlement, the confidentiality clause on my settlement amount, I asked for that. I said, I will not settle unless no one can discuss the amount. The club owner came right out 3 days later and said it all. Everything.
Whoa.
Over the years, they've tried to, she under a gag order. She can't speak. Your mama's under a gag order. I'm not under nothing.
She don't want to talk about it because it's not anyone's business what she got. Right, because then people always want to count your pockets. Like, no, child, no. She's the one that doesn't want to talk about this. Because she won this. Ooh-wee.
I asked for the confidentiality, and it was broken instantly. There is no gag order. You can't gag order me. You know who can gag order me? Yahusha and Yeshua. God.
I was about to say God.
Everybody else, go kick rocks. Go kick rocks. You cannot make me silent.
Yep.
You got a problem with what I say? Take it to the altar.
Amen. Amen.
I'm going to speak truth to power. God left me here whole, of sound mind and body, with a mouth to speak, and I'm going to use it. I don't care who has a problem with it. If you have a problem with it, go take it to the altar. That ain't my concern. I appreciate you, Art. Thank you so much for giving me a platform. This needs to be said. And like I said, I'm going to come back better. I'm going to build back better. I'm going to bring my brother to come back and let y'all hear it from his mouth.
Yes, we could hear from
shot him,
Julius.
because he knows who shot him. I know who shot him. We all know, but I'm going to let my brother come back and say it. Then what you going to say? Then what they going to say?
It's going to be hard to say anything.
Nah, they're going to be like,
I'm sure somebody in the nether reaches of the internet will find something to say.
Exactly.
But we just going to bless their little heart.
Amen.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I
and
do
I know this
too,
sounded
Art.
cantankerous and stuff, but I'm so sick of the internet and people out there. And I'm so sick of what my family and friends have to go through. And I'm so sick of people calling me saying, I had to argue with these people on the internet because they were saying all this stuff about you. And I tell my friends, don't let them steal your joy.
True, because she right. I would go in for mine too. I mean, I mean, if now that I know what I know about her, if I see something, I'll have to keep myself away from responding to somebody with some stupidity. Most oftentimes, I have learned to bring a nice little chat thread to y'all of comments of sorts. But yeah, I am definitely that type of person. It's just like y'all really pissing me off with this stupidity because again, the power lies in the hands of the people, and the people are stupid. That's a problem. See what I'm saying?
Don't do it. So I'm here to answer everything. That's why this one sounds a little more froggy. And I'm going to be that if I need to.
Yes, indeed. Sometimes it got to be like that, man. Latonya Rubin.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, man. Words can explain how much I appreciate
Thank
you
you.
for coming on the platform and sharing your story.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you wholeheartedly. Thank you. And thank you for bringing these topics to bear. Thank you for giving people a platform to speak because everybody who does the job that you do is not interested in authenticity and the truth. A lot of people are interested in clickbait. A lot of people are interested in just, running their numbers up so that they can get the money. But I appreciate you being a platform of integrity and allowing people to have their say. Thank you so much for that. You are needed in this space.
That is very true. Because a lot of people do not care about the facts. And that's one thing that I do not like. Like I said, the latest example that I could think of is that whole Brad and Judy are getting a divorce. It's like, girl, it never even gave that. So how did you get there? People do not care about authenticity. People do not care about facts. People care about getting it first, whether it's wrong. I mean, it could be so wrong that they do not care because they're just there for the topic. They're just there for the laughs, the giggles, whatever the case may be. Like I said, I'm only here for the facts. I'm only here for the facts of the matter because this is real life. If it was not real life, I probably would not care as much. But the fact that this is real life is the part that is just like, we got to make sure we are on our P's and Q's, dotting, our I's with, our tittles and crossing our T's with the jot. Like, seriously.
Matters.
I appreciate that. That's love, man. So before we end this interview, anything else you want to say?
I want to say, I've talked a few times, and I want to say thank you to my family. I want to say thank you to my mama.
Yeah.
My children. My sons were 7 and 10 when I got shot.
So she having
32 and 35 this year. And I thank them because I have to say, those young men raised me. When times where I couldn't stand 10 toes down and be their mother because of all of my medical things, God empowered them to step in and be my father.
Aww.
My sons fathered me until I was capable of mothering them again. And
Amen.
I'm so eternally grateful to them.
Amen.
And sometimes we don't give people their flowers enough. I want to say thank you to my mother, my sisters, my cousins, everybody, my friends that stood 10 toes down. I keep talking about my friends, Tish and Carla. Let me tell you something. You need a Tish and a Carla in your life. Tish came when all the fanfare and all the cameras went away. Tish came. Tish would pick my children up, take them out to the movies, let them still be kids so that they didn't have to be mired in all of this stuff.
You need a village, even as an adult.
Load up my laundry basket and go to the laundromat, wash my clothes. Tish would grocery shop. Tish would clean my house. Tish would cook and tell my sons, microwave this on Monday, this on Tuesday. Tish did it all. Everybody needs a Tish in their life. I'm telling you, that's what the new thing should be. You need a Tish. # you need a Tish in your life.
You need a village.
Carla, always there. Always there.
No matter the age, because anything can happen to you.
An apology to my friend Big Stacy, and I will continue to say it until Stacy hears me and sits down with me. I saw Stacy 2 years ago when I was in New York. We were about to go to Martha's Vineyard, and me and my mother were in Manhattan. She was running an errand, and I heard a voice, and I was like, Stacy? And I hadn't seen Stacy since that night. Stacy drove me to the club. Remember, I was going to the party with Big Stacy to promote her event.
And yeah, she pissed me off because she wasn't even there. So we don't even care about Stacy. But I don't even mean to say it like that, but I'm high key still mad at Stacy.
And I was like, Stacy, and I was so happy to see her. And she was like, how dare you? You never let me know you were okay. You never called me again. I took you to the club and you got shot and I never heard from you again. And I was so mired in my own suffering and my own healing journey that it never occurred to me that my friend was out here in the world suffering.
You left her, Miss, I'm your friend, and all this. Now you want to act like you outraged? Girl, please.
Because she took me to a fate that none of us could even fathom, and she had never heard from me again. And I am so sorry. She was...
Well, what kind of friend are you that you couldn't pop up, find out? That's why I'm just like, I couldn't figure out what kind of friends these were because one, they left her to the point where Keish and Red had to take care of her, people that she didn't even know. So, Stacy, girl, please.
Angry with me. And at first I was like, why is she angry with me? But I had the time to think, and I totally understand. What trauma she must have endured for 20-something years, not knowing what happened to her friend. Remember, I moved from New York abruptly. It wasn't in my mind. If the district attorney moves me, I'm not thinking about, let me call this person, let me call her. Nobody's supposed to know where I am. It never occurred to me that my friends were suffering. And
okay, so in that right, I guess she has some right to say that because yeah, she just upped and left, and knowing what happened to her, she could have not been alive. So, okay, I guess Stacy, girl.
Oh, you an apology, Stacy. I love you like there is no tomorrow. I want to say a shout out to Red and Keisha. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to Scar. Thank you for all of my friends that stood by my side. Like I said before, I had a few girlfriends I found out. They was like, oh, girl, we didn't believe you because we thought you was just, we was like, why would you be thinking about you? And I was more hurt that they didn't believe me. I was like, y'all didn't believe me?
Right.
It sounded crazy, girl. We just thought you was talking. My heart was broken. Not because of what happened to me, because they didn't believe me. What?
She had a hole in her face. What would be the joke about being shot? Where's the joke in that? That's why I'm like, girl, these are not your friends. There's no way. No way. Nah.
What the hell do I have to make that shit up for?
Right.
What? You know how many things are going on in this world? Who cares about making something up? Like, why would I need to do it? I tell you, I was more heartbroken at the fact that they admitted that they didn't believe me. And guess who was the first people to call me when it came out? Girl, you told us that. You said that. Oh my God, you was right.
Wow.
What?
when all the other allegations came out about him recently, now everybody wants to call her and be like, oh my God, girl, you were right. Look at what's coming out now. She told y'all in 1999. 1999. And it took until now. And that's really sad. Because again, she was shot in the face. Come on now. Like.
You didn't realize I was right until it came out.
Right.
That's Cassie saying it and Lil Rod saying
insane.
it. You had no reason to think that I was lying to you. Why did you think that?
Exactly.
I want to say to people out there in the world, stop sanctioning and giving credence to what someone you love says once somebody who's famous says it. Believe them.
Yes.
Believe them. And who in your life right now is telling you somebody harmed them, somebody did something foul to them, and because you think that person is of a higher status or a higher echelon or a different plateau in life, you're disregarding them. Look around your life and see who is crying out for help now and hear them now. Amen. So you don't have to spin the block later and be like, yeah, you told me. Because you are making them suffer unnecessarily. Yes. And that person who is harming them will go on to harm others because you wouldn't listen.
Exactly.
You wouldn't listen.
Exactly.
And that's probably the best thing I could say. Mm-hmm. Who are you disregarding in your life right now?
Mm-hmm. No, for real, because that's a good question. Like she said, somebody tell you, because there are even girls that'll say, you know, well, I told my mom that such and such was touching on me and she didn't believe me. And it's just like, what? I mean, the horror stories that come behind, you know, or even guys, they'll say, you know, I told such and such and they didn't believe me. It's just like, it's not only uncanny, but it's sad. Not only is it sad, but it's trauma. It's a lot of things. And like she said, that is why, not even just her, but I'm on this hill too. If we need to be vocal about things, don't suffer in silence. Again, call your abuse by name so that other people are aware, so that it doesn't happen to them. Like, those are things that are of the utmost importance, and that's just the bottom line.
Give them the respect to be heard. Don't use your life as the litmus test by which you judge somebody's honesty and authenticity.
That's very true too, because it is people out here who wear a good mask, just like people, oh my God, I can't believe he would do this. But ask the people that worked for him. Ask the people that had to date him. Ask the people that had to endure whatever they had to endure with him. Other people are not going to tell you that. Just because you see him in this light at this point, in whatever time you see him for however many hours at whatever gala, that does not mean that that's who that person is. I mean, we've seen it time and time and time again.
Use their honesty and authenticity and what they're telling you as the litmus test to judge what they've endured. Stop giving people that's famous or higher echelon, or he got more money than you, so why would he lie? People lie every day.
Right.
You got rich people that lie on broke people every day.
Yeah.
And that's what I have to say. Who are you disavowing in your life?
Mm-hmm. And that was good. That was really good. So, with that being said, that is pretty much going to wrap up our... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm like, that's pretty much going to wrap up our live chat and react for the day. Y'all can tune into the public watch later list on my channel. But at this point in time, I'm about to go ahead and tap out of this live. We've been here for essentially 5 hours. So let's go ahead and do our Course in Miracles, and we can be up out of here, because our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightening about shrinking so that others won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine as God's children do. We are born to make manifest the glory of God within us. And it's not just in some of us, it's in each and every one of us. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give others permission to do the same. And as we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. So with that being said, I hope y'all be good, be great, have a great week. Don't let nobody piss you off, all that good stuff. Thank y'all for tuning in to today's live. Like I said, be sure that you like, share, subscribe. Tell your mamas, your daddies, your aunties, your uncles, your cousins, your brothers, everybody that you know, everybody that you see, to come hang out with God and KD on live daily. We did have a poll in the chat. The poll was, do you think that Mr. More Money, More Problems career will recover after this case? We had 33% say absolutely, and we have 67% in favor of not. So, yeah, we got 67% saying that he will absolutely not recover from this case. That's pretty much how I feel. If he does recover from this case, that is very telling of the people. And that's all I'm trying to say. Like, that is very telling of the people. But it's all love, baby. I'm about to go ahead and tap out again. I do thank y'all for tuning in. Spread love, because that's what a real moms do. Keep it gangster. Look out for your people, because that's what real gangsters do, okay? It's KD, your divine cosmic cousin, divine cosmic cheerleader, all things divine. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. Tell your friends to come tune in again. I'm about to tap out, and I'll see y'all later, baby. Toodles.